All right, hey there, fellow coder. Thanks so much for taking time to click on this video. You will not be disappointed. Well, in this video, you are going to learn almost everything that you need to know about ReactJS. As you can see by the length of this video, it is quite involved. This video is actually delivered as an online course, a live online course to some of my bootcamp students. And what I have done is I've taken the sort of 8 sessions that we did together delivering this online course, and I've parsed it into one single video that you are now enjoying. It is free for you to enjoy. I'm not holding anything back inside of this course. How is this possible, you might be thinking? Well, it's brought to you by the Coders Campus Bootcamp, of course. So I actually run a bootcamp where I teach people full stack web application development. So not just React. React is one piece of a 5-piece puzzle, if you will, called full stack web application development. And I teach this as a skill set inside of a boot camp that allows you to learn everything, almost everything that you need to know that is going to be leveraged in the real world and allow you to get a job. That's the point of this boot camp. So if you are someone who is looking to get a job, looking to start a career as a coder, but have been struggling to either, get called for an interview or even just make it through an online course, because online courses on their own can sometimes be very difficult to get through if you have no one to turn to ask for help. Okay, that's what coding boot camps are all about. They are about support. That is what you quote unquote pay for inside of a boot camp, is not the educational material. A lot of people think that education is the most important thing. No, it's the support that comes with that education. So this, what I'm talking about right now, this is the reason why I'm able to give this entire course to you for free, is because the education, like I said, while important, is not the biggest piece of this puzzle. It is all of the support systems that go around it. That means daily calls, being able to hop on a call every weekday to speak with an instructor directly. We have that. So we have daily calls where you can hop on as part of the group and get help. You check in, tell us where you are. You sort of do a stand-up, so to speak, and introduce yourself and talk about where you are, what you're working on, and if you're stuck. And if you're stuck, we get in there and we help you. And if you are someone who needs one-on-one support, that is provided in this bootcamp as well, the Coders Campus Bootcamp. And I don't know, there's so much other stuff. I can bore you with all the details right now, but I won't. Instead, I will just say, this is the reason why I can deliver this amazing video to you for free today, is because I want you to be aware that there is something called the Coders Campus Bootcamp. So if you really enjoy this course, if you really enjoy this content, if you enjoy me as a teacher, and your goal is to get a job in the real world, hey, we might be a good fit here. You might be a good fit for the boot camp. So I would ask you to take a chance on yourself, apply for the boot camp, and go through a process of speaking to one of our admissions advisors on Zoom or something, or on the phone, just to see if you would be a good fit, and vice versa, to make sure the boot camp would be a good fit for you. If you're interested, you can go below and click on the link in the description, or you can just go to coderscampus.com/bootcamp and go through the process of applying. So, having said that, sponsored message over, let's get into the actual content for this video. Before we do, there are 3 assumptions I am making here prior to you getting started with this course. You don't have to do them right now, but I would recommend that you do them before you actually start to, code with me throughout this online course that you're about to enjoy. The first is that you should have Node installed on your computer, Node.js. Okay, I would recommend, version 16 is sort of what we were using at the time of recording. You can go to nodejs.org to download it. Currently, as the recording of this video right now, it's 16.13 is the version. It might have been a slightly earlier version than that when we were recording this content, but yeah, probably anything in the version 16 will be good and should give you no real issues with respect to following along with the course. The next thing I'm assuming that you're going to have done is you already have Visual Studio Code installed on your computer, VS Code. If you don't, it's a great little lightweight IDE, integrated development environment. This is where you do your coding. This is where you type in your code, your React code. You can go to code.visualstudio.com to download that. Again, code.visualstudio.com. And I will also assume that you have Git installed on your computer. Git is a source code management piece of software, and yeah, it also it includes a helpful tool if you're on Windows called Git Bash. And you'll see me using Git Bash a little bit, at least at the beginning. The rest will be built into VS Code. You should always have Git installed if you're a programmer. So I think it's git-scm.com is where you go to download that. I assume SCM stands for Source Code Management. I don't actually even know. Git-scm for, I assume, sourcecodemanagement.com is where you download that. All right, cool. Those are the three assumptions. Install Node, install VS Code, and optionally, but probably importantly, install Git onto your computer. And now onto the beautiful free series on pretty much everything you need to know about React. Let's go. This is the beginning of the ReactJS course. What you see before you is called Visual Studio Code, which is more commonly referred to as VS Code, where VS is Visual Studio. This is if you come from a Java background, like the people on this recording have. This is like Eclipse, only it's Eclipse for doing work with like React or really a lot of stuff. VS Code comes from, I think it was originally from Microsoft, or still is from Microsoft, so it's great for a whole bunch of different programming languages. You can do tools to support Python, Java, PHP, whatever, Docker, blah, blah. It's a pretty lightweight environment to work in. I do prefer this environment as opposed to Eclipse. But this environment, once you get into developing Java web apps, it's not as good, in my opinion, as Eclipse. So anyway, if I can, I would love to use Visual Studio Code. And for something like React, this is a perfect fit. So that's why I use it. So I guess we can get started. The first thing that we do is, before we even dive into Visual Studio Code to start coding, much like Java has Spring Boot allows us to get up and running with a new project very quickly. React has something similar. It's called, it's based off of the Node Package Manager. NPM is like Maven for JavaScript. I use my Git Bash window to get started with it. But you can use any command line tool, should work just fine. Once you've installed Node, probably I will have already talked about this. Right now in this live session, I haven't talked about installing Node and everything, but I'll probably do a video where I go by myself and show you how to install Node.js, because Node.js comes with NPM, which is Node Package Manager. If I type that in and then put like -v or something, I think it should give me the version. So I am using NPM version 6.14.8. So just to show you that NPM is now installed on my computer, there it is. So to get up and running with a React app, you can do something called npx, which is, I think it's npx, which is like Node Package Manager executing. You're executing something. And I think it's create React app is what you're executing. And then the one more parameter that you put in is sort of the name of your app. I actually didn't think of an app that we could create right now. I should have. Let's do like a to-do app maybe and see if that works. So this takes a while. I hit enter. This takes probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. So what it's going to do is, oh shoot, I did that. I should have changed directories first. It's installing it right on my, in this sort of root folder, right into my root folder of my computer. Whoops, I should have created like a to-do folder already, but anyway, that's all right. So this takes about 3 minutes. And like I said, this is very similar to doing if you were to go to start.spring.io to do a Spring Boot app in the Java world, where you pick all your dependencies. This is sort of a quick way to get up and running, have the folder structure ready for you. It gives you all it tries to point you in the right direction in terms of coding conventions, all that good stuff. It does take, like I said, a few minutes. Once we are up and running with this, we will be able to navigate to this folder with VS Code. So the way VS Code works is you do file, and you usually just say open an entire folder. Eclipse is more like, create a new workspace, which is kind of like a little desktop or whatever for your Eclipse stuff. This is just VS Code, you point me to a folder and then I'm good to go. That's what VS Code needs. So you would do open folder, And then we would have to point it to, I guess I put it into, what was it? C drive, users, and then somewhere in here, there's going to be the folder to do. Yeah, so it's going to be right here. I don't want to do it just, I guess I could do it right now. I think that'll be okay. It should update as we're going. So there, okay, we've already got some files started. Let me go back to the, okay, so you see it's done some stuff. It's installing packages. It's getting everything sort of up and running for us to, like I said, work with React. And it's doing this stuff. It's creating a node modules folder. Node modules are kind of like the libraries. These are the third-party things, or the, this is the other people's code that are brought in to make our lives easier as coders with the React world, if you will. This is kind of like bringing in Hibernate, or bringing in, the Spring framework, or bringing in, I don't know, some utils or something. Everything that is a sort of third-party library goes into the node modules folder, and it gets pretty ridiculous. So if I scroll down in node modules, I can take a drink and still not even be halfway down the whole list. So there's a lot of stuff in node modules that is expected. We do not use probably a fraction, a quarter, a fifth of what's in there. Let me just go back and see. Cool. So now it's done. So that, like I said, takes a few minutes. These are some commands that you can use to start up your environment. We will do that right now so I can show you what's going on. But instead of using this command line now, I usually tend to prefer using the command line inside of Visual Studio Code. So you can actually click terminal and say new terminal. And it just brings up a little, it's the same, just like, git bash. It gives you the right folder. It points you immediately to the right folder. And then you can type in npm start. Okay. Most of the time you do npm and then something. The one time that's different from when my exposure to React, you use npx only when you're creating an app for the first time from scratch, which doesn't happen often. That's, how often do you start a brand new project, right? npx is only used in that case. Every other case I use npm to do anything. So if I say npm start, if all goes well, it's going to fire up a server, essentially a little, I don't know if it's a React server or whatever, and it's going to launch a window, and we're going to see the boilerplate React logo spinning around. There you go. So this app is officially now created, and we can now use this as a base for doing whatever we want with it. Okay, so let me stop there. Now, one thing I need to mention that's different with React versus other languages is that React is called a single page application sort of framework. It's SPA for short. What that means is it uses one single HTML file. Everything you'll see happens in one HTML file, the index.html file. So if you're used to working in non-single page applications, you're probably used to creating like a dashboard.html and an admin.html and a welcome and a users.html and da, 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 da. So you're going to create a lot of HTML files. With React, React has one HTML file, and it uses JavaScript to dynamically change what's happening in that one file. It's kind of like swapping in and out code on the fly. So when you click to go to another screen, you're not actually leaving one HTML file and going to another. It's literally just removing all the elements, all the DOM elements. If you know anything about JavaScript, we'll talk about the DOM in a minute. But it takes all the DOM elements away and replaces it with new DOM elements. That's how you switch between your views. It literally is just using one HTML file, and JavaScript does it all. Okay, that's unique. That's what's unique about single page applications. It is one page. So if I go into my public folder, you will see a single index.html file. So this is all that's in the HTML file. There's a lot of comments. There's some, meta tags and some links to some fave icons that, little guy, when you this guy right here is the fave icon, that little React symbol that you can probably barely see if you're on a cell phone watching this. If you're on a cell phone watching this, why are you doing that? But yeah, it's very, very simple. And there's just one div with an ID of root. That is where all the magic happens. The root div is where we build on top of everything. That's where we swap in and out everything using the single page application programming model, or I don't know if it's a programming model, but that's everything happens. All the magic happens within this div. Cool. So let's show you. So that's the important part in the public folder. That's pretty much the only one I ever care about is the index.html. And even then I don't care about it too much other than just knowing it exists. I never open the index.html file typically to change anything inside of it. And if I do, it's once in a blue moon, maybe to change like a title or something. Most of the magic will happen inside of here, the App.js folder. So within your source folder, there's a few files. Most of these files are important. Some are not, like logo.svg, I don't care about. That's the spinning logo that you saw, the React. We can just delete that. But app.js is where the magic happens. So can I zoom in here? No. How do I, is there an easy way? Appearance, full screen, Zen mode, zoom in, control plus equals. Okay. Again, for some people, that's too big. For some people, they need to see the text bigger. So this is where the magic is sort of happening in terms of replacing what's in that root div. Okay, so if I take everything here and delete it like this, and just say return hello, for instance, and save it. If I flip back over to our screen, you can barely see it, but in the corner, if I make it really big, you see hello appears. And one thing that I want to point out, let me dock this onto the right of my, and then let me grab Visual Studio Code on the left, and let me do this and this. As I change this, I can say hello world and save. Look at that. It's automatic. It automatically, which is beautiful about React, I love it. It reacts immediately to any changes in your code. So there's no recompiling or rebooting of your server or anything. As I add an what's that called? Exclamation mark, and then hit save. Watch over here. As soon as I hit save, boop, the exclamation mark appears. So that's cool, right? It's instant. It reacts instantly to what's going on. So everything happens within the app.js file. Kind of like, again, I'm drawing a lot of parallels here with the Java language because I teach Java mostly. So if you're watching this, I'm assuming you know something about Java. When you create a new Java app, a new Java web app, there's an application class file. You call it the name of your project and then application. Within it, there's a public static void main method, and then the main method kicks off something. This is the same as this function app. Everything gets kicked off right here. This is the central spot where everything starts, okay? Every programming language needs a place to start. This is where ReactJS starts. What you may have seen in here, and this is what's neat in my opinion about React, is that you don't have to have a string in here. You can actually do something a lot more useful. You can do something like div. And then within a div, you can have an h1 tag. And then it can say, hello world. And you can save that. And this will refresh over here. Let me zoom out because we're zoomed in super far. Like if I go to zoom in 150%, you see it still works. And then you can put in an h3 tag. Oops, that's not an h3 tag. h3, my name is Trevor. Save. So in my opinion, that's pretty cool. I can take HTML and I can just type it right into what is a .js file. If you know anything about JavaScript, .js means JavaScript. But in the world of JavaScript, if you've ever worked with just native JavaScript, you can never get away with just typing in straight up HTML and have it function correctly. JavaScript does not understand HTML like this. So that's one of the huge benefits of React. It has an area where you can seemingly type in HTML, but this is actually not actually HTML. This is something called JSX, which is JavaScript. What does it stand for? I actually don't even know what it stands for. JSX. Does it matter what it stands for? Let's do a JSX search. Introducing. Does it say the word? Hold on. It is called JSX, and it is a syntax extension to JavaScript. I guess that's what it stands for. JavaScript extension. Anyway, I don't care much about what it's called. I just care about what it does, which is it allows me to seemingly type in regular old HTML and have it work. In the old world of JavaScript, you would have to do something like document.getElementById, grab the root element, and then you'd have to say something like, dot inner HTML equals, and then you'd have to type in like, div hello. It gets really messy and really not cool. A lot of noise, a lot of boilerplate stuff. Whereas when you're working with React, it's a lot simpler. Now, there's more to this, obviously, than just hard coding everything like this. React allows you to use it like it's JavaScript, the language, as well as use it like it's also able to handle views, HTML code. So we can mix actual functioning real code with HTML all in the same place. Okay, which is kind of like if you've worked with Timeleaf before. Timeleaf has that same kind of thing where you're working in an HTML file and you can also have some variables in there as well that were passed on the model. But if you try to also do JavaScript at the same time, things get a little bit noisy, a little bit messy. The beauty of React is it's meant to work as JavaScript in tandem with the view at the same time. So I can start to declare variables. For example, and a good coding convention when it comes to JavaScript is any variable you create, you should try to make it a constant. Okay, constants means they can never be reassigned another value. So that is just a sort of good programming practice. Well, really in any language, but especially in React, you want to try to, if you can, avoid any variable-like behavior if at all possible. Obviously, at some point, you're going to have variables that need to change their values but have their values replaced. But if you can, default to quote unquote creating variables as constants. Okay. So for example, I can create a constant. The variable's name will be, let's say, first name, and then you can set it equal to something like Trevor. Okay. Maybe you might see where I'm going with this. So I've created a variable called first name. One thing you'll note is that in React, there are no types. I did not have to say constant string first name. Okay, string is something from other languages where you actually have real types. With React, you don't have to use types if you don't want to. This can be just plain old JavaScript where you don't have to define a type. So it figures out on its own that this is a string in the sort of innards of the language itself. JavaScript realizes, oh, he really wants this to be a string, but we don't have to explicitly say that this is a string. So you might see where I'm going with this. I've declared a first name variable, but I have the word Trevor typed in twice here. So I can actually delete the word my name is Trevor, and I can inject that variable into my HTML using perhaps a syntax that you're familiar with. Sorry, that's right. Sorry, it's been a little while since I've done React. I was going to use this sort of Spring expression language notation, but actually it's even simpler than that. It's just brackets. So when you say first name in here, and I save the code, watch what happens over here when I save. I've saved it. Literally nothing happens because we have the exact same functionality going on. If I wanted to, change this to say John, and I say save, it says my name is John. Okay, so what's important to understand with what we've done here is we've started out with some HTML, and I've shown you how to take variables and directly inject them into your HTML in as seemingly simplistic way as could possibly happen, right? There's not a whole lot of syntax or ceremony, as some people say, involved in this process of commingling our dynamic code with our, I guess, static code, if you will, with the HTML code. So the bigger thing at play here is that the section above the return statement is where you can do a lot of your programming work. It's where you can do a lot of your dynamic, your functions, your variable declarations, your whatevers. You can do all the programming up here above the return statement. And inside of the return statement, you essentially return the view. The view can be annotated with data that you have from above, from here, but that's essentially how this works, which is fairly similar to TimeLeaf and how TimeLeaf works with injecting data from the model, which you can almost consider the code up here being kind of like your model, and injecting it into the code below. That, obviously, what we have on the screen is not all that impressive. This is just the beginnings of what we have going on. So what we have going on here is not very complex. So let's start to get more complex. First, I'm going to delete this. I realize there's some imports up here. We're not using the logo. That was the spinning logo thing, logo.svg, which is actually right here, logo.svg. I'm going to delete this logo.svg. We don't need it. I say delete and move to recycling bin, sure. Then I can delete this import statement here. Also important, I should mention before we go forward here, is there is a CSS file as well. The app.css is right here. This is, well, it's the CSS that gets injected into the app.js file, right? I can probably get rid of all of this stuff because I'm not using any of it. No, I'm not using any of this code. But if I wanted to, I could say like, H1, I could change the H1, font size to be, 50 pixels or something and save this. And then my H1 gets bigger, right? Or I can save it to be, be ridiculous, 500 pixels. And then this is going to be bad over here, but watch what happens. There you get big H, so the CSS you can see reacts immediately when you change it with the app.js file here, because it's being imported, okay? But we don't really need any CSS right now, so I'm going to delete it and then save it, and everything goes back to what we had before. So, okay. How do we now start to leverage one of the main benefits of this React language, which is the fact that it uses something called components. So components allow you to, I guess, isolate the view. So a lot of times when we're talking about React, we're just talking about the view, meaning what we physically see on the screen, like right here, this hello world, my name is John. If you were to create an application, and this application has like a header and a footer and some stuff in between, this is where you could start to think about components, because a header may appear on every single page of your application across the entire application. That is what React calls a component. Okay, in the world of TimeLeaf, if you're familiar with it, we use like fragments, and you could create a header fragment or whatever. That's the same thing, kind of. React uses components, and components are meant to be reused. You write the code once, and you can reuse it across as many views as you like. And these components are modular in that you can, declare a header, and then if you wanted to, you can then break the header down into two different components. Maybe there's a left side of the header or the right side of the header. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but you could, and then you could only include the left side of the header in certain pages, and then both in other pages, and then just the right side in other. It can be broken down as granular as you like into individual components. So what I want to try to do here is let's try to do that. Let's try to create a header component. So the first thing, typically what I see, and this is where I should have done more research before we got started, but I will do the research for probably the next lesson. or the next session, where in terms of conventions for folder structures, because this is an important lesson. When you're using React, you tend to create a lot of files. And those files, the more you have, the more organization of those files becomes important. If you have a million files in your code base, you want to have some sort of organization for all those files. So the coding convention that I saw used in my last job is what I'm going to refer to. I'm not going to guarantee that that's actually what's used everywhere in the world, but like I said, I'm going to do some research in the next video. But it's okay, because this is going to be a small project, so it's not going to have huge ramifications by following this structure. So within the source folder, source is where most of the source code is going to exist. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say new folder, and I'm going to create a components folder. This is where all my components are going to go. You can almost think of these structures as like, this is where my services are. This is where my controllers are. This is where my repositories are. This is where my components are, right? We're organizing the file types in terms of the type being their utility into the folders. So I might also have a folder for, services or something. Okay, but for components anyway, we'll create another new folder, and this folder is going to be the name of the component. So I'm going to call this the header. Okay, so there's going to be a components/header. Within components/header, I'm going to create a new file called header.js. Okay, and then it turns green over here because I think it has VS Code has Git built into it, which is kind of nice. So it's actually kind of realizing, oh, there's new files, and Git is sort of reacting to what's going on, which is nice. I can see yellow means I've made a change to the file. White means the file is exactly the same based on what's in the repository in the interwebs. And green, I guess, means brand new file. Okay. So we have a header JavaScript file. This is where I have a plugin installed, and I usually use this plugin. I'll show you what happens when I use this plugin, and then I'll explain what the plugin is and how you can get it. I'm going to type in a short code. I'm going to type in RS, what is it? C. Let me hit enter. Yes. So I typed in RSC, which creates a React stateless component. I believe it's what it's called. And it's put in some of this boilerplate code for me. This is code that I don't have to think about typing in, because it's kind of what you'll type in all the time when you're creating a new component, when you're creating a new code. It's kind of like, public class, whatever the name of the class is, and then, I don't know, maybe some getters and setters, or I don't know. In terms of the Java world, this is what it is. It's when you create anything new, this is what you do. Oh, also, it should be capital H, in my opinion. Because this is sort of like a component. Components usually begin with capital letters, just like Java classes begin with capital letters, and I save. So there's two things that just happened there. One is I used a shortcut key combination to create this code snippet or stub. I'll show you what the plugin is for that. And the second thing you notice is when I saved, the formatting changed. This is what it looked like before. When I hit save, it just changed a bunch of stuff. That's another plugin that I'm using. So maybe I should pause for a second and talk about those, or extensions. They call them extensions. So these extensions are specific to VS Code. Okay, this is not a React thing. This is the development environment trying to make my life easier. This is found in the extensions. Prettier is what I'm using when I click save and it reformatted everything. That's Prettier code formatter at work. And when I typed in RSC for React stateless component, and I hit enter and it created that stub for me, that is the ReactJS code snippets. Okay, there's also something called ESLint, which so JavaScript is not a compiled language. Java compiles code. So if you make a mistake in your Java code, somewhere in the code that you've written, it's going to get underlined in red, because it failed to compile. That's what Java does. It tries to compile the code. JavaScript does not, and therefore React does not compile your code. So that's a bit of a disadvantage because it's nice to see errors as soon as possible. You don't want to, the sooner you catch them as you're typing them, the better, because you don't want to check in the code, have it go out to production, and then at runtime somewhere, something breaks and you're like, oh no. That's where that's where linters come along. Linters try to do the same thing that a compiler does in that it scans all your code and tries to find common errors or mistakes or possible issues with your code. And it lets you know in your, I think in the problems area, if you flip to the problems, you'll see your problem. You might even see it in the terminal as it's, going through and quote unquote compiling your code. React might compile. I don't know about React, but I know JavaScript is an interpreted language, not a compiled language. So that's ESLinters linters allow you to do that. ESLint is one of the types of linters. We've created a component called header. Inside of the header, it's just returning a div. Okay. Ooh, also I want to mention this. You might not be familiar with this convention or this code style. All this code right here saying const header equals open brackets and then this arrow thing and then more curly bracket. All this does is this is a different way of writing this function header and then like this. So both of these lines of code here and here, well, except for the return div, I guess I have to copy paste return div into here. Both of those sets of code here are functionally identical. Okay, this just uses a different. Well, I guess you might need to say const. It might be anyway. They're functionally identical in what they do. It's just a different way of writing this out. If I wanted to, I could just do this. I could delete this and use this as the code as well. It's just, yeah, it's I forget the name. It's kind of like is it like lambdas in the world of Java? I guess it's kind of like lambdas in the format of the creation of the functions. Anyway, okay, we created a function called header, and inside of it is a div. And I guess let's just for the sake of it, let's put in, let's say h3 tag that says, oops, h3. Oh, come on, work with me. H3 tag that says to do app or something. Okay. So we've created a header, and as you notice over here, nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. Everything is exactly the same with our view, but I've created this thing called a header. Okay, I'll get to the rest of this code down here in a moment, but we've created this component called header. So how do we use that component called a header? Well, remember, everything is first driven based off of this app.js file inside of this return. Well, I guess everything inside of here, but the view is returned right here. So if I want to include the header, I have to include it somewhere inside of this code. Okay, so I could do this. I could do create a tag just like any other HTML tag, only I can call it header, a self-closing tag. Okay, two things are going to break. I'm going to tackle the first thing that broke right now. The first thing that broke, if you hover your mouse over here, is it says JSX expressions must have one parent element. What that means is when I'm returning code here, the return expects everything to be nested inside of one tag, one HTML tag. But really, it's not HTML tag. It's a JSX, what do they call it? Element? JSX expression, I think. Yes, everything needs to be, or I guess it's still an element. Yeah, JSX expressions. This whole thing is a JSX expression. It needs to be housed within one parent element. So how do you fix that? There's two ways to fix it. You can wrap everything in a div. So you rewrap everything that you have here in a div, and then I can save it, and it's going to format my code for me. So that solved one error. But as you can see over here, it's not happy. It says failed to compile. I guess it's using the word compile. I'm going to say that I guess React compiles code. I didn't think it did. I thought it was an interpreted thing. JavaScript is an interpreted language, but I guess React itself probably does do compilation because clearly it's using the word compile. I apologize for that confusion. It's saying, hey, I don't know what the heck this is. You're saying header. I have no knowledge of what header means. So just like in the world of Java, if we type in the name of an object or a class, that doesn't exist within the java.lang package. In other words, if I don't type in something that HTML and JavaScript already understands, it's going to complain and say, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just noise. So just like in the world of Java, when you have that, the solution is to import it. The same thing happens in React. We need to import our components so that it knows what we're talking about. So just like we do above here, we have to import something. We have to say import, and then we need to tell it, what are we importing? Well, I want to import my header.js file. So the entire header.js file needs to be imported. So if I'm inside of app.js right now, which is right here, how do I get to header.js? I look at my current folder. I go to components is the next folder down. And then within components, there is a header folder. So I put slash. Look at that. It suggests header folder. And then within the header folder, I have a header.js file. And I say save, .js, sorry. Save, and it's not happy. Header is not defined. Why are you upset? Did I make it a cap? No, I didn't make it a capital H. Do I need to make it a capital H? Let me comment this out. I feel like I'm right, but I could be wrong. Let me hover over it and say quick fix. No. Show documentation. Here. Oh, right. Yeah, my bad. I was following this exactly. My bad. Okay, there we go. So you have to tell it, and this ties in with, remember I said I was going to talk about this in a second? Guess what? Now I'm going to talk about this. You're importing header from that file. And it's not headerer, it's header. There we go. So what's going on here is, and the beauty of, this is a JavaScript thing, this is not a React thing. With JavaScript, you can import modules, if you will, export or import modules that are exported from other places. Okay, so that's a confusing thing to say, but if you look here, we are exporting the word header, which is an entire function. Okay, we've declared it as a function. We're exporting an entire function called header as the default thing that we are exporting. So by default, the one thing that we're exporting here is the entire function called header. What that means is, I believe we could have another function called, I don't know, do something like this. Did I spell that wrong? No, it's just not doing anything. And I could say, I don't know, console log, I'm doing something. And it's underlined in yellow because I'm not using it. I guess I could call that from here, do something. Could I do that? There. This is just noise right now, but I'm just trying to prove a point to you. So right now there's two functions that are being created. We have a function called header and a function called do something. But I'm only exporting header. I'm only exporting this one function. And over here in a completely different file, I am then importing, sorry, I hit save, ignore what I just did there. I'm importing header from that JavaScript file. If I tried to also import do something, it's going to complain because it doesn't know what the heck do something is. This do something is not a function that is being exported. This is kind of like when you create a private function in Java. When you have a private function in Java, no other code outside of that one class file can access that method. Okay, just like what's happening here inside of our inside of our header.js file, we have a function called do something, but it's essentially private. No other file other than header.js will be able to access the do something function because we are not exporting it. Okay. If we wanted to export that as well, we would have to use another syntax. I'll get to that later. So now let me go to what the heck it's talking about over here. What did I do wrong? So let me save it here. Header is not defined. Return, oops, div header. Header is defined, and it's perfectly fine. This feels like, this is one of those, it feels like React is broken, but that can't happen. What am I missing? Is it because it has to be a lowercase h? No, I exported it as a uppercase h. Import header, right? Because we're exporting it as here, which is that function. That function returns a div tag. That div tag will then be rendered inside of here, which is fine. Yeah, okay. So I did a hard refresh on this page, and then it worked. So that was a weird quirk. I've never seen that quirk before, but like I had the feeling like, no, my code is correct. This is something else wrong. This is sort of like when Eclipse is misbehaving and you restart Eclipse. That's what I sort of just did there. I refreshed the page manually instead of relying on React to sort of refresh it. Okay, now what we see here is we see the word to-do app appears. To-do app is really just our header. We create an H3 tag called to-do app, right? I can change this to say, to be just a P tag or something, right? Oops, P. And if I save it, the header changes, but believe it or not, nothing else changes because we only change the header component. So the beauty here is we can then have another file that uses that exact same header code, if you know what I mean. So when we change to this other view, that other view, like a dashboard view or a whatever view, they can all have the same header code. That way, the code that you create in your header, you only have to change it once and it gets applied everywhere, right? So that's a good programming practice. You don't want duplicate code all over the place. Creating components and refactoring your code such that it's in individual components is a good way to make sure that you have no code duplication all over the place. Okay. So I could do the exact same thing. It might as well do the exact same thing. I will do another folder inside of components. So this is nested inside of components. I'm going to create footer, and inside of the footer directory, I'm going to create a new file called footer.js. Okay, same thing in footer.js. I'm going to use my plugin there, my extension that allows me to type in RSC and automatically create a React stateless component here. And then I'm going to rename it to have a capital F, because I believe the convention is to have capitals. And the footer can say, I don't know, copyright 21. Actually, you can even be fancy here, and you could say, you could inject a new date, right? Actually, that's going to do the actual date itself. I only want the year, the get full year. Sure, get full year. Look at me, I'm fancy. So we created a footer. Again, this is using the more recent, I guess, version of the how to create a function code. Again, you can say function header, or you can create it like this. Again, functionally speaking, they're sort of identical. So with this footer now, you could come into your App.js. Again, everything starts with App.js. Everything has to go there first, and sort of the whole app that we see in the right-hand side of the screen is based off of the code here. So if we want to, we could inject a footer right here. Now, I was trying to show you the hard way of how to import things. If I just hit the enter key right now, I can see that it's doing footer from source components, footer, which is actually exactly what I want it to do. When I hit enter here, it's going to automatically create the import statement above, which again, if you've ever worked in the world of Java and you've done the organized import shortcut key, that's a lifesaver and very handy. So if I click here or hit enter, it's going to import footer from components/footer/lowercase footer, because that's the JavaScript file. Now, footer will be a self-closing tag. We're going to get into, probably not in this session, we'll get into in a future session when or why you would use a self-closing tag versus a non-self-closing tag. When we start to talk about something called router, that's when that will become evident. But for now, let me save this and look at this. Copyright. Oop, I must have broken something. Should I be doing is it get full year brackets? Yes, there we go. And how do you do does anyone remember the copyright symbol? Is it like ampersand copy? Oh my God, I'm good. So that's the HTML sort of version. What's the word? HTML something for the copyright symbol. Special hint or special side note, you can do a non-breaking space as well, like this, which is just, if you ever want to put a bunch of spaces in like that and force it to have a bunch of spaces, you can do that. Because if you just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you put a bunch of spaces like this and hit save, it doesn't care. HTML doesn't care about all your spaces like that, so it's going to get rid of them. If you have to have spaces for whatever reason, you can use the ampersand NBSP, or that's if you're just using plain old JavaScript or plain old HTML. That's one way to do it. But with React, you can actually do this as well. This is a completely side note. You can have this bracket notation, because inside of this bracket notation is essentially code. You can put any JavaScript code in here. So you can have a string, but you can have a string that has a bunch of spaces too, I think. No, I lied. It doesn't adhere to that. It doesn't care about your spaces in there. I thought that was one way to do it too. But anyway, you could also do like 1 + 3 here, I think. And then it would say like 4. So you can actually do, again, as an aside, you can do programming inside of the scope of just round or curly brackets. Okay, again, just like we did over here with the bracket here and then first name as a variable, right? I can say first name, and then if I wanted to, I can even say plus, Doe or something with a space. And then it would say, hello, John Doe, or my name is John Doe. Okay, so let me go back to the footer. Let me get rid of this because this is just nonsense at the moment. There we go. So now we have a header, we have the body, the content, and then we have a footer. Obviously, the next step is to try to recreate this yourself, to try to go through this and create an app, do npx, create React app, et cetera, and run into all the problems, then ask all the questions. You can do that. For you guys here on the call, you have a Slack channel to do that. For anyone watching this recording in the future, maybe I have a Slack channel for you. I hope so. If I don't, I'm sorry. I can talk about some of the things that we haven't hit yet, which is switching between pages. You haven't seen me put in any links at this point. There has not been any links to another page. I have done that on purpose because linking to a different page and swapping out the entire view for another view requires something called I think it's called React Router, which is something that I would have to import in or bring in with the Node package manager. I didn't do any preparation work for that, teach that today, but React Router is sort of like, it's kind of like, I would say controllers, in that this is where you outline when the user navigates to localhost. And by the way, React uses port 3000. That's just what it defaults to. This is configurable. You can change this to be whatever you want, whatever port you want. But in the world of React, it's localhost 3000. In the world of Java and Java servers like Tomcat, you use localhost 8080. Just a side note. Don't try to go to localhost 8080. It won't work when you're running your React app. So yeah, if you wanted to go to like localhost 3000/users and hit enter, it's doing this. And I know why it's doing this, because it doesn't recognize that. It just defaults back to the same view. But React Router is what is used to look at the path and say, oh, this person is trying to go to /users, and I have a matching /users block of code in my routing code, in my routing table, or whatever you want to call it. It's just the code that has the routes in it. And it's where you say this route, in other words, /users, should render this component. Okay, and when I say this component, it can be whatever component you want. So what will be happening, and I guess what I could do right now, is I could take all of the code that I have in here and turn this entire div that I've highlighted on the screen, I could turn this entire div into its own component. Okay, in fact, that is what I will have to do in the future to make all this work properly and to follow good coding conventions. So why don't we do that now? I'm going to create a new folder called, we'll call it to-do app, because eventually I guess we're going to be creating a to-do app. I've inadvertently chosen that as our application. Not the sexiest code that you can write, but again, it definitely demonstrates a lot of the CRUD functionality that you'll need to be able to do for any type of application. So I'm going to create a to-do app folder, and I'm going to create a new file called to-do app.js. React stateless component, RSC, enter, boom. I probably should just create my JavaScript files with capitals in them, because then I think it would make it capitalized. But anyway, to-do app. So what I can do now, I've created another new component. If I go in here, back to the app.js, I can take everything nested inside of it, except for the round brackets here. I can take everything nested inside of it, cut, go into my to-do app, paste. Okay, now some obvious to me things are going to fail. The first things that fail are, hey, I don't know what header is and I don't know what footer is. Do we know why it doesn't know what header and footer is at this point? Any guesses?
To import it, I guess.
There are no imports at the top. The only import is importing React. And I think, fun fact, I don't even think you need this, import React. That's actually, as of React version, I don't know what React is on. Like, what version is React on? As of the recording of this video, because that's always nice to know. Is there let me just make this bigger. Tutorial docs, get started? No.
1702 on the top.
Oh, there we go, version 1702. Thank you. I think I was using version 16 is the one I'm most familiar with. So I guess they've done another release since last I have been messing around with it. As of version, 16 dot whatever, you don't actually have to include import React from React. If you do get a job as a React coder, most likely you're going to be working on an older code base where you're going to have to type this in because it's needed. But if you're lucky enough that you're working on a more modern code base, yeah, you don't need it. It still compiles just fine. Okay, so we're missing the imports for header and footer. I can click on the header, and I thought I could go to, was it quick fix? Or no, I don't think quick fix helped me. No, I go to the end of the word header and I hit Control space. For those of you on Macs, I assume that means it's like, maybe it's Control space, maybe it's like the Mac Apple key space. I don't know. Apologies for my Mac users, but I'm sure it's not hard to figure out. I could just click on it, right? Boop, import header from header. Same thing, I go to the end of footer, Control space, import footer. Okay, that fixes those problems. But we have the problem here of first name, and that is because we had a bit of code above the return statement, which, like I said, is where you can do a lot of your computational work, a lot of your heavy lifting in terms of doing any actual coding type of like non-view related code happens above the return statement. And it should be, when you're typing in code here, this code should be directly related to the component that you are messing around with. Okay, it's not a good coding convention to have a bunch of methods in here that if you want to create a function that does like, validate user login or something, right? And this validate user login has absolutely nothing to do with the to-do app. You don't put it in here. Okay, validate user login is probably something that's more fitted to a service. So you would create a probably user service.js file and put it in your services folder. Okay, so we have components. Components are essentially views that have code that's directly tied to that view. If you want to organize your code like that, beautiful, that's great. As you can see, first name plus dough or whatever, it's sort of, it's related to this code, so that's why I have it in here. But this validate user login is a function that's probably not helpful to the to-do app component, and even to do app as a name for a component is not a great name. This is not, anyway, this would be more like the to do app, like body or something. I don't know what a better name would be, but you think of components, like I said, like views. So what does this view right here with hello world and my name is John, what does it actually represent? What words in the English language could I use to represent what's happening here? I don't know. I picked to do app, which anyway. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. We have service code here. This doesn't belong in the to do app. It would belong in a service, in a whatever service.js file outside of the view. So that's more of a coding convention thing. Okay, so we have the to do app. If I save it in here, I can go back to the code here. Sorry, I haven't saved this code. If I save this code, everything breaks because basically I have nothing inside of the, if I just put this back to like an empty div or something, everything's going to disappear. But I don't want an empty div, and I have import footer and header in here, which I'm not using. Instead, what I will do is instead of returning an empty div, I'm going to bring in the to do app component, like so. Then when I save, everything comes back. So do you see what we've done there? We've taken everything, all the complexity inside of the app.js. App.js is something that will exist in every single React app that's ever been created up to this point, I believe. All of them have an app.js file. And I have taken the code out. I've refactored the code that we had written in here before, put it into its own component, which then has more components built into it. So you can see how these components start to behave like trees. So at the top of our, let me go back here. At the top of our quote unquote tree of components, we have essentially an app. And then below the app, we have the to-do app component. And then within the to-do app component, I should say this is kind of like nested inside of there. And then nested inside of the to-do app is a header component. And nested, well, not nested, but inside of the to-do app is also the footer component. So then, hypothetically speaking, we could have maybe another component called, I don't know, the user dashboard component. And then inside of that, we can have a header. We reuse the header component, and then over here we can reuse the footer component, and so on and so forth, right? Although is that right? We probably have a maybe user dashboard embedded even in here potentially too. It could be embedded there, right? It depends on how we want to lay out our application. But yeah, you can see how it starts to become like a tree of nodes almost. Like if you think of a DOM, a document object model, it starts to build out into a bunch of components, kind of like nodes. And there are implications to this structure, which is why I'm talking about it. We'll get into those implications of the structure and what that means for communication between components in a future session.
So this is a pure React JavaScript application.
Correct.
Okay.
It has not been sullied with any other technologies yet.
Okay, so so you have the Code Campus lessons are like in a Java plus in a JavaScript, Spring type of technologies. So can we actually combine a JavaScript ReactJS application part of a Java application? That is not possible, right?
That's absolutely possible and very common.
Really?
Well, with a Java app, that does happen, yes. So React, think of React as just the if you remember my 5 pillars, the first pillar is the front end.
Yes.
The front end typically has HTML, CSS, JavaScript.
Okay.
What does React do? As we've just seen, React does HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with a bit of stuff to tie it all together, right? Okay. So React is the perfect front end in that regard. It has everything it needs. It's all, the front end code is all right there. So the implication there is if you want to create a Java app with a React front end, you need a way to tie those two things together. You need a communication layer, right? In the what we, my students, the people here in front of us, have learned is the communication layer is called Spring MVC, Model View Controller, right? That's how we pass data between the server side, which is Java, and the front end, which in our case, in our course before, was HTML, CSS, and Timeleaf. Yep. Right? Those were the technologies. In this case, the communication layer it's kind of just fetch statements. It's there's not really a formal, I guess it's kind of like a layer. It's a very loose, a very lightweight layer, if you will. There's not a whole lot going on. You do a fetch call, and your server side, your Java code, or it could be C#, C++, Python, whatever the server side is listening to, and has endpoints that are listening for requests. With Java, we do that with get mapping, post mapping, or request mapping, if you want to be more generic. We have REST controllers. That's what Java does. You can create a REST controller that has endpoints that are listening for requests. Get, post, put, delete requests. React can send those. React sends get, post, put, delete calls via fetch statements. Fetch is a method that is built into JavaScript natively. Not a React thing, it's a JavaScript thing. There are other ways to do calls across, from JavaScript to a server side other than using fetch. But those are more nuanced, and those are separate libraries. One is called Axios, Axios. Axios is a fairly common one. There are others too, but I just tend to use fetch because it just works for me. I haven't seen, personally speaking, much benefit from other libraries that do this for you. But long story short, you don't need Spring MVC. You just need React and Java with REST controllers.
So my question was how to put data from the server to the React front end without having called the server from the front end.
Without having called the server.
Because the fetch API is used to call the server from the front end, right?
I see your question. That is a good question, because that's kind of, so there are technologies that solve this problem. Believe it or not, I've never had to work with them. So if you're saying you want to it's sort of like you're saying you want to push data from the server side into React, into the front end, without having React fetch it first. That's a good question. That's actually technology that I don't tend to use very much. I typically pull data from the front end. I pull it out of the server by sending a request to the server and saying, hey, give me some data. And the server says, okay, here you go. Not the other way around, where the server says, hey, I have data, and I'm notifying you that there's new data or there's changes to the data. That is more of a messaging type. I would look at messaging frameworks. And that might be a Java technology. That's a Java technology that is messaging that would do this kind of thing. There are many solutions for that, but yeah, that's from what, largely speaking, I haven't really had to work with that kind of technology. So there are specific use cases for that when you need it. If you are interested in that, then you have to do your own research there. But yeah, largely speaking, it's usually pulled from the front end. You send a fetch to a RESTful endpoint, which we will do at some point, I'm sure. But before we get there, we have to learn some more foundational stuff in the language first.
So even with the fetch from the front end, still the application is very fast. That's what you're saying, right? Even if it's the React JavaScript application.
Oh yes.
It's also very performance-wise, it is fast.
Yes, it is definitely very, very fast, and you'll see that once you start to build out the app, how quick, like when you don't have to worry about talking to a database and talking to all these, like you click and it's like bang, 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 bang. It's really, really quick. Now that tends to eventually, as you write more and more code, it just tends to slow back down again to normal speeds with what you would expect. But when your app is brand new, it's very zippy. It's pretty, it's pretty cool. All right, hey, fellow coder, apologies for the interruption to our normally scheduled content here. I just wanted to call attention to why I'm able to do this for free and give away this big video for free. It is because it is sort of sponsored by my Bootcamp. If you know nothing about Bootcamps, or if all you've heard is sort of the hype/negativity around Bootcamps, I apologize for that as well. I'm Canadian. I feel the need to apologize. When it comes to Bootcamps, again, I have been teaching people how to code for about 10 years now, probably will be over 10 years by the time you're watching this video. I have never seen anything that has been more successful at transforming people into job-ready coders than a bootcamp. And I've said this many times on podcast episodes before. I desperately tried not to start a bootcamp. My hopes were that I wouldn't have to do a bootcamp, because running bootcamps is an extremely time-intensive and stressful endeavor for me and my staff. In fact, I didn't even need a staff until I started a bootcamp. So my goal was to not need a bootcamp, but seeing the numbers and seeing the success rate of bootcamps when compared to just plain old online courses was a big eye-opening experience for me. So that is why I now run bootcamps. My goal in life and in this business is to create the next generation of incredible coders. There is such a desperate need for good coders out there in the marketplace, and in my opinion, there aren't enough boot camps that get these people from where you are to being job ready. So having said that, that is why this boot camp now exists. You can go to coderscampus.com/bootcamp and you can check out the page. I'll have it here. You can go and you can apply now to go through our short application process to see if you qualify. Basically, it's a part-time boot camp. If you don't have at least 20 hours a week in your schedule free, which is like 2 to maybe 3 hours a day during the week, and then you make up the rest on the weekend, then don't bother applying. We need people who are ready and are driven and are willing to make time in their schedule to do this. So if you have a full-time job already and you are dedicated to learning, you can find 20 hours. If you have a full-time job and you're doing some other education on the side, it's probably not a good fit, maybe not the right time to do this. If you're in university or college right now and you're working a part-time job, don't apply, okay? Because what you're doing is you're prioritizing a university education and a job over something like a boot camp, which is fair if that's what you want to do. But if your goal is to get a job as a coder, this is the not only shortest path, in my opinion, and from what I've seen in 10 years of experience teaching people, this is the shortest path to getting to become a job-ready coder. It's also the least expensive. I've talked about this at length on other podcast episodes, but it really is the least expensive. People always think boot camps are very, very expensive, and when you just look at the price tag when compared to a regular online course, that's true. They're more expensive than online courses. But let me tell you, if you're just doing online courses, it's going to take you far longer on average. Unless you're a genius, then that's the caveat, the little asterisk to that statement. If you're an average person, in other words, if you are one of the 95% of the population who generally takes 2 years or longer being self-taught completely to get a job, guess what? It's cheaper to do a boot camp. Okay, so having said that, thank you so much for listening to me. Please do check this out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp, and let's get back to our regular scheduled content. Welcome to, I guess this is sort of session 2 of our React course. What you have not seen is off recording. I pushed all of our changes to a public repository called React To Do App on my public repository folder within GitHub. So all of our changes from the whole first session are now live on the interwebs. So if for whatever reason you guys want to follow along with that, there you go. You can check out my GitHub profile under the React To Do app under currently it's master branch. I should branch it off to be another branch, but I'll do that probably later. Maybe I'll do like session 1 will be the branch or something. Anyway, now going forward, what we're going to dive into as promised last week, there's a couple of things to touch on. The main one is the routing, so React Router. there is a popular, so first, before I dive into the code, React Router, which let me bring this on screen here, is a mechanism, is a library, a plugin, I guess is the word, a plugin, whatever you want to call it, library that you can bring into React that allows you to do something similar to kind of like controllers in the world of Java. So it allows you to define a, where is it? An endpoint or a route. They call it a path. I call it an endpoint. It allows you to declare a path or an endpoint to specifically render a particular component or tree of components, if you will, in terms of the view. That's what this is. So in the world of Java, you might have a controller that has a get mapping that looks for an endpoint that then resolves to a time leaf view or an HTML view. That's sort of what's going on here is you're defining a route, which is kind of like your get mapping. You're defining the path, which is like your endpoint, and you're resolving the component here, which is like the view that you want to return. So that's sort of the parallels that I can draw between React and the world of Java. So the difference with React is that React all by itself doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Sort of what I've shown you already in the last session is, I don't want to say all the functionality it has, but you've seen a lot of what React can do already. The rest comes in from other people's code. And that's sort of unique to React. React is very lightweight, is what they call it, which just means it's not a lot of code, right? It gives you some basic functionality, some basic stuff, but it doesn't even have the concept of routing built into it by default. You need to download that from someone else's repository. So the one that we're going to be using is called React Router DOM. So in order to bring that in and use React Router DOM and be able to write this code that we see on the screen, we need to do an npm install. Okay, contrary to what we did last week, which was an npx. Was the command that we used. We said npx create React app, which was sort of to execute the create React app functionality to create a new project. This, we're actually installing something onto our local machine. So that's what I will do. As I said last time, what have I done? I've split. Oh, I'm in the source control view. Let me switch back to this view. And get rid of that. So what I said last time is I like to work in a terminal that's embedded within Visual Studio Code, which you can go to terminal and say new terminal if it's not on your screen. That pops up a new terminal specifically with the path of the app that we are working on, which is the to-do app right now. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to do an npm install on that React Router DOM. Okay, that's kind of small, the text, but really, all I'm doing here is a copy paste of this npm install React Router DOM. And when I hit enter, it shouldn't take too long. Where is it? When I hit enter, it shouldn't take too long to install and bring in React Router DOM. Cross your fingers that nothing breaks as it's installing it into the to-do app folder here. Normally, everything goes off swimmingly and it just completes and it says, there you go, you're now ready to use this external library. This dependency is what we would call it in the world of Java. Note, you might need to reboot your server if you previously had your server running, if you had your npm start going. And then one thing is what's neat with npm, the node package manager, which is sort of like Maven in the world of Java. It shows you vulnerabilities, right? So you can actually do, hopefully, if all goes well, you can say something like npm audit fix, like this message says here, because we have one high priority or high visibility vulnerability. If I say npm audit fix, maybe by default or automatically, it will fix that vulnerability for us, or vulnerabilities, I should say. 80 moderate and 1 high. But we don't, from what I've seen in the real world, there's not a huge focus on these things because unless you're a security expert, then that might be your full-time job, is just to solve these vulnerabilities. But I haven't seen coders do too much. Oh, look at that. Fix 0. I thought it said 0 of 81 are now a problem. So 81 vulnerabilities require manual review and could not be updated. Well, good luck with that in the real world. No one has time to do that. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen. So we've now installed React Router DOM is the library that we installed. So now we can do an npm start to fire up our server, our React server that will automatically launch a browser for us with localhost 3000. There it goes. I didn't do anything and it just launched it. We should see rendered our old app that our beautiful Hello World app that we defined last time. Let me move that to the right-hand side of the screen and grab this as the left-hand side of the screen and make this a bit smaller and make this a bit bigger. And I'm going to move my Zoom windows out of the way. Okay, so here we are, and now we can start to do some routing. Typically, what you see from what I've seen is the routing code goes in your app.js file. App.js is where, like I said, it's kind of like your public static void main method. This is where the code looks first when it gets fired up. It goes to the app.js file first and does everything in here. So currently all we're saying is, hey, let's render the to-do app component, which inside of it, when I control click, has all this code that we had previously put into it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to define a way to route, or have a router in here to define some views, some endpoints. So maybe we'll have, the root domain, the localhost 3000 will render, I don't know, one view, maybe a quick little dashboard screen or something. And then when you click on it, then it goes to another view or another component view or something. So that's sort of what we'll mostly focus on today. So if I want to refer back to my beautiful example file here of reactrouter.com, their guides, it's not too crazy. So you define a router, and then within that router, well, I don't know if I would have all this stuff. Would I have all this? Let me just double check and see what they're doing here. They're saying this is automatically rendered always. So they're kind of like injecting a header in here for everything. They're saying every page, regardless of the page you're on, is going to render this sort of nav at the top, which is not in my world. That's not best practice. You want to have an actual header component. You'd want to extract this code out into a header component and then put that in elsewhere. But anyway, and then there's the switch statements. So there's not too much complexity going on, and I believe that's more or less what they do. Yeah. So just making sure that I can code this out correctly. So what we're going to do is in our return statement here, which we have the return the to-do app, we're going to define a router. Okay. And the beauty of this is we have the auto importing. Okay. So routers right here, I see auto import from React Router. Although I think it's React Router DOM. Let me click on this and see what it does. Interesting. Let me just double check that documentation. Does it say, yeah, from React Router DOM? That's interesting. It didn't. It swung and missed there on the import. I believe these are two different things, because it should be from React Router DOM. So the auto import. Let me go back to the auto import there. Control space and see. Was there another? No. I wonder why that missed. Because this is really what we want to do, right? We want to import this stuff. Boop. And there's another little tidbit in here when we import. You can actually rename some of these components that we're importing. This syntax is different. I haven't talked about the syntax yet with the curly brackets, but I will get there eventually, I promise. For now, let's just focus on what they've done here. Normally, I guess the name of the tag, if you will, that we use, it's called browser router. Right? By default, it's browser router. If I did not do this as router, if I delete this, this return tag down here would have to match browser router. But I guess because we're lazy coders, we don't like to type a lot. So you can rename. You can say as a router. In the only purpose of doing that is just to save ourselves typing. So instead of having to say browser router now, we can just say router. That's all that does. So whenever you see import something as something else, it's called an alias. That's all that is. It's just giving you another way. If I wanted to be crazy, I could say R or something like that. And then it would just be the R tag, but that would be a little bit too, that's not verbose enough. We don't want to get, too crazy with our naming. Okay. So we can wrap everything in a router. And this is typically what I see is in the app.js file, everything in the return statement is wrapped in the router. Okay. And then we can start to define some endpoints, which I believe they use something called switch, which is like a switch statement. If you've ever used a switch statement in the world of coding, it's kind of like an if statement. I would say it's exactly like an if statement. So the switch they do here, they use a switch, and then they use these routes. And I'll get into what the ramifications of using a switch statement here. I guess they say it right here. A switch statement looks through its children routes and renders the first one that matches the current URL. I might be able to demo why this is important. Yeah, we'll see if we get there. The ramifications of that are important to understand. So switch, and then what is it? Path, or no, route as. So we have a route with a path is equal to, and we'll just say /. So the / is kind of like, it's sort of like the catch-all, but the / is like the root of the application will render the to-do app. Okay, now we can do another route. Let's do another route that's like path equal to / I don't know, let's say dashboard, just for the sake of demonstrating what this does. We can have another component inside of here, inside of / dashboard. Let's say we want to create a brand new component called dashboard component, right? We could put dashboard right here, but this doesn't exist yet. So it's underlining it in red saying, I don't know what a dashboard component is. So what we'll do is we can go into our components folder, add another one, we'll call it dashboard. And then within dashboard, I think the proper naming convention, I did some research on naming conventions. When we do a new file here, it should probably be called index.js is what I've learned about the proper naming conventions. The folder has the component name, and then within it, you have index.js for all of them. I believe that's the proper convention. I haven't toyed around with that just yet. For now, I'm going to stick with this sort of redundant naming convention of having another word dashboard in there because I like to commit to my mistakes. So we'll do that for now, and then maybe in a later session we'll pretty this up. We will, tidy up our code. So here we're creating a brand new dashboard component, and all these components are, you can think of each of them as a little view, right? A little part of a bigger web page, if you will. Each component can be used as a part of a bigger HTML file, is what my mind goes to. So each piece of the HTML file can be components. So we're just creating a component here. A component could be the entire page as well, right? But in this case, dashboard could be the entire page. In any case, I will type in React stateless component, RSC, and hit enter. That will autocomplete for me and create my dashboard component, which right now just returns nothing except for an empty div. We'll have a little, H1 tag here saying OMG, a dashboard. Again, just for display purposes only here. So now we can go back to our app.js file where we put, remember in the route with the path / dashboard, we have this dashboard component. It's still confused about what this is because we need to import it, right? If I try to control space on it, does it figure out? Yes, it found the right component. If I just click, it should import it. Let me see. Did it import it correctly? Yes. It imports it up top. Okay, so now we have two paths, if you will. One is the root path, which should render our to-do app component, and then we have a dashboard, which should render our dashboard component. The question is, will it? So let's see. We are at localhost 3000. I did not test this code before I started this recording, so forgive me if all heck breaks loose. But let's go to /dashboard and hit enter. Did I spell that right? Board. So it did not render the dashboard view. Hold on. Did I /dashboard /dashboard? Okay. So now let's debug because that should have worked. This is the pain you go through for not practicing first. So it's learning time, ladies and gentlemen. So why did that not work? So in our switch, we have route path equals. So inside of the switch statement, the switch statement usually, I wonder if I need to use the word exact. Let me give this a shot. Usually I have exact path, Would that change anything compiling? Have I confused it? It looks like it refreshed, but it did not still render my view. Unless, maybe because it's hitting this one first and it matches here first. That's probably the implication of the switch statement that I wanted to talk about. Let me move this down, okay, and refresh. There we go. Oh my God, a dashboard. So there's the implication that I meant to get to. I forced myself into that implication. So with the switch statement, as explained on the ReactRouter.com website, a switch looks through its children routes and renders the first one that matches the current URL. That's what we just ran into. Maybe I planned this all along. So what happened was we are inside of the switch statement, and previously our root path was the first thing in the list. What happens is the /dashboard path does match with this path, because I did not have the word exact there. So because I did not have the word exact, it's just saying, hey, does my path of /dashboard have a / in it? Yes or no? And if you look at the path /dashboard, does the path /dashboard have a / in it? Yes, it does. Therefore, it was rendering the to-do app view component and then not doing anything else and exiting the switch statement. Okay, so that's why we were seeing the to-do app here. If I put the word exact in here and then save it, if all goes well, if I refresh, I'm at /dashboard, it's still doing /dashboard. If I go back to just the root and say enter, then we should see the to-do app. So the word exact here is very important. Typically, this is what you would see in the real world. You would see exact used everywhere for every route, except for, this is the sort of catch-all that I see. We'll have another path that matches everything at the bottom. Important that you put this at the bottom because this will be the last one that it considers. And then you have some sort of a page not found view. You'd have like a 404 page, because that's sort of what's happening here. Is if for some reason someone has typed in a path that doesn't exist, exact path that doesn't exist, it would hit this page not found, which is kind of what should be happening, right? So we could quickly create that component just to, be tidy about it. We can have a page not found or a 404, or whatever you want to call it, component. And then put a new file in there, call it page not found. Let me fix that. Page not found. React stateless component, RSC, enter, boom. Page not found. And all this can say is like an H1 tag, 404 not found. Doesn't have to be pretty, ladies and gentlemen. So now we can have 404 not found. We go back to our app.js. We need to import it. Important that we import. So we'll go to control space here at the end. Import, save. Now, if we go to like /WTF, it should say 404 not found. Right? So now we have a built-in mechanism for detecting invalid paths or endpoints. If we go back to the root, we see our to-do app. If we go to /dashboard, oh my God, a dashboard. Let's talk about a little bit about imports, because this is another, so this steps away from the concept of routers and back to the fundamental functionality, really, of the JavaScript language. React just is based off of JavaScript, so this is a JavaScript thing, but React also uses it. React has this idea of importing and exporting stuff, okay? I don't know how to, I guess functions really is what it's doing. You can import and export functions. And there's two ways to do this, as far as I know. I'll get to link in a second. It's that's a separate topic. Really, right now, it's underlining it in yellow because I'm not using it. I can just delete it and then it's happy, right? I was trying to import something that was never used, so it was complaining and saying, hey, why are you importing this thing that you're never using? Again, this is, what's the word? It's like anyway, I don't know how to say the word. It is just like in Java, when you organize your imports and there's no import and there's imports that you're not using, it will get rid of it, right? That's sort of what I just did there. But that's a separate concept. I want to talk about importing and really exporting in the world of JavaScript. That also applies to React. So we have some imports going on here, but you might notice a difference. You have import here with to-do app that does not have curly brackets around it. And then we have an import up here that has curly brackets around it. So you might think, oh, the brackets are like optional and they don't really matter, or vice versa. If I were to wrap the to-do app in brackets and save this, everything breaks. Okay, so these brackets mean something. Let's see what they said. So attempted to import error, or attempted import error to-do app is not exported from blah, right? So imports and exports, these are important, not just in economics, but also in the world of programming, specifically with JavaScript. Let me talk about the syntax. One way that we can look into the syntax where we don't use brackets is inside of the to-do app component. So let's go in there. What you'll notice is at the bottom, we are exporting to-do app, but we're using this keyword in the middle, export default. Every component that you build, okay, this to-do app is considered a component because this is the entire thing right here. This is the entire component. This to-do app component, every component in general should have at least one default exported value, default exported function, I should say. So by default, the to-do app is what is being exported. In other words, this is being sort of publicly accessible to anyone else, any other components inside of your app. Okay, this is the concept of public in the world of Java. We are exporting it and making it public to everyone. All right, that default export is when you would have to use this syntax of import that thing that you are exporting without the curly brackets. Okay, a default export does not use brackets when importing somewhere else. Okay, I'll say it again. A default export of a component does not and should not have the curly brackets when importing inside of another component. Okay, whereas the curly brackets are when you have sort of non-default exports. Okay, so let me show you an example of that, because right now the only example of that we see is inside of React Router DOM, which I don't own that code and I can't. I guess I could go in and if I click on it and go to it, you're going to be, this is a bit too much for you to look at right now. It's kind of like looking at the the source code inside of Java. It's a bit wordy at the moment, so let's not worry about that. Let's do it ourselves. So let's go into the to-do app, for instance. And when you would use these non-default exports, if you will, is when you would have a function inside of a component that you do want to make public above and beyond just the entire component itself. For instance, let me think, I need to make sure I do this correctly, but it'll keep me honest if I don't do it correctly. Let's say we have a function. We have a function inside of the to-do app that will do what? It will. Let's make it simple. Let's do a simple, add item function where you're adding an item to the to-do list, and we'll have a console log statement. Okay. If you missed that, I typed in the word log and then I hit enter because the first option here is to automatically put out a console.log. Just like in the world of Java, I do SISO for sysout and then hit enter or control enter or whatever, or control space enter. Same thing here. You just type in log and then enter and you get a console log. So it's a little shortcut. And we can say in here, we can say adding item to do list. Okay. Let's say that this function that's currently not being used, currently it is a private function. It is only accessible within the to-do app component. No other component can access this. Therefore, it is underlined in yellow saying, hey, you're declaring it, but you're never using it. What gives? Well, let's say that this add item we want to make public. we would go down and, oh God, forgive me, because I can't remember the syntax to do both, is you add in, is it a comma and then brackets and then add item? No, I might need to Google this. Or like this? No. Why struggle when you can just go to the Google? So React export default, and we'll see some, what does it do? That might not give me the example that I want, though. Let me also, my computer's freezing. So default, yeah, is there no, come on, someone, come through with the win here with examples of import, So you can see export is an ES6, ECMAScript. If you didn't know what that was, that's what JavaScript is based off of. ECMAScript 6 introduced this functionality of exports and imports with default function with parameters, the props. How would I Google this? Exporting. Really, I should probably type in ES6 exporting, but importing, exporting. Show me importing, export default. So export like this. Okay, I think then we need to do, so we can say export add item. And it's not defined. Why? Oh, is that because I need to move this outside of the scope? Hold on one second. Yes. So that's a side note. I'll get to that in a second. And then can I say, is it a separate line export default? To do item or to do app? Yes. Okay. I believe this is how you do it. So two things happen there. So as you can see, we can export individual functions outside of the default one that we want to export. Typically, in every case that I've seen, when you export default, you're exporting typically the entire component, right? You're making the entire component public and visible outside by default, because this is the main thing, the main component that you want to be importing elsewhere. And then along with that, you can export other things. Although I'm still not perfectly convinced that this is the correct syntax, but let's just go with it. That's the first thing that we did. The second thing we did was it couldn't find add item, because add item was defined inside the scope of the to-do app component. This, moving it down here, made it visible to the export statement where you can export this add item as well. So that was important to understand. You can't export a function that is directly nested inside of the to-do app component or whatever component here, like the default one. You can go below it and define more functions here. I'm trying to think of the Java analogy for this, but I can't think of one. This is a bit JavaScript specific. Now, if I save, this might still break everything. So give me a second while I minimize this and say save. You're just going to break everything. Okay, looks like it still worked. Good. So what this implies is that this add item should now be visible outside of the to-do app. In other words, I should be able to, let's say, how would I do this? This might not be the greatest way to do this. In the App.js, how would I get access to that function? I guess I would import it up here, right? I would say, again, this syntax now, is it comma and then add item? Yes. So now I have access to this add item function, and maybe I can do it right here. I can then execute this add item function at the top of the rendering of the App.js. I don't know why you'd ever want to do this, but this is an example of how you could pull a function defined in another component. This is usually done in services, for the record. You'd have functions defined in a service that get exported. You'd export all the services functions, like, adding an item, updating an item, deleting an item, etc. It's the CRUD functionality. You'd have that in a service, probably a, to-do service. Export them all, and then you can import those with this syntax in other functions or in other components where you could then use them before you rendered out the view, because that's, helpful. So if we go to the console here, if I hit F12 and bring up the console, hopefully, if all goes well, there you go, adding an item to to-do list. So that just shows you that, yes, it actually executed this code when we rendered the screen, and it Yeah, added it to our console because that's what the add item function does. It just does a console log. Okay, so what we learned there was the idea of what the difference is between a default export and the, I guess, non-default exports when you're exporting functions. And like I said, typically you would see this inside of a service, not inside of a plain old component, which is essentially just a view. It could happen. I don't want to say it never happens, but typically when I see that, it's part of a service, not a view. So
when you define a service, it's not supposed to return a view, right? That's only for internal work.
Yes. So
right, okay.
With a service, it would just be a bunch of functions. There's no like master like component, if you will. You're not doing a default export most likely in a service, because if you have a service with a bunch of like, add item, update item, delete item, whatever item, which one of those is the default, right? That doesn't make sense. You wouldn't really pick one that's a default because they're all useful equally, right? You're doing CRUD. Which one do you choose, right? Which child is your favorite? You can't pick one. So you would use just this. You wouldn't export any default. There would be no default export. It would just be all with this syntax that I've highlighted on the screen.
So I think you showed multiple non-default import, right?
Multiple non-default imports. Yes, that goes right back here. This is how you do multiple non-default imports. They are comma separated inside of the curly bracket notation.
Okay, so the dashboard, I think that also looks like, oh, the page not found is the default one.
And page not found has also a default. So
okay,
again,
so which one is actually the default one? Page not found?
So each component, which is just like a Java class, think of each component as a class. Each component will have its own default export statement. It is exporting itself. So in the world of Java, we have a class. Typically speaking, all the classes are declared as public. Public class this, public class that, public, 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 public. It's always public. This is the exact same concept. Every component we make is immediately exported default, which makes it public. Any export will make it public, but export default just means this is like the main component. This is the main purpose of this thing is it's most likely to be used as a component, not as a service and not as a factory of methods, if you will. That's kind of what a service is a factory of methods. All it has is methods and there's no view related to a service. Whereas when you have export default, I don't want to say it's always implied that it's a view, but it is strong. There's a strong correlation between export default and a view. Okay. Page not found is a view. Dashboard is a view. Page not found, dashboard. Where's the other one? Oh, to do app is a view because we're export default to do app.
One of them has by default.
Each one of them has their own export default.
Okay.
So the to do app component has an export default to do app. The dashboard component has an export default dashboard. The page not found has an export default page not found, which can then be imported anywhere else. Right? It's public. It means you can import it anywhere else, which is why we take all three of these files, page not found, dashboard, and to do app, and we import them here in the app.js. This is where we import them.
But there wouldn't be a use case to not export the main thing, right?
When it's private.
But then you don't have.
Oh, sorry, not export the main thing?
The main component, like the view of a dashboard.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd ever do that. That would be, in my opinion, that's pointless. You'd have a useless component. Yeah.
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 So I'm just asking because in Java you don't have to type out export this main thing, right?
Unless you get to Java 9 and modules. Modules are
okay.
Yeah. Which is what I said. Hey, I didn't teach you about, so specifically in the bootcamp, at least as of the recording of this video, I didn't talk about modules in the Java bootcamp that I teach. By the way, if you're not in the Java bootcamp, what are you doing? Get on there. Got to slip in that message. yeah, this what you're learning now is exactly, or at least very similar to the Java 9 modules thing. So every time you created a new Spring Boot app in Java, it always said, do you want to use modules? And we always said no, because it just adds a whole another layer of complexity that we don't need while we're building out apps. At least, again, as of recording this video, modules are not too popular in the real world. So
now that browser router.
Yes.
So that is also an import, but in it is a non-default import. Right? Correct.
Because browser router is not in and of itself, it's not a view. It's not something that we look at. It is functionality. We use it as a function, as a means to an end. I guess it's router is what we use to decide based on the URL, which other view do we actually want to render. So we're not rendering a router. We're rendering these components. To-do app is the component, dashboard is the component, and page not found is the component. These are the actual views that we are putting out on the screen, which you can see on the right-hand side here. When we go to dashboard, we see the dashboard component, which is right here. This is the dashboard component that says, oh my God, a dashboard.
Yeah, okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Does React use is 3000 the port number for React as the standard?
Correct. That's the default. Yeah. Can you change it? Probably. I just never do. Once you actually deploy this stuff into the web, it doesn't use that port anymore, right? Just like with a Java app, once you deploy it into the web, you don't go to, like when you don't go to facebook.com port 8080, right? It's just not what you do. You just go to facebook.com. So once you deploy this stuff, the port becomes irrelevant. The port is only important when you are doing your local development on your own machine. One side note that's kind of interesting is it gives you a URL for your own local network. So if I picked up my phone right now, and on my phone, I went to the browser, a browser, and typed in http://192.168.158 port 3000, I would see this app on my phone, which is kind of cool, right? We're doing it locally. And as I change the code on the computer, it would update on my phone, which is pretty cool. So that's just a little neat thing that, again, I don't think you can do that in Java, at least not without some painful stuff.
So your phone is connected to the same internet network as your
yes, computer? You would have to do that. They both would have to be on the same Wi-Fi network for that to work. Yeah, good point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If your phone is just, connected to 4G or something, not your Wi-Fi network, then that will not work. So yeah, good clarification. I think next we can move to our thing called hooks. So we talked about imports, exports. We talked about the router and how to render different, when you go to different paths, you render different views, which are components. Now I want to talk about some of what makes React React. It's where the word React comes from. We haven't talked about that yet in terms of the implication of the name. So let's see. Let's go to the to-do app, and we're kind of all over the place here with these files, but hopefully I find a way to get towards some common ground. But let's talk about React in how it gets its name. So React gets its name because the code reacts to changes on the DOM, the document object model, which is actually a virtual DOM. I don't want to get into the complexities there. A lot of courses jump right into that complexity. I think that's more or less just noise. It's the stuff that happens in the background that is kind of interesting to understand, but not critical to understand in order to get stuff done. We could talk about the differences between the virtual DOM and the actual DOM later. But what happens is, in the world of JavaScript, there's this concept of a document object model. What the DOM is a sort of a tree structure that represents your HTML page and all the elements inside of it. So every tag that you have, every H1 element, every div, every this, every that, every tag is represented in the document object model. It turns those tags into an object model, kind of like JSON-ish. So there's this concept of a document object model. And every time that DOM changes, React can do something. It triggers the code. It's kind of like executing a function saying do something. It's kind of like having a listener. There's a listener that's like a, it's waiting for the DOM to change. And if anything in the DOM changes, that listener's method will fire. Okay, and you can do something with that. That's actually very useful. For example, let's bring in let's go back to the root URL. And this says, hello, my name is John Doe. Well, let's start to put something in here that is a little bit slightly more useful, which is a div with we'll have a label here that says first name. We'll have it say name. And that label will be tied to an input element, a text element, okay? And this text element, should I have an ID in here? Hold on a second. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, let's have an ID. Name. And then this label can be tied to that ID with a for statement, for name. Okay. So, and then we should have, well, this is where the, rendering. This is where you need to start bringing in something to make it look pretty. Oh, do I want to do that right now? I don't want to bring in no, let's just do, what do you think? Non-breaking spaces? We'll do no, you know what? What am I doing? Let's do style. For those of you who don't know, CSS, I apologize because I'm going to do this quickly. One thing to note is with CSS, you can't just do this. You see, I'm getting a warning. Style in the world of React is slightly different. You have to use this crazy notation, which is an object inside of an object. Okay, kind of like here, these brackets here, we can inject JavaScript code here with these brackets, and it's like an expression. You can have an expression in here, something where the code will execute and do something in there, right? That's what we have with the style. We have these first set of brackets that are the expression that go along with this style. Within the expression that we're using, we are creating an object. So it kind of looks like an object in an object, but it's a bit misleading because it's not an object in an object. It's an object in an expression notation, which is confusing. I'll just get to it. So the style here is where we can inject things like, for this label, I want to add margin. Okay, I want to add some right margin into my name here because this name is right up against the text box. So I want to have a bit of margin next to the name. And how do I do that? Well, you might want to put standard CSS, which is margin hyphen right. And you type in I don't know, 1 rem or something like that. But as you can see, it is very upset with me at this point in time. It's very upset with me because with React, this object inside of an expression notation, if you will, does not want hyphens. It does not want regular old CSS. If you go back to margin and hit Control Space, you'll see that there is margin right here. So it's in camel case format is the actual name of the way that we write these words out. It wants it in camel case. That's a gotcha. People will, I messed that up so many times with React. You have to use the camel case notation. You can't just do style with, if you're working with a plain old HTML file. Because remember, all this code that we're typing out is not actually HTML. It's called JavaScript expression notation or whatever, JSX. So they have their own flavor of HTML, and this is just what it looks like. When I save, we're going to see the margin go here. The name is going to, the text box is going to move to the right, and it's probably going to reformat my code. So let's see what happens. Save, boom. So the name now has margin to the right of it, and it's reformatted my code to look like this. I'm not a big fan of this notation in terms of the way the code is laid out. To me, this is more noisy than it needs to be. Too many line breaks, but that's my prettier extension. Again, to remind you, extensions are right here. I use the prettier code formatter, and there's probably a way to change the properties of how it formats my code, but that's sort of the default built-in code formatter inside of the prettier code formatter extension. Anyway, I digress. So there, now we have a bit of padding between the name and the thing. What I want to get to here is this input box. It becomes interesting. It becomes something that I can tie to the DOM. If I go in here right now and start typing stuff in, nothing happens, right? There's nothing is connected. But we can connect the stuff that we type into this input box directly to a variable, such that as we change the stuff in this box, it will update a variable for us with everything that we're typing in keystroke by keystroke. Okay, which is kind of cool. It's kind of the word is binding. We're binding the input box to a variable. Okay, how do we do that? Well, there's a couple steps here. The first step is we start to use something called a hook. Hooks are new-ish as of React version 16 dot something. So this is within the past, I forget, year or 2 or 3. This has been introduced. It's relatively new. In my opinion, it's far better than the older way of doing things. The older way of doing things is more noisy, more verbose, more complex for no reason. In my opinion, the hook, the way you create hooks, is superior. So we're going to do that. The first hook we're going to use is called useEffect. UseEffect is a function. People often get confused about what's going on with this useEffect thing, and they think it's some magical being and it has magical properties that they, it's just a function. It's a function like any other function. UseEffect. When I clicked on it, it imported it right here. It comes with React. UseEffect is built into React. One thing you notice is it has the curly brackets, which means it's just a function. It's a function that was exported from the React library that we can now import. So we're importing a function called useEffect. Okay, this function takes 2 parameters. Okay, the 2 parameters, the first one is sort of a callback, and the second is a dependency list. Okay, again, people get confused about this. UseEffect is a method or a function, a method. You can use those 2 words interchangeably. And this method or this function takes 2 parameters. Okay, there's no magic here going on. There's 2 parameters it takes. The first parameter is an entire object. The second parameter is an array. And we'll get into what that is in a second, but no, sorry, I lied. The first parameter is not what did I say? An object. It's a function. It takes a function as an input, a parameter. So if I wanted to, I could type in the word function here to pass in an entire function and have it do something. However, what you may see more often than not is the arrow notation, which is kind of like lambdas in the world of Java. If you remember lambdas in Java, the purpose of lambdas is to reduce the verbosity, how much code we have on our screen. So you would convert this notation of regular old function declaration. This is actually an anonymous function. It's anonymous because we're not assigning a name to it. We take it and we convert it to the arrow format, which is just like this. We get rid of the word function and we add an arrow. Okay, less typing. Keystrokes, the word function, it's harder to type an entire word function versus one little arrow. Both do the exact same thing, more or less, broadly speaking. But this is what you're going to see. So the first parameter that this useEffect function takes is a function. So it can mess with people's brain. It's a callback function, but I don't want to get into the details of that. So let's take a look at this. And this useEffect hook, let's put a console log. Log. And let's say, hello, I'm the useEffect hook. And let me save it. Well, before I save it, I haven't done it yet. Let me pop up my console. I've got some errors. And let me save. Hold on. I'm doing something? Did I type in I'm doing something somewhere? Oh, yes, I did in the header. So as you can see, there it is. Hello, I'm the useEffect hook. So I'll get into more of why we have the useEffect hook, but all you need to know is that the useEffect hook, as it's written right here, this code is going to fire every single time something changes on the DOM. Every time something changes, boom, 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 it's going to fire, fire, fire. And hold on, invalid property. Did you mean HTML4? I didn't know they had that. So this is a valuable output here. I put 4 equals name. This is again, this is not HTML, Trevor. This is what's called React HTML or React Java JSX JavaScript expression language or notation. So I need to put HTML4 and then save that. Does that make it happy? Let me refresh the screen like this. There you go. The point is when I click on the word name, it should highlight the text box. You see how it's selecting a text box when I click on name? That's all that 4 does. If I get rid of this, it won't highlight the text box when I click on name. That's all that does. Okay, sorry, I'm jumping around. Focus. So useEffect, this is going to happen whenever something changes in the DOM inside of the to-do app component, I should say. So whenever anything changes, this is going to fire. Okay, what we see here is it only fires once. It fires once on load. So the first thing that changed is we went from not having a to-do app component rendered on the screen to having a to-do app component rendered on the screen. One thing happened, the useEffect hook fires once. Why am I talking about this? Because we're about to make it fire a lot by hooking up this input text box to a variable. Okay. The next sort of hook that we can use is, oh shoot, what's it called? Is it use? Oh, I use this so much that I forget. Use state. Okay. Use state. You can see how many use statements there are on here. So there are many hooks. A hook is the generic concept that is used to describe these functions that we are using, that we are implementing. I want to use a use state hook, which again, when I clicked on it, it imported up here. It comes from React. It's built into React. All this use state thing is a function. Its purpose is to allow you to tie state to variables that are in your screen, in your view. Okay. In other words, when I type something in like Trevor, I have now created state inside of this view. The state is the word Trevor now exists inside of this text box. We want to then assign this to a variable that is state. Okay, so use state is what we use to tie state in with variables. How does this work? First, there is a, let's see, it says undefined. There is a default value that you can set, but I won't do that yet. Use state returns an array of 2 things. So you need to define that array with those 2 things. So let me show you. I'm going to declare a variable. The variable at play here is going to be an array with 2 things. I want this to be the name and set name. I'll get into why I'm doing this in a second. Equals use state. This might seem confusing to you, but don't worry. This is just like getters and setters in the world of Java. And then you can set a default value here if you want, like a default name. We can set it to Trevor, for instance, because obviously the whole world revolves around me. So we'll put my name in there. So we have this variable that we have declared. This, like I said, is just like declaring a private string name in the world of Java. Again, I'm focusing on Java. This is just like saying private string name and then having public string get name, and that returns, return name, and having a public void set name, this.name equals name. Oops. String name. It's hard to do this when I'm not in an actual IDE that anyway, it's kind of like doing this, right? It's kind of like having a getter and a setter with a variable declaration. All that's very verbose, right? Java gets a bad rap for being verbose. This entire thing except for I didn't even do the default. I guess the default is kind of like saying equals Trevor right here. That's kind of like what we're doing. All of that 3 lines of functionality is imbued into this 1 line of code. Okay, that's how we do getters and setters and use variables all over the place with React. Use state, default value, getter, setter. Okay, now how do we use this? And we're starting to run out of time, so hopefully I can do this quickly. With the input element, there is an on-change, what you call it, attribute, I guess you could say, that you can define. When this input box changes, it can do something. $17,000 for the person who can tell me what code I should put in here. Just kidding. I'm not paying that out. So in our minds, hopefully this makes sense. When the input box changes, we want to set that value into our variable that we just declared. Okay. In other words, we want to call set name. You see what I did there? On change, set the name. Now, I think this is still not, this might work. Let me say save. Well, how am I going to, we'll say save and see what happens. So first, are there any errors? Name is assigned. Yeah, exactly. So, and yeah, we have to also tie. So if I do something here, yeah, exactly. So you see, as I type something, look what's happening, right? Do you notice? Well, there's 2 things that are happening because I guess this is implied. This is in the header. I guess this is noise at this point. But look, hello, I'm the useEffect hook. Every time I typed a letter in here, what happened? I typed a letter into the input box. It detected a change happened in the input box. It called the set name function. What you don't see here is it's passing the value inside of the text box into set name. Okay. Set name is tied to the use state. So therefore what happens is it changes the name value that's actually being stored in the DOM right now. And then as soon as the DOM changes, boom, the useEffect hook is fired. So one keystroke led to an updating of a variable and the firing of the useEffect hook, because right now how it's configured, that's just going to happen. Okay. But obviously one other thing that we want to, probably show is we can also have another, let's change this to not be a console log saying, hello, I'm the useEffect hook, but let's make this a little bit nicer and say, hello, my name is, and then you could put name. Okay. So now when that might be wrong. What did I do? Hello, my name is synthetic base event. Hold on. Oh, it might be, yeah. Like I said, this might not work perfectly. Let me refresh the screen. And if I say T, yeah, no, I'm passing the entire. So what's happening here is it's passing the entire function in, and I believe that I need to change this notation. So this notation, and stick with me, it should be should be passing it in like this. With, I believe, do I need to pass in? Oh man, I haven't done this in a long time. We need the event. And what is it? .target. Value. I think that's what I do. Oh my God, I'm the best. Okay. All right. So you see, hello, my name is T. Hello, my name is true. Hello, my name is blah, 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 blah. You see what it's happening. Every time I typed in a value, the useEffect hook fires and shows you now the newly changed value of the name variable. So at every step of the way, it changes, right? So if I hit it space, you can't tell, but there's a space in there now. And then as I type in P, it says Trevor P, A, there we go, G, E. Okay. So the first question that you might have is, how is this at all helpful to me, Trevor? Why would I want to do this ever, right? There are a lot of reasons why you'd want to do this. there's plenty of reasons, and you will see those reasons as we go on in our lecture series, if you will, with the React language. But again, I have about 9 more minutes scheduled, and I want to leave time for questions. So I will stop there, and I will ask for questions. Oh, hold on, before I ask for questions, just kidding. If I refresh this page, one thing that's not happening is that default value is not being set. So I think I also need to do one more thing in the input. I need to say value equals name. There. Oh, and then hold on, a component is changing and uncontrolled, blah, blah, blah. This is likely caused by the value changing from undefined to da, da, da. We should not happen to decide between using controlled or, okay. I was hoping that there's a better way to do this. And I can't remember off the top of my head. If I Googled this warning, I would have an answer for you guys, but let's just pretend that the console wasn't up when I did that and it looked like it was perfect. So.
Are you planning to connect any Java code, the server-side Java code, or is it going to be only React JS application?
So, excellent question. My answer is it depends. It depends on how long this whole series goes. If we're at like week 6 and I'm done, then yeah, I'll do that. But if we're at like week 12 and I still haven't, then maybe I will say no. So what I will be doing is I will either choose to service a Java backend and show you how to connect the two, or I will have some sort of, let's call it a server-side proxy, where I will use some sort of library that simulates having a server-side that responds. But really, all this is fetch statements from JavaScript or from React. React will execute a fetch, which is just a GET request or a POST or a PUT or a DELETE, and it will call via HTTP request the back end, right? So you can have it call localhost 8080 with a fetch, and then localhost 8080 can be your server that's running, your Java server. And the Java server can be listening for those endpoints, right? You can say fetch, for example, if I wanted to do, every time it updated, I could say fetch an endpoint like http://localhost 8080, right? And then you could pass in some sort of data, right? You could pass in an application JSON body or whatever that has data like name and Trevor or something like that, and that will pass that data along to the Java backend. Java will be listening on the endpoint. So this is the localhost 8080 is just the default root endpoint. Let's say you want to call /users, like that or something. You want to do a post to create this user or something. Java would just be listening on the /users endpoint, and it would be able to get this as input data as the request body. It would come in as the request body. There's more to it than this. I'm simplifying, but it would come in as the request body. And then you could return a JSON response. So we have done this before when we were working with, in the bootcamp, when we were working with, I think it was the, when did we use a REST controller? When we did the Spoonacular stuff, I think.
Yeah, I think assignment 9 or something.
So it's just like that. It's just like having this, you create a REST controller inside of Java, and it would just, that's all the Java code does. It would accept, requests coming in from here, from a fetch statement on React. It would do something inside of that Java method and return a JSON object, an object that would be, in JSON format. And then here you would say .then, and then you would do something with that returned data, right? So it's not too complex. You've seen it before. It's just, nothing is all perfectly tied together at the moment. But yeah, long story short, if we do have time, then yes, I will show that. Otherwise, I will just have a back-end server side that all it does is just, it pretends it's a server and just returns JSON responses. Because that's all we're doing. We're just working with JSON back and forward. So
you may have answered this already, but I'm seeming to have trouble sort of differentiating between what useEffect does and useState does.
So very common question. They're functions. Both of them are functions. Just remember that. There's no magic going on. They're functions. This one returns data. It returns an array of values. This one doesn't return anything. It just does. It's like a void, function. So keep that in your minds at all times. It's just a function, right? This useState function, its purpose is to store and manage state inside of your view. So it's like, have you ever used local storage with JavaScript or session storage? Yeah, that's what this is, kind of. It's not actually using local storage as session storage. It's using React's way to store value, store state. Okay, this is exactly like declaring a field in a POJO, a plain old Java object, or an entity, or whatever you want to call it. You're declaring a field and you're exposing it via a getter and a setter. That's what useState does. useState has a getter, which is right here. This is where the getter goes. And here's a setter. For example, if we had another variable, let's say we had another variable, which we use useState. This variable has a getter and setter for name and, I don't know, age. You'd have age and set age. And maybe that you can have a default or you can not have a default. You don't have to put anything in here if you don't want to. But you can have a default age of 25 or something if you really wanted to, right? Just to give you another example of useState. useState is just fields, getters, setters. That's all it does. useEffect is what makes React. That's what is unique about it. useEffect, this code fires every time the DOM changes. What I didn't get into in this section, and I can see why you'd be confused, because all we see is this one use case of it. You can have several useEffect methods or functions inside of your code that all do different things. What we did not talk about, if you remember, I was saying useEffect takes two parameters, a function and an array that is essentially dependencies. So I did not show you this notation, okay, where you can pass in an array. That changes the game and changes how this useEffect thing functions. We'll get into that probably in the next session. But the difference between useEffect and useState stores state, stores values, variables, getters, setters, blah, 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 blah. useEffect executes the code whenever anything changes on the screen. Okay, and again, I haven't really gone into why that's useful yet, but I will. And again, we're all over the place right now. I did say I'm building a to-do app. Right now, this looks nothing like a to-do app because I'm doing the teaching at the same time. But it'll start looking more and more like a to-do app as we get sort of the fun features of React. Once you've learned the fun features of React, I'll shape it more towards a to-do application. Hey there, Trevor from the future, coming back at you again for a short interruption this time, I promise. Just a reminder that this entire course is brought to you by the Coders Campus Bootcamp. If you want to check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. If you are someone who's looking to get a job and break into this field of coding, then I strongly urge you to check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. There is a whole wealth of things that we do in order to help guarantee the fact that you will get a job after graduation. Okay? We have a job offer guarantee. That means that I guarantee that once you graduate from this program, you will get a job within 6 months. And if for some reason you do not, I will not stop working for you at no extra cost until you get a job as a coder. That is it, bottom line. The reason why I can say that with confidence is that our graduation or our placement rate in terms of graduates getting a job is like 96% right now. And the 4% who don't are just because they didn't want to get a job. So we pretty much have a 100% placement rate with respect to jobs. And that is because of the curriculum that we have. That is because of the support that you get. That is because we have daily calls. We have one-on-one sessions. We have code reviews. We have everything that you need in order to be armed with all, I don't want to say all the knowledge, because no one ever has all the knowledge, but it's the knowledge that you need to be successful in the real world. We will arm you with that and plenty more in this bootcamp. So if you are interested in getting a job as a coder, this is, in my opinion, one, the fastest way to do it, and two, believe it or not, the cheapest way to do it. I talked about that in the previous little interruption. So I won't go into that in detail, but check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Can't wait to see you in there. Click apply, and hopefully we can have a conversation and see if you're a good fit. Talk to you later. Back to the scheduled content. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this. This is the third session, if you will. Might not be the third video in the series, but the third session with ReactJS. So just to recap from where we left off, I almost said yesterday, last week in the lessons. Let me go to localhost 3000 here. Localhost 3000 is where our app lives. We are building something that very much does not look like a to-do list application. Hopefully today we will address that. Let me just dock this on the side and then make this smaller and then make this, come on, bigger. So yeah, we have this sort of rudimentary, boring application here, and not a lot is going on in the front end that we see, but as we open up the console, and if I start to type stuff in, we get some outputs down here that are tracking everything that we're typing into this text box. So it's sort of, it is reacting to the change in a UI, and it is alerting us that a change has been made to the UI, and then we can do whatever we want with that. So the obvious thing that makes absolutely no difference, but it's just something that was, irking me because I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, was we could just type in name here. My name is name, right? So when I hit save, it'll refresh the page. Now it reflects what we type in here, right? So we can actually, Trevor Page, my name is Trevor Page, right? So I don't know why I didn't do that last time, but there you go. Instead of doing it in the console, we could have just done it right here on the screen. So now if we get rid of the console, there you go. Again, why would we want this to happen? Well, you'll see as we go through the course, you'll see why this concept is powerful and useful and absolutely necessary as we go. So let's introduce one more thing with this. This again, recalling from last time, this is the useEffect hook. This is what allows us to keep track of the changes that are happening on the screen. This is what makes React React. This is one of the more important parts of React, in my opinion. But we're gonna riff off of this, if you will, and do something slightly different. I'm gonna copy paste this and have two iterations of this code with one difference. So, as I mentioned before, the useEffect hook, and I say the word hook, it's just a method. Again, don't be too concerned about naming the name of this thing. I call it a hook because it's a category of function. Just like when you say constructor in the world of Java, a constructor is just a special kind of method. In this case, this hook concept is just a special kind of method. It's a method that can react and fire itself, invoke itself in certain circumstances. Just like a constructor is fired, is executed when you construct an object, these useEffect methods can be invoked or fired in certain circumstances. One of which is this. The useEffect hook, which is just a method, the useEffect method takes two parameters. The first parameter is an entire function. Again, I will reiterate, this is JavaScript we're dealing with. JavaScript allows you to pass entire functions as parameters. I believe Java now has this functionality now that we have lambdas, and you can have a lambda and you can pass that lambda and so on and so forth. It's not as direct as we do here in JavaScript, but that concept was sort of introduced in the world of Java a little bit, sort of recently. But yeah, with JavaScript, the first argument that we're passing into this method is an entire function. The second is an array. It's an array of dependencies. And I'll get into what a dependency means in just a moment. First, I'm going to have an empty array. If I pass in a dependency list of nothing, that means that essentially this entire useEffect hook is dependent on nothing. What that means is, I'll show you. I'm run on, or I was run inside of the, let's call this, we'll call this the no dependency useEffect method / hook. Now, with this second useEffect method, I'm going to have, again, the entire function is the first parameter that we're passing in. The second parameter is another list of dependencies. This one is not going to be empty, though. This one is going to have name in it. Okay? And I'm going to save this and open up my console. And here's what you're going to notice. Let me move this up a bit. Let me clear my console and refresh the screen. There. So, oh yeah, I need to get rid of this. Hold on. Let me go to the header and get rid of I'm doing something, because that's just noise at this point. That was just to illustrate something else before. And let me refresh the page. You can see I was run inside of the no dependency useEffect hook or method. And then you can see hello, my name is Trevor. Now let me change the UI and add a space and add PAGE. So what you're going to notice here is that what has happened down here is it has run the code inside of this useEffect hook many times, and the code inside of this useEffect hook only once. Okay, so when we pass in no dependencies, this is essentially the onInit method. Okay, AKA kind of like a constructor. Okay, it's not a constructor, but it's kind of like a constructor. This code will only run once when this function, this functional component, is created. So it's kind of like a constructor. So that's what happens when you pass in no dependencies. When you pass in one dependency, what this means is it's going to pay attention to, and I say it, this entire function, this useEffect method, this useEffect function, method and function I use interchangeably. They both mean the same thing. It's paying attention to this variable name. Okay, so when this variable changes, this code is invoked. This code fires. So that's pretty cool. Anytime there's a change to a certain variable, which if you remember, this variable is hooked up right here to this input box, right here, on change. When this input element changes, we are invoking the setter method that is related to the name variable, which is displayed here, but the name variable will be updated, and I'll explain what this is in a moment. But we're modifying the value of name when this input is changed, and when that name changes, this name variable will change. This useEffect hook says, "Oh, hey, I'm paying attention to that. I'm listening to that variable, and I just noticed that the variable changed, so I'm going to fire my function that's being passed in right here as the input to this useEffect hook." So as the name of the variable changes, as the value of the variable changes, it invokes this code here, which outputs the value to the console here. Okay, because that's what we're telling it to do. So, so there's these two, although they have the same name, they both say useEffect, they have two vastly different behaviors. This one fires once. This one fires only when the name is changed, okay? So you can have an unlimited number of useEffect methods that listen to an unlimited number of variables, and it can even listen to more than one variable at a time. So if we had another variable, like let's say we had age, and the set age equals use state, and we set set no default value, we can have this also listen to the age variable. Okay, and then we can have it say, hello, my name is and then we can have it say, and I am, how would I do this? Let me do this first. Age, years old. Okay. And let me set a default value. Let me set it to like, I don't know, 20 or something. So when I refresh this, it says, hello, my name is Trevor and I am 20 years old, because the value of age changed right here. You didn't see it, but as we set the default value, it changed the value of age and it fired this useEffect hook. Is that true? No, maybe I just lied to you. I might have just lied to you. It fired because, well, maybe it did fire because it was both. I actually can't explain that, actually. I was expecting it to see it twice. Let me refresh. It fires once. So maybe that's firing because this changes here. Maybe it fires here. Because the name is being set here and the age is being set here. So I would have expected to see it react twice. But maybe I am mistaken because maybe it's in here. If I comment this out, sorry, this is just discovery at this point. I'm going to comment out the input box and see if anything gets outputted. It does. So I guess maybe it changes them both at the same time and therefore it only reacts once. Let me challenge my own code and put another input box. We'll have another type equal to, let's say number this time. The ID will be age. On change, same thing here. And I'll, again, explain this notation next. I wasn't planning on going into setting another variable, but here we are. Oops. And then do we need another follow-up? I guess value equals that age variable. Okay, 20. And then we can actually set a label for it. Let's do another div. Let's move this out of a div. Let's create another div and let's have a label that just says, oops, label is age. And then we can, oh no. Sorry. I lost my clipboard. Copy, redo, paste. There we go. Okay, all that work just to make it do this. So if I refresh the screen, it says, hello, my name is Trevor, I'm 20 years old. If I click the up arrow, yes, 21, 22, 23. So you see it fires the same useEffect hook because it's listening to the age as well. As the age changes, it fires this code. Or if I update my name, space PAGE, it's going to fire as well, again, in the same method, right? In the same useEffect hook. So if I were to get rid of this dependency of age and then save, first it's going to give me a warning and it's going to say, hey, it looks like you're looking at a variable called age, but you don't have it listed as a dependency. That might be a bug. So it's sort of letting me know that, warning me that I might have done something bad. It's not always correct, but the warning is usually pretty on par. Because watch, now if I change the age, nothing happens, right? It's not firing the hook because this useEffect hook is not also listening to the age variable changing. When I put it back in and refresh and then hit the up arrow, then it's going to fire because it's listening. So that was a long further introduction into the useEffect hook and its power. I will pause there and ask for questions. Have I confused anyone, or are we good?
When you have two use effects, I think the hooks, if they're the same name and they do two different behaviors, is that kind of like polymorphism in a way?
I would not categorize it as polymorphism. I see how you would get there. Polymorphism is more having two methods declared with the same name, with two different functionalities based on parameters. So we're not actually defining this function in terms of how it works. We're invoking this function. So it's just like invoking any other function with a different set of inputs. That's all that's happening here.
Okay.
Right? But I totally see how you went there, and that's the difference. Is we're not defining the function, we're just invoking it. So
polymorphism is same name, but which method to call is decided at the runtime. right?
Exactly. Yeah, and that can happen too with variable types. So like if you're programming to an interface or something, and you have a list, but you've declared this list as an array list. Like how does it know to make it an array list, right? It sort of happens at runtime. That's sort of you have more control there in terms of the declaration of things. Whereas this, like I said, we're just invoking a function. That's the difference.
For the useEffect methods, you said that they are closer to constructors. Does that mean that we sort of put them in its own sort of JavaScript sort of POJO as far as constructor are concerned, and then we just have a whole bunch of different useEffects? Or
so I'm just gonna cut you off. This specific useEffect hook is like a constructor. This one is not like a constructor. That's the first thing I want to emphasize. This is like a constructor because we're passing in no dependencies specifically. So it is essentially dependent on nothing, which means on load, I guess that's why we saw this happen on load. On load, it will just execute the useEffect hooks regardless of anything. But then as things change, this one will never fire again. This whole useEffect hook specifically will never fire again because it's not dependent on anything. So it's not listening for any changes on anything. It just, fires once and that's it. So I guess to answer your question, no, you would not have a quote unquote POJO. POJOs aren't really a thing in JavaScript with, this and there. Like that's not how I would code it. No. React is more based on coding out components like we have, and the components might have their own state that they're managing individually. But we won't have like a separate, like a POJO type thing going on. And again, those are kind of two different worlds that I wouldn't say collide in any way, shape, or form, because the idea of POJO doesn't translate over to JavaScript in my opinion. So. All right, so my design. Oh no, right. Before I go into what I wanted to do, which is make this look more like a to-do app, I wanted to explain this for a second because I typed this in quickly and then never talked about it. So what's happening here can be rewritten in another way. So again, first there's this concept of on change. This is a JavaScript concept. You can have an on change sort of attribute or property that is tied to certain HTML elements that allows you to sort of inject JavaScript code into it in certain instances. On change is essentially an event, and that's what's happening here is it's sort of like a listener for an event. So what's happening is with on change, if the input element changes in any way, shape, or form, it's going to execute, bless you, it's going to execute this code. Okay, if I hit enter and say on, or type in on, there's a whole bunch, a plethora of things that you can use in terms of events. Okay, so like for example, on drop, this is like a mouse event. When you've clicked on something and you dragged it into a box and then you're dropping it by lifting up your finger off the mouse, that's called a drop event, right? You can put JavaScript in here to say, hey, when someone drops something in here, do something, right? You can have on key up. So if they push down a button and then they let up a button on their keyboard, on key up, it'll trigger an event. On key down, you can trigger an event, et cetera, et cetera. On mouse up, on mouse down, on paste, on blah, 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 blah. There's a whole bunch of different events that you can use, okay? The one that tends to make the most sense with an input element, which is just an input box that you see here, on change tends to be the most popular one. That's the first thing. The second thing is on change expects you to give it a function. And that's what I've done here. I've given it a function. By definition, let me retype this out so it looks different. This that I've typed in here is, failed to compile. Why did it fail to compile? I forgot a closing bracket. This, passing in a function like that, is exactly more or less the same thing as this notation here. So just remember that this notation, this notation is just a short form, right? This arrow function business is just a short form that allows you to not have to type in the word function. But remember, that's what onChange, that's what it's expecting. It's expecting you to give it a function, kind of like a callback. In the world of JavaScript, I haven't talked about callbacks in this series, but basically what happens is if anything changes with this input box, it's going to invoke this function. That's essentially what a callback is. It'll invoke this function. And this function, there's this little variable here that I called E. I can call this whatever I like. I can call it event, because that's actually what it is. Because this is on something, on change, on click, on mouse down, on key up, on whatever, you put the word on in front of any of these events, all of them expect a function and will pass in the event that actually happened that triggered that event. Okay, so when onChange is triggered, it's going to let you know the details of that event. So that's what we're using here. We're looking at the event. And if I do a console log on this guy and type in event, we should be able to see what happens inside of our console. What is this? This is for the name. So if I type in, I don't know, an exclamation mark, we can see the event, right? I've told it to do a console log on the event parameter that we're passing in. So we actually take a look at that event, right? We can take a look at it. We can say, oh, the target for that event was the input box. And when I hover over it, you can see that's where it went, right? Because the event could have been anywhere on the screen. That's just where this event was. If we look into the target, which is what I was looking at, you can look at the value of that particular target type. Where is it? Down here somewhere? Where's the value? Value. If I click, there you go, hover over it. Now you can see the value. So that's where I'm getting that from, right? That's how I know what the value is of that text box in order to do something with it, like output it to the console. So just so you know what that actually means, event.target.value, it's literally looking at this text box and it's grabbing the value of that text box after it changed. And we're taking the value of that text box after I changed it and setting that into the name variable. So that's the magic under the hood that you see going on here. Just, oh, I noticed something changed. What is the new value of the thing that just changed? Here it is. Set that into my variable called name, which then updates the value of name. Oops, updates the value of name. And then because we're listening to the value of name, useEffect says, oh, the name just changed. I need to do something. And then we output that name to the console. So that's the sequence of events that get triggered with one keystroke. A flurry of activity happens. So now, having said that, this notation is a bit more noisy, which is why we prefer to not use the name function. We delete that, and then we get a compilation error because we need to put the fat arrow, is I think what they call it, the fat arrow syntax. So it's just a little bit less noisy. I can save it. It literally does the same thing. It'll output the event. If I type in like 3 or 4, it'll output the event to console and so on and so forth. So that's what that means when I'm saying, when you see E is the abbreviation that we use because, again, we're being lazy coders and we're not actually typing in, because this is a convention that is used often. It's just the letter E, the single letter E means event in the world of JavaScript. Let's move on to the more fun stuff. So the purpose of this now, I want to start to make this a lot more real world and make this more like an actual to-do application, right? Because again, like I've said many times, this does not look like a to-do app. So what are the components of a to-do app, right? We have this header. For now, let's leave the header alone. And the footer, again, let's leave the footer alone. There's a semicolon here, and I looked at this before we started. I don't know where this semicolon is coming into play. I imagined it was in the footer. I looked in the footer.js, and there's no like I thought it was this. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe to wrap this whole thing like this and save it. No, because then it just takes it away and puts a semicolon. I don't know where this semicolon is coming from. It's driving me crazy. So if anyone happens to see code That might be, maybe it's in the App.js. Oh, it's right there. Oh, I was looking everywhere. Delete, save. There we go. Whew, guys, that was bugging me so much. Okay, so getting more on point. We can leave the header alone for now, and leave the footer alone because that's not really the critical path that we want to look at in terms of creating a to-do app. But what should we have? What are the components that we should have in terms of a to-do app? This is a to-do list, right? Well, you need a mechanism to add an item into our to-do list. We need a mechanism to delete the item. We need a mechanism to update the item, and we need a mechanism to read all the items. In other words, the CRUD functionality for this application is the first place I would look. So let's start with the easiest part of CRUD. The easiest part of CRUD, in my opinion, is the reading of the CRUD. The reading of the CRUD, the reading of the data. So in order to read the data, we first have to have data from which to read. So let's just start with the easiest, lowest hanging fruit, which is let's just create some data first. Let's create it, and then we'll work our way backwards from there or forwards from there. So first thing I'm going to do is remove this add item because it's noise at this point. It's not doing anything valuable. I used that to demonstrate something. And I'm going to delete all these comments. We're still going to keep our structure. Again, this app.js file is the root of our program. This is where it starts. When we start the program, it looks at the app.js file first and goes into this first set of code. Okay. In this first set of code, we have the routes here, which are like controllers that listen to endpoints and render the page differently depending on where we are. So right now, the path that we're on is just the root path, which is right here. We exactly match the root path. So it's rendering the to-do app component, right? So if we click into the to-do app component, this is where we've been this whole time, just to give you, again, another refresher on what's going on here. So inside of the to-do app, which is right here, the stuff that I've highlighted on the screen, let's start by having some data to work with. So to do that, I'm going to declare a variable. The convention in JavaScript and in React is to declare it as a constant first. Constant meaning doesn't change, meaning not really variable. It's a constant. If it does need to change, then we can declare it with another word later, but we'll start with const and see how it goes. I'm going to be very generic and call this the data. Okay, so const data equals, and I'm going to make this an object. So since we're in the world of JavaScript, JavaScript objects are created like this. You have curly brackets, right? So curly brackets can be used as defining scope, like a function's scope, but it can also be used to declare an object type of variable. So in here, in a JavaScript object, it expects keys and values, right? It's kind of like a hash map in Java, keys and values, keys and values. Keys are typically strings. Values are whatever you like, and they're separated by a colon. So the first key for this data, if you would imagine what should our to-do app data be, it should actually be more than just keys and data, keys and values here. I guess no, I would put a key. What would I do? No, I would do an array. Sorry, here we go. An array of objects. So each object will represent an item in our to-do list, right? So if we imagine one object as a single item in our to-do list, what does a to-do list item have? It has the actual, what is it called? Like the name of the to-do item. What is this? This is the item. This is the item name. Right? I can say to-do item name, but I'll call it item name. Okay. And then we can hard code something like, get the milk, right? And we can have another key and value. This one would be whether or not it is done, right? And we can have this be false. Okay. So I'm just completely making up data out of thin air. I'm just, spitballing here. That could be one of our items on our to-do list, but there's obviously going to be one item on our to-do list. There probably will be many items. So how do you capture many items, many objects? You use an array in the world of JavaScript. So I'm going to highlight my object. Okay, I've highlighted just the scope of the curly brackets, and I'm going to open a square bracket and watch what it does. Oh, it wraps this entire thing with square brackets. Okay, I love that about this IDE. Visual Studio Code can do this. Eclipse cannot, and I will forever miss the fact that I can't do this in Eclipse. So I've created an array with one object. Now I can put a comma in and put another object, right? And I can sort of copy paste another item name. We'll say, instead of get the milk, we'll say, I don't know, pick up the kids or something. Is done false. And then, hey, maybe for the sake of argument, let's do one more object in this array, and we'll have it be something we've already done, like go to work. And this is done can be true. There. So for the sake of argument, we'll start with a predefined list of items, and we will eventually make this more dynamic, because obviously we're hard coding this in now. That's not very dynamic. We will make this dynamic, but it's a good starting point. So now let me do something intensely unproductive and delete all the code that we've put in here, because it's kind of not that helpful. Instead, we want to return our header. Great. And inside of this div, it shouldn't be hello world. It should say something like, to-do list, right? And inside of our to-do list, we want to have a list of things that we need to do. In other words, we need to take this data and put it into, somewhere under this to-do list header, right? So this is where the magic starts to happen. So let me just delete, how much code? This code. So we're left with something simple. Let me get rid of add item again. We don't need to export it. Save this. And then this is add item is probably over here. Yeah, we're importing add item in the App.js. Let me delete that because we don't need that. It's noise for now. There. So we're back down to a bare bones, just to-do list. But now we have purpose. We have meaning to our lives. We have data from which we can work. So pay attention. This is going to get fun. This is a common thing that we do in the world of React. We make use of, it's kind of like streams in the world of Java. We have streams, and we can, stream is a fancy for loop is what I always say. It allows you to iterate over a collection of items, which is exactly what we have here. We have a collection of items. Okay, in this case, it's an array of objects, an array of JavaScript objects, and we want to iterate over each one of them and output them to the screen. So we want to take this data and transform it into something visually pleasing for our eyes that we can then interact with. So I want to iterate through every single one of these objects in this array one by one and print it out on the screen. Okay, in other words, we're doing the R in CRUD. We are reading the data and doing something with it. So pay attention. Because we are iterating over this data, we are performing an action that is more complex than just typing in regular old HTML. We are iterating over data, which means we need the curly bracket notation. A curly bracket notation inside of the return statement allows you to put JavaScript expressions in here, allows you to put JavaScript code in here to a certain extent. Okay, you can't declare a function in here. If you try to declare a function or something, I don't know if it would let you. Oh, maybe it would. Does it actually let you in here? I didn't think you could declare a function. I'm proving myself wrong. Does that actually work? No, functions are not valid. Why was this? Yeah, so I was right all along. You can't put like functions in here. What you can do is you can take existing variables and work with them. So we have something called data, which is let me use something better. Let me call this to-do items. That's a much better name. I felt dirty typing in data. These are to-do items. So we can take our to-do items and we can do something with them. If I just save this now, probably nothing will happen. Yeah, it just breaks. Because again, we're not doing anything with this. We're not properly doing anything with this. What we can do is we can iterate over it, and we can return an actual JSX statement JSX is the JavaScript expression type language. It looks like HTML, but it's not HTML. But what we can do is we can have this code return HTML. So it's going to do two things. It's going to iterate over each item in our to-do items list, in our to-do items array, I should say. It's going to iterate over each item. And for each item, it's going to return a piece of, well, JSX. It looks like HTML. It's kind of like HTML, but it's JSX. So we're going to essentially return HTML with each of our items in this list. That's the purpose of the code I'm about to write. Okay. And the reason why I'm saying this over and over again is because it's a bit confusing when you just see the code on its own. How do we do this? How do we iterate over them and return just HTML for each item? Well, there's a special function called map. Okay. Map allows us to, what's different about this is in the world of Java, we have to type in .stream first, and then we type in something like .map. But in JavaScript, you actually don't need to type in .stream. It already knows what you mean by when you type in .map. It knows that you're trying to stream through the list of items here because it knows, hey, we have an array of stuff, and it's just, yeah, it's a little bit less noisy, which is nice. But .map is the function that we can use, the method that we can use to take inputs and return something different, a different output based on those inputs. Okay, each input is going to be each one of our individual items. So we want to take this individual item and we want to turn it into essentially HTML. How do we do that? Well, we have the map, which expects, I think, an arrow function, the fat arrow. So we need, the actual to-do item here, fat arrow, and then we have some sort of a function that will return something, return some sort of HTML. So we can have a return what? A div. We can have a return a div, and inside of that div can have a label. What is inside of this label? The item name, because we want to say, get the milk with like a checkbox, right? To say whether or not we've done it. So how do we get the item name? It's right here. The to-do item is the individual object that we are iterating through. That's what I've called it. Again, you can call this whatever you want. My famous example that has made me world renowned is that you can call it dog poop if you really wanted to. It doesn't matter. What it refers to is the individual object inside of this list of items. I keep saying list, this array of items. I'm so used to Java. It's only an array in JavaScript, Trevor. It's the individual item, the individual object in that array. Okay, but a better name other than dog poop is to-do item, the singular version of that plural. So again, this is now, we're in the world of the return statement, which is the JSX world. Okay, so when we're in the world of JSX right now, which is the HTML hybrid, if you will, we can't just type in to-do item dot item name because it thinks that you're typing in HTML. Right? And so all this will do is it'll output, if I save this, it'll just say to-do item dot item name 3 times because there's 3 different items, which is in no way, shape, or form helpful. So what do? We wrap the whole thing in curly brackets. And if I save this, look at this. Get the milk, pick up the kids, go to work. You can start to see this thing take shape in front of your eyes. Now, before I pause for questions, there's a warning in here. And this is specific to the world of React. It's saying, warning, each child in a list. See, it says list. It doesn't say array. It says list. So I'm allowed to say that. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So all that's saying is inside of my .map here for my items, as I'm streaming through my items, as I'm iterating over my items, each one that is returned, each individual child, this is considered the child that we are returning, requires a key property, a way to uniquely identify each one of those objects, okay? So what key could I use to individually identify these items? Well, it would be really helpful if each of these items had an ID, ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. And if I were creating this as an actual app in the real world that was backed by a database, each one of these items would have an ID. So guess what? I'm changing the game and I'm putting an ID in on you so that we can say to-do-item.id. Okay, again, to-do item, where am I getting that from? I'm getting that from here. We're passing that in. That is the name of each item that we're iterating over. And I'm just grabbing the ID from its key value pair here. So I'll save. The warning goes away. Let me refresh just to show you the warning went away. This is just noise at this point where it's complaining about this. We're not using these. So I can get rid of this import statement and save it. And then that warning or whatever goes away. Okay, so we've got these 3 items in the list. And now from here, we can start to do something more useful. Okay, we can do more things than just output the item name. We can actually say whether or not it is done. So we can get creative here. We can get dynamic. So we can say, stay with me here, the label I'm going to change and modify slightly the look and the feel of the label based on the is done value. So again, I'm getting into the world of dynamic coding here. I want to, essentially here, I'll show you what I'm going to do first. I want to add style. And I want it to be, oh no, what's the style for strike through? Does anyone remember the CSS property for strike throughs? I think it's text decoration. Strike through? No. Strike hyphen through? Line through. Line through? Yes. Okay. Otherwise, I would have had to Google that. That was my brain at maximum capacity that you just witnessed. So this is what I'm going to go for is I'm going to add a line through the word if it is marked as done. That's my goal. Right now, all of them technically look like they're marked as done, but that's incorrect. Only 2 are not done and only 1 is done. So only the final one should be crossed out. So how do we get there? We need to add dynamic code here. We need to add expressions. We need to add JavaScript into here. Again, how do we add JavaScript to, let's say, this label? You select the label and you wrap it with curly brackets. Okay, so now we can introduce more dynamic coding. What is the dynamic coding that we're working with here? Well, ideally, we'd want an if statement. Spoiler alert, you can't do this, which is a little bit annoying, but I want to say if to-do item dot is done, then, add a strike through, else do something else, right? But that's actually not, you can't use if statements, which is quite annoying, again, in my opinion. But that's just the way React is in this notation. When we are in the world of return statements and returning JSX, you can't use an if statement. If you are up here, above the return statement, you can go wild. You can put if statements, you can do whatever coding, whatever JavaScript code your little heart desires, you can put it in here, but not when you're in the world of the return statement. So how do we have an if statement inside of the world of returns here? What you can do is you can use let me undo everything that I've done. It's actually not as noisy, which is nice. Hold on, where am I? Save, okay. You can you can inject it right here into the style, because the style is what we want to change. And you can use a ternary operator. So look, we're inside of a curly bracket here. We're inside of the world of being able to use expressions, JavaScript expressions. So we can say, hey, what is the value of to-do item.isDone? Is the value of it equal to true? Question mark. If it's equal to true, then do this statement. In other words, add text decoration. Otherwise, aka else, do nothing. Okay, and I'm going to make this slightly simpler in just a second, but let me save this and witness the greatness that just happened on the UI side of things. Go to work is crossed out. The other 2 are not. In other words, it is functioning according to the data. If I change this data here, oh, my computer's frozen. Give me a second. There we go. if I change this false to a true and hit save, watch what happens to pick up the kids. It crosses pick up the kids out. Okay, so that just shows you it's tied now to the value of these variables. Let me put it back to false and save. It is now not crossed out. So that is, you use a lot of ternary operators. Question mark, the first thing to the right of the question mark is what you do, what you return when it is true. The second thing after the, or after the colon, the second thing after the colon, or the, I guess that's the first thing after the colon. After the colon, it's what happens when it's false. So this is what we're checking to see if it's true or false. If this is true, it does the first thing. If it's not true, it does the second thing. Okay. A slightly easier way to do this is to get rid of the equals true and just say save. Because what this does is it looks for what's called truthiness, which is a JavaScript thing. Truthiness, basically it says, hey, does this variable have any value at all, more or less? And if it does, then it's going to return true. But if the value of the variable is false, then it will return false. Anyway, you can Google truthiness and JavaScript. But this is a common shorthand in the world of JavaScript. But it's important that you understand, I won't get into it now, but it's important that you understand the impact and ramifications of using a truthiness type statement like I'm doing here, but it does make it slightly more readable. Is it done? Yes, then put style in. Is it not done? Then don't put style in. Okay. So, and one more thing I want to do. Can I do this? I want to add the footer here. It's bothering me that it's close to all this stuff. I want to add a little bit of style to this div and say style, and I want to say margin bottom. I'm just going to add some bottom margin of, I don't know, 3 rem. There you go. That sort of pushes it down a bit.
Okay, one question I have is, if you scroll up, we have constant variables, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that they are global variables within that scope.
Within the scope of this function here, yes, within the scope of to-do app.
To do, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we want to declare, do we need to declare local variables at all in any time?
Well, I would say that these are local to this function. If we go out here to like App.js and try to access the variable, the to-do items from within this scope, we would not be able to get access to them. Like, there's no way to say like to-do app dot, what's it called? Yeah. What would they call it? To-do items. I can't say to-do app dot to-do items. Like, it's not visible.
Okay, so that is the scope. Okay.
Yeah. So you can consider these local scope to this function, to this, yeah.
But within that function, I think the return statement here in line number 33 or whatever. Yeah.
29?
28. Yeah, 28, right? So that is within that scope also, right?
Yeah, so we're working within the scope of this bracket here. So from here to here.
Okay, but you were able to add, access the to-do item.
Right. So to-do items is here, which is within. So this return here is still within the scope of the entire to-do app function. Okay. So that's still okay. Yeah. All of this, because it's to-do items was declared in the scope of this curly bracket, which goes all the way down to here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But good question. Yeah. Scoping, it's tricky, but yeah, that's why I was able to access to-do items from right here, because it was declared within the right scope. Yeah.
So always one JavaScript file has only one function, right? In this case, like if you scroll up, we have the to-do app.
Yeah, that's not. This is actually an array. This is actually not a function. This is just an array. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, this is here as a stopgap solution. Normally, you wouldn't hard code your data right here. Normally, you would fetch this from an endpoint.
Oh.
So you would fetch this from like the Java backend, which would then query a database and return an object, and then you would get that returned data, and the returned data would look like this.
Okay, got it.
So I'm skipped a few steps and just assume that we've already fetched that data from the backend, and this is what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And so for this to-do app, what is the stack we would say? Just a pure ReactJS.
Currently,
right?
yeah. Currently, it's just pure React. That's all we're dealing with at this point,
Okay,
which is based on JavaScript. We're using JavaScript plus HTML plus. Well, I don't know if we've used any CSS yet. We have some. No, we have a blank CSS file here.
Okay.
But I guess we've done some style, right? There's some style right here. So that's CSS. So yeah, we've used those three technologies, so to speak, but there is no back end to this yet.
Good. Yeah, somebody in an interview asked me this question, like, what is the stack you used in your automation project?
Yeah.
So
what they're asking for is what front end technologies did you use? In other words, HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, React, Vue, like what are Angular? These are all front end technologies. And then what server side technology did you use, which is like Java, C++, C#, Python, Objective-C, Swift, blah, 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 like all the, actually Swift is not anyway, there's what server side language. And then did you use a database? Did you use a relational database like MySQL, or did you use something like MongoDB, which is more of anyway. So that's what they were asking in terms of that stack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, thanks.
The 5 pillars. That's what I talk about. The 5 pillars is the stack.
Okay. You mentioned, we are not using Eclipse for this implementation, right?
Correct.
But do you prefer using this environment for any other development, or like only ReactJS applications we need as visuals?
So, yeah, VS Code or Visual Studio Code, which what we're using here, is great for any Microsoft languages, as well as a bunch of other languages. Like this can be used to code in Java, but the support for all the different Java features, like a fully functioning web application in Java, it doesn't work as well as Eclipse. So that's where, if you're using Java to create a web app and it's the backend for a web application, Eclipse does have some features, but then again, it lacks features as well. So it's one of those, it could be personal preference. So if you wanted to, you could do everything in VS Code, yes. But there you would probably run into troubles with like running a Tomcat server, web server, which is built into Eclipse nicely, right? You click a start button at the top and it starts your server. In here, I don't know if it's that easy. It might require a lot of manual configuration to get that to work properly. So yeah, most Java coders either prefer Eclipse or IntelliJ. And if you were using React, you would kind of use both at the same time. So when I'm coding, I'm using VS Code for my front end, and I'm using Eclipse for my back end, right? That's sort of, and then I have like Workbench, MySQL Workbench for my SQL stuff. So I have to have like 3 different apps to support the whole application, which is a bit silly, but that's the situation that we find ourselves in currently.
So super quick question. Line 19 and 20, you've got extra commas there.
Yeah. So 9, 14, and 19, if I take them away, delete, 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 and then hit save, it puts them back in. So JavaScript is lenient in that regard. You can put that there. Some people call it the convention to add a trailing comma, just in case you want to add another item. You're not going to, it's going to work. You're not going to forget this, because if I do this, then it fail, right? So this idea of forcing a trailing comma is sort of a convention to save you from running into these problems. So again, I assumed I should have let you finish your question. Sorry.
No, I just was saying, like, I didn't know if that was like, I know that, and I wasn't sure that was a proper convention, or was that like a typo, or is that actually a thing?
It's actually a thing. Yeah. Yeah, that was introduced, I think, so this is a JavaScript thing, not a React thing. I think it was introduced in the ECMA 5, or ECMAScript 5, which is what JavaScript is based off of. It added it in as a thing that it forgives. Prior to version 5 or whatever version it was, if you did have a trailing comma, it would complain about it. It would say, I don't know what you're talking about here. It looks like a typo. But as of whatever version, it's safe to do that. So, and then it's now actually encouraged, I guess. So that was a lot today. That was a lot of stuff I hit you with. The biggest thing is, in my opinion, is understanding what's happening right here with the dot map and the return here. There's a lot of magic that's happening, and all of this could be extracted out, and it probably will be extracted out to yet another component, in my opinion. Or rather, I should say this return statement could be extracted out into another component, and we'll probably do that. It could be extracted out into a to-do item component. So maybe we'll do that in the next lesson and build on the functionality here, add some more UI elements, that kind of thing. So, hey, fellow coder, congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said no, or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the Bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front-end technologies in the Bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the Bootcamp is on the Java language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the Bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the Bootcamp, because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom, and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the Bootcamp, and 2, that the Bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now. In this one, we are going to take a look at the code that we wrote that got us to the point where we had this sort of dynamic, these labels dynamically crossing themselves out based on some data. We'll look at the code. We're going to refactor it a little bit, and then we're going to add some UI elements to add in the crossing out of the stuff. So in other words, marking an item as done. We'll add that component in, and hopefully we'll have time to do more things, but that's all I will commit to at this point. So inside of the to-do app, there's a couple things I want to do in order to refactor the code. One thing I mentioned last time was in this block of code here, we're iterating through each of the items, which are here. It's an array of objects, right? We have one object here, second object here, third object here. So we have 3 objects, which is stored in an array, which is the square brackets, and that's called to-do items. So there's 3 items in the array, and we are iterating through them and mapping the data into this return statement here. So for each of those items, we're turning it into a div and doing some stuff there. Let me just pop this up. So one thing I want to do is I want to turn this into an individual component, right? Just because if you can, what's the word? It's refactoring, and you're reducing duplicate code if need be, but you're more separating out the different elements of the page into components. So if you think of this whole page again as is, this entire page, everything you select, this entire thing that you see on your screen is the App.js component, if you will. It's the entire application that you see here in front of you. But then it can be broken down into a header component, into the to-do app, is that what we called it? Yeah, the to-do app component, which is actually not a great name, because it doesn't really fit that well. We can choose a better name for this component for what I've selected, because really this is like your to-do list items, sort of. And then there's the footer. But here we're selecting a lot of things. This is the to-do list or whatever, the to-do app component. Each of these are individual to-do items, right? So each of these could be considered a to-do item component, right? So that's what I want to do. I want to refactor this so that each of these single lines are individual components, just because that's a good thing to componentize, to separate everything out into their own components. Because when you look at this return statement, you don't really know what all this noise is. If you're just looking at this for the first time, you don't know what all this means by just staring at it, right? But when you turn this into, let's say, let me cut out the code briefly. If you said return to-do item like this, that means something. That's more clear. That is more readable. You're saying, oh, okay, so we're going through not a collection, an array of to-do items, and you're returning an individual item inside of each of those items. So it's just a bit more readable, succinct, and it's broken up into its own components. That's what React is all about. Components, components, components. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and create this to-do item, which means I will go into a component, because that's what this to-do item is. It will be a component, which means it's an element, like a view element, if you will. It has an actual look and feel to it. So we'll create a new folder called to-do item. And then inside of here, again, the better convention, I think, is to do index.js here. But I've already sort of committed to doing to-do item.js, which leads to repetition in so that's not the greatest way. So more do as I say, not as I do. You know what? I guess we can do index.js. I'll switch things up because that's how I roll. So if you remember, when we were creating a brand new component, the easiest way to get started is to use the extension called code snippets, ReactJS code snippets, which allows you to type in RSC for React stateless component. Hit enter, and then bloop, it populates everything here. So here's where now I'm going astray from what I intended to do, and like this isn't a good name now. It's called index, so that's not. I don't like that, right? I want to call it a to-do item. That's what I planned on doing. So I don't know what the ramifications of doing this is, but we're going to all learn together. And then I'm going to paste in that code that I cut out earlier, just so you don't say like, what the heck are you doing, Trevor? What's all this code? Is this predefined code? No, this is just, I cut it out from right here and pasted it into its own component. Okay. So let's go ahead and what should I do first? Let me fix the importing error, because right now it's saying I don't know what this to-do item is not defined. Let me save this file. So I just saved to-do item, even though there's errors in it. I saved it. So now let me hit Control Space here and see if it finds the file. Yeah, so now this is correct. It's in components, to-do item, index. If I click on it, okay. Yes, actually that looks a lot better. So this is the suggested convention, naming convention. To be a little bit more explicit, ReactJS doesn't have a specific naming convention structure, whatever, when it comes to naming everything. It is unopinionated, is what stance ReactJS takes. It is unopinionated. You do whatever you want to do. which sounds great, but it's actually a bit confusing because I can't really nail down how should we name everything, right? There's no actual convention here. It's whatever you want to do. So what has happened is a lot of people are tying their naming conventions to big companies. So I know if you do a Google on this, like ReactJS naming conventions, you'll see, I think it's Airbnb is built on React. So Airbnb did a public release of their naming conventions and the conventions that they follow, not just naming, but just coding conventions in React. And a lot of other people are latching onto that and saying, oh, I'm just going to use Airbnb's naming conventions and coding conventions in general with React. So that's where this sort of comes from. Just to be overly, just to explain it too much. Now, so it looks better, right? So instead of saying /header, it just says /to do item. So I guess because it's called index.js, I guess it knows to look for that by default. So you don't actually have to specify it, which I guess just works better, right? We'll see. I might be eating my words later, but for now, this looks better in terms of not repeating yourself up here. Like, why is it /footer/header? It seems silly because we called it footer.js and header.js, not index.js. So maybe also I'll rename one of these to index.js and see what that looks like. But anyway, let's solve these problems. So by extracting the component out, the div that we had before, extracting it into its own component, we now have compilation errors because it doesn't know what to-do item is. It doesn't know what to-do item is because that was the variable name inside of our loop, inside of our array.map. It's right here. The to-do item data itself was right here. So what you can do here with React is you could pass that into the component just like you would pass data into a method via the method parameters. Okay, it's the same concept. We're taking data and passing it into the component, but we're not doing it in a method parameter syntax style. We're using standardized HTML tag attribute conventions, or what do you call it? Attribute syntax. Okay, so when for example, div has an attribute called style. Right? Style is it's an attribute that's built into div tags and many other tags. That's what this attribute is. It's called attribute, or it is an attribute. The specific type of attribute is style. Well, we can pass in our own attribute, right? We could pass in value if we really want, although value might be a reserved one. I don't know if that's a good, we could say to do item data, just to be super explicit. And we can say to do item data is the attribute name that we're passing in. A name has a corresponding value, just like key value pairs, right? Name and value. So we say equals. It equals what? It equals, I use my curly bracket notation because this is actual code. This is actual JavaScript code. This is not HTML land. It's JavaScript land. We pass in to do item. Okay. So this to do item is the data. If we want to, we could rename this to do item to be, to do item data if we really wanted to. I'm trying to think of what a good, and then we have to update it there. But then that might be a little bit, we could also just say data. Oops. Data. I'm not sure what I would call it. If that seems the most readable, then I would go with that. It's whatever is the most readable, right? You can call the data whatever you like. But I think that reads fairly well. To do item data equals data. So we're passing in the individual to do item data into our component. Now back in the component over here, this is the to do item component that we have created. What a common convention is for these attributes that you pass in, they're called props, which is short for properties. Okay, props is a special word. It's a special reserved word, and it means something specific when you type it in here. Although that could be false, but that's at least that is actually a convention that's used. I'm pretty sure it's called props everywhere. But props just means, hey, if there's any attributes and stuff being passed into the component from the parent, you can look at it here. So we can actually say, we can assign this to a variable called, remember we had the underscores here, or the error here saying, I don't know what to-do item is. You can define it now. You could say, hey, to-do item is a variable name that I now define, and it is equal to, I'm going to show you one way to do this, props dot, and then what is it that we called the prop, what was the key that we passed in? It was called to-do item data. Props dot to-do item data. Save. Okay. Oh, look at that. It compiled, and look on the screen, it looks exactly the same because now all that information is properly being passed from the parent object. I should say parent component. Apologies. I'm an object fanatic. The parent component, which I guess you could think of as an object. It's an object, right? I'm pretty sure I need to look that up, but those two words are probably synonymous. It's probably okay to say object, but it's a component. The parent component is here because inside of the scope of this entire component, we have defined other components. So header is a child of to-do app in this case. To-do item is a child of to-do app. And footer is a child of to-do app. So you'll hear me do this a lot in React. There's this hierarchy of components that changes depending on which component you're looking at. There's a parent component and there are child components. So in this case, to-do item is a child of to-do app. So when I go into to-do item, the data that's coming from the parent is accessible in the child via props. Okay, that is a very super common, very important concept to understand in React. It is used everywhere. This is how we pass data around between all of our components. Okay, there's another method too. It's a much more convoluted and you know, it will probably need a whole lecture just to talk about that way. We'll talk about that later. For now, this is all you know, and this is all you need to know, which is this is how we pass data from a parent into a child via props. Okay, now this is typically, this works, this is great, but there's a shorter way to do this. There is a less verbose way to do this, and it comes from, I believe, again, ECMAScript is what JavaScript is based off of. This might be ES5 or ES6. I don't remember what version of JavaScript or whatever this comes from, but there's something called object destructuring. Object destructuring is pretty darn cool, and I'll show you what it looks like. I'm going to comment out this code because I want to be able to still show you the code here. I'm going to retype it in to do item equals props, but I'm going to do it slightly differently. I'm going to wrap my to-do item in curly brackets, and I'm going to save. And everything breaks. Hold on. I almost nailed it. Type of cannot read property is done of undefined. Oh, sorry, to-do item data. My apologies. To-do item data is what is coming in. And then I guess I had to rename these like this. It almost worked. It almost was perfect and seamless. This is what you would actually do. So I guess if you wanted to rename the variable name that's coming in, that's what you would do, is you could rename it like this. But if you don't need to rename it and you just want to pull it out of props and assign it to the same name that it was coming in, this is what you do. So both of these things do something almost identical. The only difference is, you know, if I'd done this, to-do item data, there we go. Now these two things are identical, right? You're saying props.to-do item, reassign that to a variable name called to-do item, right? That's essentially all that's happening. We're just renaming it so that you don't have to say props.to-do item data, whatever, and then props.to-do item data, and then go in here and say props. You can see that that would get old quick when you had to type props, and then you have props everywhere. It just looks messy, and we're lazy coders. We don't like to type if we don't have to. So I'm going to undo all those. And yeah, this is what we do. We can destructure the data out of props into this syntax. There's a lot more to it. For example, if we had more data, which maybe we will, you could put a comma here and pull more data out of it. Like you could pull out, I don't know, history or something. If history existed inside of props, you could do that, right? And then you'd have a history variable available to you. More on that later, but this is how you would take if props had a bunch of different key value pairs inside of it with all these different keys, you can pull it out like this. Okay, so does that sort of make sense? Any questions on that before we push forward?
Yeah, I mean, so it's always a good habit to pull out repetitive code into its own component, right? To make it more readable and to not be repetitive.
Exactly, yes. So we didn't have to do everything I just did now. We didn't have to do. Nothing is fundamentally changed here in the code and the way it works.
But if it's getting more complex than you would want to.
Right. It's just a best practice to try to pull out everything into its own components if you can. Because yes, it's more readable, and also it allows you to use to-do item in other places. Previously, we had the code here inside of the to-do app component. We had all the code here for the to-do items. Imagine a scenario where we had another JavaScript file, like a dashboard. What if we wanted to put to-do items on the dashboard? We'd have to go in here, copy all the code that we had here before, the div and all this stuff, copy it, and then paste it into dashboard. Then you'd have duplicate code.
Right.
So if we had to get to-do items, because maybe you want to-do items listed in a dashboard or something. The dashboard is a quick overview of only the to-do items that have not yet been completed. That's a very good use of a dashboard, right? So that is exactly a real-world scenario where we'd want to also show to-do items here. But we'd have to copy paste code in that case. We'd have to have duplicate code. So the solution to that is extract it out into its own component. So that solves that problem. Then you only write the code once. It's all right here. And you can reuse that component everywhere in the app. So the next step is to put in the checkboxes. So what I want to do is I want to have a checkbox next to these items, these to-do items, such that when I click on the checkbox, it will mark it as done. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, remember, we're just I want to look at each individual to-do item. So get the milk, right? Get the milk is a single to-do item component. And for each of these items, I want to have a checkbox to the left of the label. So what do we have inside of the to-do item? We have inside of the component, we have a div, and then inside of there's a label, and the label inside of the label is a value. Okay, so how do we put a checkbox next to a label? It's pretty simple. You just put an input type equals checkbox next to the label. Okay, good. So then we hit one more problem here. I accidentally, I was gonna say, can anyone see the error I made? But so this is a tricky one. When I hover over JSX expressions, we've seen this once before. JSX expressions must have one parent element. Okay, if I were to hold one thing against React, it's this seemingly stupid requirement that everything, because we have a bracket here, what's this, opening curly bracket, because we have two different JSX expressions inside of here, one as the input and one as the label, because we have two, it complains. It wants to have one at the root element. So this is where you'd arbitrarily potentially have to put in a div that wraps everything, and then you could save it, and then it works, right? This is kind of silly, in my opinion, to have a div. Now, they do have a solution to this problem of having a random div. If you put a div in here, you're actually putting in real HTML code that is in there for no reason other than to allow the code to compile, which is a little silly. So they have a solution. You can do this. You take the div and you remove the word div from it and save. So again, kind of silly. It's still just excess noise. But really what I've done here is this is called a fragment. This is called a React fragment. The purpose of a React fragment in this case, not to be confused with time leaf and the word fragment, a React fragment is solely made for this purpose. It is when you need to have a parent sort of root element that wraps everything else, such that you can only have one, parent elements that wraps everything. That is its essentially, from what I've seen, its sole purpose. Again, it's just noise. It's unfortunate that we have to put this here, but that is the way the cookie crumbles when it comes to React. Now, a longer way to do this, and you might see this out in the real world, is type in React.fragment. Okay, and I'll have to copy paste this. Oops. Copy paste React fragment down here into the closing bracket. This is the long form. This is a long way to do it, right? You might see this out in the real world. This was introduced first. This is how you would have to use it everywhere out in the real world until fairly recently they got rid of, programmers complained and said, I don't want to have to type React.fragment all the time. So then they made this short form where you can just have an empty, those empty angle brackets. Literally the same thing. It's just a shortcut way of not having to type in React.fragment. Okay, so we've included a checkbox, but of course it doesn't do anything. It's just a checkbox. It's I almost made an inappropriate joke. It's for display purposes only. If you click on it, it has no functionality. So how do we take this checkbox and tie it to the actual data here? Okay, so if you remember, there is data inside of this component. We passed it in from the parent as part of props. It's called to-do item data. To-do item data has something called isDone. isDone reflects whether or not this task has been completed, right? It's a Boolean, true, false. So if anyone remembers their HTML, the value of this checkbox could be set equal to, now don't quote me on this, I'll see if I did not test this before I came here. Let me hit go or save. Yeah, so it didn't actually hook up. So I believe do I have a warning? Let me just see if there's a warning in the, is there no warning in the console? Yeah, that's not the warning I was expecting, sorry. Each child, this is sort of a doesn't matter type warning, but we can fix this problem. Each child in a list should it, where? Check the render method of to-do. Oh, here it is. To-do item, main chunk 95. Where is this? In to-do item. Div. Wait. To-do item? Yes. Is there a... Actually, why do I have these? Do I need these here? No, I don't. That was actually just noise. Sorry, that doesn't solve my problem. Render, so to-do item in to-do app. Each child in a list. Is there a list in here? That's actually a bit confusing because I don't think I have a list. I have oh, you know what? This key is in the wrong spot now. Okay, because we extracted the code out before in our list, we were iterating through to-do items. Each one of these inside of this map that we're iterating through, each one of these needs to have a key. But because we refactored the code and pulled it out, we slapped it in here. This is no longer a part of a list per se. So we actually need to extract this key out and put it into the to-do app here in the to-do item. So here's another attribute that we will add, and we will need to rename this to data.id. You see what I've done there? So we have another, so one property or one attribute is here. We've added another attribute called key. And when I save, everything's better? Everything's better. Okay. Now, having said that, it didn't solve my problem that I was originally looking at, which was why isn't the value populating? I might need to do a quick Google to see what the proper way to do this is. But I do know there's one thing we can do now to make this work better, which is, if you can remember, it's the same thing we did. Where was it? Was it in here with the on change? Where did we have the on? That might have been from a previous example. The on change event we can plug into this checkbox. So in other words, on change means if the value changes at any point, we can fire a method. We can have this method do something. So we can say on change for this specific checkbox. When the value of the checkbox changes, do something. Okay. Now, if you remember, this is the, whenever we're using an on-change event type thing, we use our arrow function notation. So the first round brackets represents the data that we're passing into a function. And then the curly brackets represents the body of the function. Usually with on-change, because on-change is an event, we can pass in an event inside of the list of parameters for this method or for this function. Same difference, method, function, same thing. Typically, it is abbreviated to the letter E. E in this case is for event. So we can pass the data of the event into the body of this on-change function. So what do we want to do? When this checkbox changes, what functionality do we want to have happen? Well, we want the is done data to be changed. Now, this is going to be a bit tricky now that I'm getting in here and I'm seeing, yeah, this is going to be, okay, this is good. We're going to learn a lot. So if I were a new programmer to React, I might say, oh, okay, to do item data dot is done, equals, and then you try to get the value of the checkbox or something to say, do you want to flip it? You can also do equals not to do item data dot is done. That's sort of a little hacky way of flipping the bit. So as soon as you change a checkbox, you flip the bit. If I save this, let's see if it throws up at me. Okay, it doesn't give me any errors, but you also can't really, nothing really happens, right? You would have expected when the to do item data is done is changed, you would have expected this to get crossed out. Okay, and you might say, what's going on here? And then you might put a console log statement saying, the is done value equals, and then say to do item data dot is done, and then you'd go, of course now it's, yeah. And then you would click on it and you say, wait, is done value equals true, equals false, equals true, equals false. So it's working. So what's going on here? Why is the UI not reacting to what I'm doing? So there's two problems here. One problem is that when the is done data is changed, it doesn't seem like it's updating the style. And my guess at this point, and my educated guess at this point, is because of a problem called single source of truth. You run into this problem a lot in the world of React, where you need to make sure that you always point to a single, I want to say single source of truth, a single variable that contains the state that you want to work with. Okay, in this case, we have data right here that I'm modifying called to do item data dot is done, and I'm trying to modify it. That's sort of one place where we are modifying state. But remember, this is done value comes from the parent. It comes from this constant or this array that we defined up here. So that's also where the data comes from. So this is one place where the data comes from. And then we're messing around with that data again in here in a second spot. So in other words, we do not have a single source of truth for our data. You should have one spot where the data comes in and the one spot that we always refer back to whenever anything changes or whenever we want to make any changes to that data. In other words, as easy and as nice and as convenient as it would be to do it here, this is not the correct way to do it. We need to update the data over here. We need to change the value of is done from false for get the milk or for whatever we're clicking on. We need to change this value from, we need to flip that bit, right? So in other words, in the child, when an event happens in the child component, we want the parent component to update something. So if you are paying attention, we've sort of already talked about this, but in the other direction. We've talked about, hey, how do you take data from the parent and pass it into a child component? And this is how you do it. The data is being passed into the child component via this key value pair here, this attribute and the value for the attribute. But what we're talking about now is, hey, when I'm in the child, I want to update the data from the parent. In other words, I want to do the opposite direction of flow, if you will. One way was taking data from the parent and passing it to the child. Now we want to take the data in the child and update the parent. We want to do the opposite direction. This is also extremely common in the world of React. Passing data from parent and child, updating data from child back into parent. Single source of truth. So before I implement that code, does everybody understand what I just talked about?
It's a little bit like Hibernate, right?
It's a little bit like Hibernate.
Because I mean, in my thing, I had a lot of problems with updating the database when I was messing around with something which did not come from the database.
Exactly. You inadvertently had two sources of truth, if you will.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that reminds me a little bit. So you always need to get the thing.
Yes, that's one way to say it. There should be only one place where the data comes from, and then you're updating to,
Yeah, exactly. And then it messes up.
Because if you have two places where the data exists, they're going to become out of sync. That's really what's happening here. The data is out of sync, and it's confused as to what it should be doing.
Right. Yeah.
I heard that React is like unidirectional, right? Whereas where we're sort of like sending the data from parent to child. Whereas it's not sort of bidirectional, where it's sort of like goes from child to parent.
We're not actually sending data. We won't be sending data from the child to the parent. That's true. We're going to be sending soon, what I coded in, we're going to send an event back to the parent to let the parent know that we want to change the data. So we're not actually passing data back per se to the parent. We're just letting the parent know, hey, update your data, yo. It's going to be an event that we're going to trigger and pass up.
So pretty much at this point, we're creating a listener in the parent to make sure to check to see if a change has happened in the child at this point.
Yeah. So we're going to have a function that I'm going to create in the parent, whose sole job will be to update the data if the child triggers it. This is one of the stumbling points for me when I first started learning React, and kind of still is when I'm creating apps. I forget sometimes, and I accidentally have two sources of truth, and I'm like, oh right, of course, that's why this bug is happening. I have two different areas where it's something that you have to get into the habit of doing and remembering. Single source of truth. Only one place where the data should exist, only in one place, and you should update it and refer back to just that data in that one place, which becomes a chore in React. That's my second gripe with React, is this whole process of managing the state. But it's still great. React is still great in my opinion. I still like it. Every programming language has its issues, and hey, React, there are solutions to this problem that we're running into that we're not going to get into today, but they do have some solutions that are helpful once they're set up and in place. It does sort of manage this problem fairly well. So, okay, how now, brown cow? How now do we update this data, right? So I said we are going to create a method, a function inside of the to-do app that will update the data. This is the convention that I've seen used. The parent most class, the parent most component. God, I gotta get out of the world of Java. The parent most component will have a handle function. The function will be prefixed with the word handle and then postfixed with what it is that it's doing. So in other words, handle, update of data or something, right? Or handle, I'm trying to think a better naming convention. Handle to do item data update. How convoluted do you want to be with the name here? So you could, yeah, fair enough. I'll be very explicit. Handle to do item data update. Yes, that's the convention, is the parent has the word handle. Okay, and this is the log console log here will say we need to update the data such that it equals comma, and then data, which we haven't passed in yet. I'm about to pass it in right here. Right, this is the new data that we're sort of, you know, we're going to emit. That's spoiler alert. That's what we're going to call the other function. It's going to be emitting the data from the child back up to the parent. And when we emit that event, we're going to pass along sort of the data that the new state of the data that we want to tell the parent to update to, if you will. Okay, so we'll have a peek at what this does in just a moment. But that's sort of the start of this two-way handshake, if you will. The parent handles stuff. The child emits the event. So the child will have a a function that will emit this data. So when we change of the checkbox, we want to emit, oh God, what did I call it? Make sure your names are the same. Emit to do item data update. We have to be precise with our naming, right? To follow proper conventions, there's the handle and there's the emit. So this is emit the to do item data update. Okay. And what we can do is we can take the data itself and we want to pass it up. So I think we can do, hold on, what do we do here? Because we want to flip the data. I think we do this because that's still safe. And we will pass it up like this. Okay. Stay with me. So we are gonna change the data in the child, but like we saw, it doesn't really do anything when we change the data in the child. It doesn't update anything. This is where we want to emit that back up to the parent to have a single source of truth. Now this function, this emit function, doesn't exist. So how do we make it exist? How do we take this function and have it do something? Well, this is, and again, stick with me, this is confusing. We're going to go back to the parent and we're going to pass that in to the child as a key. The key is called emit to do item data. And the value of that emit is going to be, any guesses, anyone, before I type it in? It's okay if you have no clue. I had no clue either.
Null, maybe?
Handle to do item data update. So what we're doing is, and it's okay, I wouldn't have guessed that either. We're passing in the entire parent's function into the child and calling it emit. Now, we could have also called it handle. We could have just used the exact same name, but that gets confusing as to, well, where, in terms of what component we're looking at, is it supposed to do something with this, or is it just supposed to like send the event? So those are the two things. You're either emitting the event and sending it up the call stack, you're sending it up to the parent objects, or parent components, sorry, or you're actually doing something because you've arrived at the parent most component and you want to actually execute and do something with that functionality. So we're going to pass in. Now I hit save, and when I saved it, it restructured let me undo that. So when I hit save, it's going to just take all three of these attributes. As soon as you have three attributes side by side with the code prettier code formatter extension that I have on, as soon as I save, it's going to put those into their each of their own line of code. Okay, just so your brain is not like, wait, what just happened? It's just putting them on their own line because apparently that's more readable. Fair enough. I think I would agree. It's a little bit more readable like this. To each their own. So that's what happened there. So we're passing in a key. The attribute name is emit to do item data update. And the value is the entire function. So that inside of our child component, this emit to do item data update function is still undefined. It's still confused. But remember, we're passing it in as part of the props. Remember, we did this once already. We did this with to do item data. To do item data was the name of the key, and we were able to pull that to do item data out of the props via this, it's called object destructuring. Now we're doing the same thing. We're passing in emit to do item data update. It's just another key. Again, you can call this whatever you want. This is what matters because this actually is already defined. It's a thing. It's a function. But this, we could have called it dog poop if we really wanted to. But hey, we want to be somewhat good with our naming conventions. So that's what we're passing in as a name. So therefore, we can use object destructuring to pull that back out of the props. So I paste it in the name, and now the error goes away. Okay. So the question is this actually going to work? I should have tested this before I did it. And look at, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's working, right? Yeah, perfect. Excellent. So, because I thought I did it once and it didn't do anything. Okay, good. It's working. So as you can see, let me clear the console. If I uncheck get the milk, we see it says, hey, we need to update the data such that it equals blah. Okay. If you notice, I unchecked get the milk and this says is done false. Okay, it's false because we flipped the bit right here. If I click get the milk again, we flip the bit and then we send in the data. Okay, and where this message is coming from, it's coming from the parent. The parent is doing it right here. So the child object, we're changing the data in the child object, which doesn't do anything, as we already saw, it doesn't affect anything. But we're emitting that data, the change of the data that we want to actually have happen. We emit that up to the parent, and the parent is where the data actually exists. Okay, so now that we have this data being passed to us, we can take that and update our array of information. Okay, and again, this is just the world that we live in with JavaScript. It's not the greatest, but stay with me here. We need to take this data that we passed in, this updated set of data, and apply it to our sort of out of sync data set. Okay, we need to make sure that we are only paying attention to one place and one source of data. This is what we care about, is this list right here. So we need to update this, I should say, array of data. How do we do that? I'm glad you asked. To do items is the name of the array that holds all of our data. And through fanciness of, again, they're called streams in the world of Java, but it translates well to React. You can filter, use your arrow function to do something with that filter. We're filtering each of the items. So this individual one is a to-do item individually, is what we're filtering through. Okay, remember, this is just a for each loop, right? That's all we're doing. We're for eaching through and we're filtering. What we want to do here is I want to get the single row of data here that I'm actually interested in, which is ID equals 1. So I want to say, hey, I want to do item dot ID is equal to the data's ID. Okay, why is that upset with me? What have I done? Oh, return. I think I need to return that. Yeah, sorry. I put a body in here. If you remember lambdas from the world of Java, if you include a body, in other words, if you include curly brackets, then you have to have a return statement sometimes. The shorter form to do that is to get rid of the body. So I have no curly brackets and then it'll work. So what I'm doing here is when I click on an item, it's going to pass in the ID along with the data for that ID. And then what we're doing is saying, hey, check my array of data, which is my single source of truth, and filter out everything except for, return me only the ID that matches, right? So data.id will equal 1 when we check get the milk. And we're saying scan my to-do items and find me the one where ID1 equals ID1. Okay, and it's going to filter out everything else. So this becomes your to-do item, to update. Really is what's going on here. That might not be true. That this might I forget if filter returns an array or not. It might return an array. I might need to say at 0. Let me do a console log on that. This is our to-do item to update. you know, and then we can say to do item to update. This might not work. Might crash. We'll see. It's like it's not refreshing. Like I think. Okay, so if I click, there, see? So we need to update this item. Boom. This is our to do item to update. It doesn't look like much, but this data here, represents the child data. This here represents the parent data. Two important distinctions. So what does that mean? That means that what we can do is we can swap out the data in the parent list, which is the single source of truth. We could swap these out now and assign it in there properly, right? So I'm trying to think what's the easiest way to do that. Normally I use the useEffect stuff, which I probably should be doing that for this because I'm doing a hybrid approach right now. Let me think. I kind of would like to, I kind of want to do it the right way. So I don't have a whole lot of time left. Let's hope I can do this the right way. Or should I do it the wrong way first? Why don't I do the wrong way first? Might be quicker. So essentially what I want to do is I want to take this data from to-do items and I want to change it. But I don't know if that's going to work in terms of, I'm gonna do something silly. I'm gonna say dot, because this is the actual to-do item to update. I'm gonna say dot is done equals data dot is done. This is horrendously not good. This is bad. And let's see if it actually works. Okay, it didn't work anyway. Okay, I thought I might have been, I was trying to set it in anyway. Okay, let me just do it the right way. So I'm going to refactor. Like this. I'm going to take this array. I'm just going to move it up because typically the data is defined at the top of the, you know, that's just sort of the convention. The variables are declared first typically, and then all the functions are declared below. I didn't have to do what I just did. It's just a bit more tidy. What I want to do is make use of, if you guys remember, this is a callback to a previous lesson, the use state hook. The use state hook is designed to store state. And what is this list of to-do items except for state? That's what it is. So I need to, if I want to do this properly, I want to use state. That's how React wants you to work. So I'm going to create a const. And if you remember with use state, you do something called array destructuring. We've learned about object destructuring, which is using curly brackets to extract out properties or values from within a key of properties. This is array destructuring, where we're taking an array and doing the same thing, taking individual elements out of an array. So the first thing we do is called to-do items and set to-do items. Remember, this is how we do getters and setters in the world of React. We use state, and then the getter doesn't have the word get on it because they like to be confusing, and the setter uses the word set because, well, that makes sense. And with use state here has a default value for the state. If you want to set something by default, I could set a default of an empty array if I wanted to, but I don't want an empty array. I want these items. Okay, so I'm going to paste in, I'm going to delete these because I already copied them. And I'm going to paste them in here. With me so far? Save. Now, as you can see, nothing broke over here. There's a new warning because I'm not using the set to do items, and that's why it's complaining. It's saying, hey, you defined a set to do items, but you're not using it yet. So nothing's broken yet. But with this set to do items, now I can work like I'm used to working, which is I can assign. Hold on. To do items is I don't want to filter actually. So filter was my first approach. I want to find out where's the index of the item that I want to update. Okay, so filter is close. Filter means get rid of everything and just leave me with the actual data that I want to update. What I actually want to do here is I want to find the index such that I can do this. I want to be able to do items at, let's say, 0, and reassign it to data. This makes sense, right? You're saying grab the first element in the array and blow away whatever data it has and set it to be this data that we're passing in. Now, obviously, at item 0 would only work for the first element. If I click on the first element, this would be true. If I click on the second element and I want to change the data of the second element, this needs to update and not be 0. It needs to be 1 instead, right? It would have to be 1. So how do we do that? How do we figure out what the index is? Well, we can do this. We can say to do items, which remember is the list of items from up here that we've now done this fancy getter setter thing. And we can say, I think it's find index. Okay. And then it's the exact same stuff in here. Copy and paste. Right. So we still want to find the index of the matching IDs. Right. So instead of doing that filter to get rid of everything, we just say, hey, give me the index, please. And I think that returns a number, if I'm not mistaken, which that should work. That just returns a number. And then that is right here, index, right? I can abbreviate it to just I. Okay. Now, one more step. Again, this is React, ladies and gentlemen. This is the world that we live in. This actually doesn't properly update the data because now the single source of truth is up here. We required to go through the setter method whenever we want to update this data properly. So we need to change the data and then say, hey, set the to-do items data back to this list that we just modified. Okay, and let me get rid of this console statement. Now, if I've done this correctly with like 3 minutes left in this tutorial, this should work. If it doesn't, that's okay. We can debug it. It's not the end of the world. Oh, for the love of... Okay, I promise it is working. So what's happening here is we're setting to-do items. So this is perfect. And it's setting it to be... Okay, let me check the... first, we'll get the I value. Index equals I. Let me just make sure it's, we should see different indexes. So this should be 0. Index 0. This one should be 1. 1. This one should be 2. 2. So the index is working, so that's great. We're taking to-do items at that index and blowing it away with the data that we're passing in. The data that we're passing in, I think is, wait a second. That seems, it's flipping the bit. Okay, so but the what you call it is not keeping in sync. Okay, so that's working in terms of finding the data, and then we're saying set to-do items. Okay, which should update to-do items. Now, when it updates to-do items, it should update this down here and repaint everything here. This to-do item should get updated, and it will pass in the new data that was just set via the setter. So this should pass in new data, and to-do item has this item data, which the style to-do item data.is done. Interesting. I feel like this should be working. So let's see. If I do a console login here, I want to say to do item updated with data of to do item data. So we're going to do some console login here. So let me get rid of my other console logs just to reduce the noise in the console. I think that should be all the statements, right? To do item data updated with. So that's interesting. They're all true, true, true. And it looks like they're all crossed out now. So that's correct from that regard. Let me refresh. So false, false, true. Great. Check. To do item updated with data true. So yeah, that's odd. Right? So this to do item updated with data with is done equals true is happening because we have this console log here, which should to do item data is updated with this data, which if it is done, which it's true, it should do a line through. text decoration line through on this. I'm actually a little bit confused as to why that's not happening.
Do you have to bind the data?
No. Am I falling victim to, because is done. Wait, I just unchecked it and then it just said index equals 0 and it didn't do anything. Huh. So it's not hitting this code. I was expecting this every time I check the box, I was expecting this console log to fire. So something is out of whack. It's not reacting properly. It's not. This should trigger the reaction that I'm expecting. This should trigger it to repaint everything. To do items, which is in here in the setter. And we're blowing away the data with new data. You know what? I think I am making another noob mistake. It's not actually this set to do items. There you go. I'm accidentally teaching you another concept. This to do items doesn't actually change. It doesn't see it as changing, I believe. And I'll show you why. So that's why this is not repainting itself. There's no other events happening here. There's no other messages in the console log happening. And it's because it's not detecting this as being anything different because we are not reassigning the entire to-do items variable. Okay, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, grab the ith element, the X element from within this array, and just update that. That's not enough for React. We need to completely reassign to-do items to something else before it will actually trigger this as being a full change. Okay, you can't just update an element within an array and then expect this to work. You need to reassign the entire thing and blow the whole thing away in order for it to pick up the fact that something's changed. Okay, again, React being React. Okay, I promise this is the problem. So how do we do this? How do we properly reassign the entire array? Typically, I'm trying to think now, how do I do this? We create a copy. Okay, we copy the existing array of data. Okay, we create a new, I think this might not work as a const. I might need to make this called, I might need to do a let. We'll see. I'll start with const and see if we can get away with it. We need to have a to-do items copy equals, and we need to copy the to-do item. This is not how you do it. How you do it is, since to-do items is an array, we use another convention or another, what's it called? Syntax like this. This is a JavaScript thing, not a React thing. This is, again, we are destructuring the array into, this is how you destructure something with arrays. You can do ... and then the name of it. It will destructure it back into a new array. So this square bracket is a brand new array. That's what's happening here. Just like we declared an array up here with an open square bracket, we're doing the same thing here. This creates a brand new array, and we're populating a brand new array with the exact same items that already exist inside of to-do items. In other words, we're creating a copy, a true copy, a brand new object per se in memory, right? Not the same one. We're not pointing to the same. If we were doing this, this would just have two variables pointing to the same object, if you will. This creates a brand new duplicate copy. So now we have a complete copy. Now we can search the copy for the index of the matching item. Then we can take the copy and update the data inside of the copy. And then we reassign the entire to-do items into the copy. So we point them back to the same variable. And then we say, well, actually, we don't actually have to do this. We can actually just do this. We can just say set to-do items to become the new copy. So we're overwriting all of the data inside of to-do items with this new copied data, which has been modified as we wanted it to be modified. So let me save, and for the love of all that is, okay. Yay! So when I check it, it crosses it out. When I uncheck it, it uncrosses it. When I check it, it crosses it out. Now this one might be messed up because I think, oh no, it looks like it's working too. No, it's not working. It's the opposite. And that's something with the value. I did the value wrong here. For some reason, this is not coming in properly. I don't think I have time to debug that one, but look what we have done. Oh boy, that took a long time. My apologies. But that's a lot of stuff, a lot of concepts that are specific to React that you need to remember. Okay, let me recap what we just did. There's two main concepts. One is how we pass data back and forth between parent and child. The parent passes data to a child via an attribute where you have a key and you pass in the data. The child then passes data back to the parent by modifying the data and emitting that new modified set of data back to the parent. Okay, that's how you pass data around. Single source of truth and all that stuff. Here's our single source of truth. It starts here. The second important concept that we learned is, in order for React to properly react and to see the data, because sometimes we would see the data and it would look right, like randomly all of a sudden this thing would be crossed out. That's because I had done something and it actually refreshed the screen appropriately, refreshed the view, and then it said, oh, this data's been changed, so I'm going to properly display it. So instead of that being really weird and wonky, this is how you make sure that the screen gets, refreshed, if you will, gets repainted, is via this setter. We want to actually change the data inside of these to-do items. We want to actually change it such that React says, oh, something has been changed. And the convention that we use to do that is to make a copy of the existing variable. We copy the variable, we modify the copy. This is how we modify the copy. And then we set it back. We set the copy data back into the original data, which in this point, this is a brand new variable. It's a brand new thing. It's a complete duplicate with some modification. We set it back in, and then React says, oh, I noticed something changed. So something changed here, therefore I will repaint everything, re-render stuff, which is why now we see it get crossed out or not crossed out. Okay? So apologies, I should have remembered this. This is a very common concept. But this is the exact struggle that I went through when I was new to React. You just literally got an education on what you would have screwed up if you tried to do this on your own and how to fix it, which is the beauty of these live sessions. So I will stop talking and allow for questions.
So in the real world, you would use the Fetch API, right, to call a backend server with a
to get this data
or something. Yeah, but then you wouldn't replace the whole database, right?
You would have
to. Or is altering the database enough for React to consider as changed?
That's a bit of a complex question, but essentially how it works out is you would start most likely with an empty data set like this. So when I create just an empty brackets, look what happens. Everything disappears. All my to-do items are gone, right? This is sort of how you initialize things. And then you would have a function. This would be a useEffect hook. If you remember what useEffect does, useEffect is fired based on dependencies, meaning it looks at variables, and if those variables change, it will execute the useEffect hook. Unless you pass in no dependencies. This literally means when you pass in no dependencies, run once when everything sort of fires up, if you will.
The constructor kind of thing.
Fetch the data from DB here. Assign data from DB to to React via set method. So you'd say set to-do items equal to data from DB here, assuming we got data from the DB up here from the fetch. This is what it would look like in a more real world scenario. Okay, you would start it, initialize it as empty. and then you would go and fetch the data from the DB, and we could do this. We could say, const data from DB equals and paste in all the stuff that I just cut out, right? So this kind of, if you could pretend like this is actually done via a fetch, it's not, but this is what it would look like. So when I refresh or when I save, boop, the data pops back up here, right? That is how you would read the data. And if the data changes, it's right here. This is where we change the data, right? So we would change the data and we would set it there, and then we would probably fetch again, but this would be, post the changes to the DB. And you do a fetch. That's how you would, a fetch would have the URL here, and then you'd have, method equals post or whatever to post the data back to the DB. And then probably I should say in a .then statement, then you would actually set the front end code. I know I'm doing this really quick, but result, and then you would set or whatever, right? You would set it back here. So only if you successfully posted it to the DB would you actually refresh the UI, is what would happen here. Okay, so that's sort of the workflow. You would onload, fetch the data, and then if at any point the data is updating, which is literally all updates should happen through this one handle function. This handle function will update the UI and update the database, but really it should be in reverse. It should update the database first, and then it should, update the UI as long as it was successful in updating the database.
Right. So you get a kind of a local copy from the DB, which React can work with.
The copy from the DB data would come right here. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And then if two people were updating that one data at the same time, yeah, that's where some other complexities can happen. But yeah, we won't go there.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to undo some of this code because this is actually not that bad to have it like this, but I would like to undo this and save and make sure my code still works. Yes. Sort of. This is backwards. We'll talk about that next week. The good news is the stuff that I've done today is really very replicable. It's very, these concepts are constantly used in the world of React, passing data back and forth between parent and child, and updating data and how to do updating of data with single source of truth. Those two things are big things. These are big concepts that are universally applicable and most of the learning curve when it comes to React. Okay. Like I've said before, it only took me a couple weeks to learn and get good with React, a couple weeks compared to months. If we're talking about another full language, like if I wanted to, get pretty good at, I don't know, Python or something, it would probably take me months to get there. React took weeks, not months. So React has a much less steep learning curve when it comes to compared to other languages. So you've seen a lot already of what React really can do. What's missing here is, we need to tie in with an actual back end, so to speak, so that we can actually see how that works. And do probably a few other little things in terms of making this, nicer. Like we want to be able to update these labels. What happens if we want to update get the milk to be something else? How do we edit this, right? So we've done read and we've done some sort of update because we can update this with this, the data here, but we haven't updated the label. But even then, it's not that different from what we've just done with updating the label with the strike through. It's very similar. So the stuff that you've learned here is like I don't want to say we're almost done, but you've seen a lot of what React can do already. So. Hey, fellow coder, congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the Bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front-end technologies in the Bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the Bootcamp is on the Java language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the bootcamp, because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom, and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the bootcamp, and 2, that the bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now. So I believe in the last lesson, we more or less got this functionality working where we were able to have some sort of interaction, and the UI, reacts to any input that we do. But there was a bug right here, I think, is where we left off. So that's a simple fix. That was my bad. I should have realized. This is an HTML issue, so it's very simple to fix. If you remember, inside of our, what is this? The to-do item component, we had the input checkbox, which is right here. I was saying value equals, and I was setting the value of the checkbox. I don't believe value does anything for a checkbox. That's my bad. That's the attribute that's not the attribute. The attribute is called checked. So checked has a true or a false associated with it, which is where we set it equal to the is done Boolean variable. That is perfectly in line with what the checked, property or attribute of input does. So if I save this, it'll refresh, and voila, now the checkbox is congruent with the current state of the crossed out one. So if I uncheck it, now it works, right? So that was a simple fix. I used value when I should not have used the word value. Value is for like buttons. I think if you set a button value, then the text of the button changes. And there's other times when value is used, like for a text box, which we'll do soon. Text box value sets the text inside of a text box as well. Value is not what we use to set the checkbox state. So, all right, let's get into. So the next step is to allow these to be changeable, right? I was talking about CRUD, create, read, update, delete. I guess we can go anywhere. Like maybe we can start with create. I don't know, but I was thinking update is sort of a simple one for right now. There's no way to update the text in here. So my thought was, let's just do that. So how would we make this text updatable? The simplest way to do it, which I think is the best bang for our buck in terms of teaching and time, is to have the HTML change based on the state of the checkbox. If the checkbox is checked, it remains as a label like this. So you can't really do anything with it. You can select it, or you can highlight it, but you can't do anything with this. Whereas when it is unchecked, in other words, when the item is not done, then you should maybe have the flexibility to update the label, right? To change it to something else. So basically, those are the two conditions that we're talking about. If it is checked, it is a label. If it is not checked, then it should be something else. In other words, I'm just going to say an input box, a standard text box. So that, again, in React, is fairly simple to do. That's an either or situation, which we've learned now in the world of React fits perfectly with the ternary operator, which we've used here with the styling. The ternary operator says, hey, if it's done, like, is it done? Question mark. If it is done, if the value is true, then it does the stuff to the left of the colon. If it is false, it does the stuff to the right of the colon. Okay, so same thing here for whether or not we want to display a label or a text box. So where's a label? Well, the label's right here. So that's what we are dealing with in terms of our code. We want to have, if it is true, then we want to show a label. If it is false, we want to show a text box. So as we always do when we want to get dynamic, we put in our curly brackets. You can barely see that, but it just wrapped all this in a curly bracket. Let me reformat the code so you can, I guess I'll save it, and then now you can see those curly brackets. So now with the curly brackets in place, we have the ability to start putting in some expressions, some JavaScript expressions, which is the true false ternary operator, which is the to do item data dot is done question mark. So when they have the question mark, when it is true, you can do something, and when it is false, you can do something else. Again, like I said, when it is true, we want to show a label. When it is false, in other words, everything to the right of a semicolon, what do we want to do? We want to do something else. We want to do an input type equals text box. For now, I'll just do this, and it'll be empty, and I'll save it, and it'll reformat the code. And then, as you can see, boom, this changes. If I check it, we see it says pick up the kids is checked off. If we uncheck it, it switches back to a text box. However, it's a little bit disconcerting that there's no text inside of this text box. So as I was saying earlier, how do we get the item name is the variable that we're working with. You can see it right here, which is inside of the scope of the label. We are missing the item name inside of the text box. And if you remember, if you want to set text inside of a text box, it is called value. So you just say value equals the to-do item data dot item name is the name of the item. So when I save this, boom, there you go. You can actually get that text back. So we're almost in a situation where we're good. However, this is one thing that React it forces you to work with. If I try to change this get the milk, if I hit the backspace, nothing happens. If I try to type in here, nothing happens. I can't edit this text. This is something that, for me, before I use React, this was a little bit foreign to me. I was like, I don't understand why, but this is called, it's sort of being controlled by React. When we set the value here, this is essentially a controlled component. It is, we're setting the value equal to a sort of React variable. So React wants to manage the state of this particular text box. So what we have to do is we need to tell it that when it changes, we need to tell it how to change. Okay, this is exactly what we did before with, where was it? Here, this checkbox. When we change the text box, we have to tell it what to do. There is an on change event. That same thing applies with an input box as well, a text box. We need to say, hey, on change, I want you to do something. Some sort of React code. And again, whenever we have an on change, on click, on mouse up, on key down, on anything, the word on means it is going to be an event. So we're able to grab the event, which typically we call it E. I could, again, spell it out and call it event. As you can see, they don't like that. But the typical name is just E for event. Then we have our arrow function, because what we're doing is we're passing in a function here. The on change attribute wants a function. And this is what we're giving it. We're giving it an entire function, AKA an entire method. So what we're saying is, hey, when this text box changes, we can do something with it. We can grab the event, what's actually happening with the value in the world of JavaScript. We can grab that via the event. You can say event.target.value. Okay, so the target in this case, when we say e.target, it will refer to this particular text box. So the target here is the text box. And when we say the value, we just get this. We get the value of the text box right there. So that's what this will return. When I try to change it, it will give you the new value of that thing that just changed. That's how you get access to the value of the thing that's changing. Well, what do you want to do with that? Right? What do we do with the value? We want to take that value that's in JavaScript and set it back into the data here, right? Because that's what we're trying to display on the text box is this item name. So we just say, hey, update the item name to be equal to the e.target.value. Okay, that's almost all the way there. When I hit save, I might be able to do it. No, it still won't change. There's one more key thing that's happening here. I'd be impressed if either of you can name, this is what we talked about last week when we have data and how this one concept in React is so important. It's okay if you don't remember. It's called the single source of truth. Right now, we don't have a single source of truth. We're just muddying the waters here. We're just trying to change the data that's been passed into this component. This is not the source of the data. This is just sort of like the side effect. This is just, things that it's not the source of the data. So what we need to do is we change the sort of almost the, I don't know what the good word is for this. This is it's almost like the dirty data. It's not the actual source. It's just sort of, I guess dirty type data. We want to update the source of the data. So how do we update the source of the data? We do exactly like we did before, right? We modify, we do like a slight modification to the stuff that we have in this child element, this child component, and then we tell the parent how to update its data. Okay, that's what this emit function does, is it tells the parent how to update its data. So we literally just do the same thing. We've modified the sort of child state of data, but that's not the source of the data. The source is the parent. So we modify the child and then we update the parent with this emit event. So now, boop, you just saw the little D came in there. Now, if I hit the backspace or whatever, now I can actually change the state of the text of this text box, I should say. And as I'm typing in these characters, the source of the data, which comes from over here, we can't see it because this is hard coded, but this data right now, if I were to look at it in the parent, is being changed and is completely in agreement with the data that I've typed in here. Okay, the single source of truth is being updated. Again, these concepts that we talked about last week of single source of truth and on change with the event and getting the e.target.value, you see this a lot across React. These are very common things. And the idea of emitting data back up to the parent. When we send data to the child, this is review from last week, sending data from a parent to a child, we do like this. The to-do item is going to be the child component inside of the parent component, which is to-do app. Again, which I said is not the greatest name. This to-do app sort of represents, all of this highlighted text. So I don't know what you would call this. It's not actually an app. The app would be the whole thing. This is sort of like maybe the to-do list might be the better name for this component instead of to-do app. But anyway, the child of the to-do app component is to-do item, because that's what we're putting into this to-do app component. Anything we put in here will be the child components. So the header is a child of to-do app, to-do item is a child of to-do app, and footer is a child of to-do app. And how do we pass data from the parent to the child? When we declare the child, we pass it in via key value pairs like this. That's how we take data from the parent, pass it to the child. And then over here in the child, again, to recap, how do we pass data from a child up back to the parent? We use this concept of emit. We pass from the parent, we pass a key of the word emit and then something, and then we pass in the function that's actually going to do the work that's declared in the parent. We pass that to the child so that the child can invoke that parent's function and do whatever modifications need to be done in the parent as we did here with this handle method. So that was just recapping from last week. So going forward now, what else can we do here? We've done the R and the U of CRUD. So we could do the C or the D. We could create or we could delete. Either one is, there's small tweaks to either one in terms of how they function, but they're small tweaks based on what you have now already seen with the update. Okay, this is the update function, and this is what we did to update. The same concepts apply when we do create and when we do delete. So I'll start with create, because why not? Everybody likes to create. And by the way, if I check this off, does it? Yeah, sweet.
You have to create before you delete.
You have to create before you delete. So let's create. Now, for this, I'm going to stick with something very simplistic looking. As we can see, this is not a pretty application right now. We're just talking about functionality. Make it functional first and make it pretty after, in terms of when we're learning, is what I'm doing. So next to maybe the to-do list, we'll put a little plus button. So when you click on plus, it'll add a new item to the list. Or we maybe could do it down here or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Again, the functionality is what I want you guys to learn. So this to-do list, if we want to put a plus button next to it, this is where that exists. This to-do list header is right here. So if you want to put something to the right of it, well, you might be tempted to do something like put a span or something and then put a plus. But what that will do is actually put it on a new line down here. So you'd actually have to put it like sort of right here. Right? But then we want to maybe make it look a little bit better. And here's a little trick. I like to go to the Google and type in emoji and then plus sign. And sometimes you can get the, here, I'm just, it's kind of a bad experience doing it in this tiny screen, but I can copy the emoji and then paste the emoji right here. It's actually pasting which is kind of neat. You can do that in React and save it. And then that turns into it's a really low tech way to get like a plus symbol in there. If you didn't want to go and try to get a nice icon or something from I don't know, the free icon sets that you can find out there on the interwebs. This is just my hack of the way to do it. So the only problem is it looks gigantic. So can I change, is it possible to change I did not practice this beforehand. Is it possible to change the style on it to make it less large? Like if I set a width to it to say the width is 1 pixel, can I actually modify that? No, it's not going to work, eh? And if I do this here and hit F12 and grab the span, is there any way, let me make this larger. And is there any way to font size? No, that's inherited. Let me see. Yeah, it might be font size actually. Yeah, it's font size. Sweet. Okay, so that's how you control that. The reason why it was so big is because it was stuck inside of the H1 tag. So because this plus was stuck inside the H1, it was inheriting the H1 tag's properties. So if I change the font size to be oops, sorry. That's a common bug or common mistake that happens in the world of React. You hyphenate your style. No, it is camel case. I have just made that mistake so that you will remember. And I'll, instead of making it 2 M's, I'll do 1 M. And then I broke it. What did I do? There we go. Still looks too large. Put it to 1 pixel. Okay. So I guess, what did I say? 16 pixels? Right. But then it's not centered properly. So I guess we can put some, would that be top margin? Negative top margin? Do I really want to get into all this nitty gritty? Margin says 0. There's no, so I guess I could put negative, although you can't put negative margin on a span. If I put margin top negative like 10 pixels. Yeah, it doesn't work on a span. You have to set the, oh gosh, what is this? This is a CSS thing. The display has to be inline block, I think. Is that right? No. Or wait, did it work? No, it's not making a difference. Let's try a div. Sorry, guys, this is not React stuff. This is totally on it, right? Put div puts it on the new line. I need flex. Oh gosh, do I want to use flex right now? I have not used flex in a while. So if we did like style here with a new div wrapping both and said display flex, I don't want to be spending the time on this, but let me try. This is the last thing I'll try. And then with a flex display, we do each item can have style. What is it? We want to align them. Align content center. And same here. Align content. There's align content and align items. Try align items. No. And I don't think it makes any difference here, center. There we go. I was gonna say this is the last thing I'll try. Okay, sweet. So I don't think we need align items on the child components or child. We do. Okay, I lied. That's annoying. Okay. Oh, CSS, how I loathe you. So we'll add a bit of margin left here to add some padding between. There you go. That's looking a little bit better. You see the amount of effort you go through to. Okay, there. Cool. So there's a little CSS flex lesson for you. Let's go to now making this plus button do something, which is what I wanted to do this whole time. So this plus button is nested inside of this div that I've created. So I'm going to make it so if you click inside of the div, it does something. Any guesses as to the name of the event that we need to be using here? I'll give you a hint. It starts with the word on. Everything is on. So if I want to click on it to have it do something, look at that, on click. Okay, so when I click on this plus symbol, really click on anything inside of this div is what I'm saying, I can have it do something. I can set it equal to a function. Okay, either a function that I declare up here, or I can even define it inline right here. Either one works. So we'll start with the inline. We can pass in the event. Inline is just literally defining the function here. When we click on it, it can do something, right? So what do we want it to do? We want it to take our single source of truth of the data and modify it such that we are adding a new item to the array. Where is the single source of truth? It's actually right here. It's in the to-do items, right? Set to-do items, get to-do items, right? We're already in the parent part of the app that contains the data. So we have the data right here, so that's helpful. We don't have to emit anything. We don't have to pass the data around. It's already where we are right now, which is helpful. And therefore, we can essentially set a new list of a new array of to-do items, right? We want to have a new array of to-do items to pass in here to have it do something and react to it. So what do we do? How do we add a new item in here? What do we pass into the setter? Well, we take the existing items and do exactly what we did last time. We copy the array. Okay, this is very, very, very common and done over and over again with React. You create a duplicate of the array using this sort of, this is called the, oh shoot, what's it called? I said this last time. Destructuring. You destructure the array into a new array. So you essentially take the existing array, you parse it out into its individual items, and then you cram those back into a new array. So this bracket here is just like saying in the world of Java, new array, right? And then you set it equal to what would be round brackets. Okay, those two statements are identical. So just so if you have a Java background, maybe that makes a bit more sense to you. This is literally the same thing, saying new array and passing in that duplicate array, if you will. It's just like saying, it's the same thing as just having a single bracket. We favor the single bracket here, square bracket, because it's a lot less verbose, right? It's quicker to type. So you copy it, and we'll go into remember the on-click event for our plus symbol. When we click on the plus symbol, we take the existing array, copy it into a new variable, and then what happens? What do we want to do when we click the plus? How should we modify this copied array? We want to say to do items copy dot push. Push means is a JavaScript way of adding to an existing array. So you can push a new item in there. But what is an item? What is this to do item? An individual item. It is right here inside of our data. A single item in the array of items is just an object like this with an ID. Now this is gonna be tricky because we're gonna need to properly add one to the ID and stuff. Oh, I didn't anticipate that. That's annoying. Okay, we're gonna have to do some dirty coding. Okay. We can, let's get back to the task at hand. What do we do? What do we push? What is a single item? A single item is a single object. I copied one of the objects and I pasted it in. And for example, we're gonna have to set an ID. So I could hard code 4 in here, but I mean, the point of an ID is it should be dynamic. The item name, we could set a default here, right? We could set, instead of get the milk, it can be, new to do item. Okay, or we could even make it blank, right? It's whatever sort of makes sense. Maybe we'll make it blank. And then is done, we can initialize to false, because if you're adding a new to-do item to your to-do list, it's not automatically done, so it makes sense to set it to false. So what we've done here is we've pushed a new object onto the array that we've just created from a copy of the existing items. So now we can take this and paste in that copied array back into the setter method back up here, right? The setter method is right here. We set a new array into the to-do items list, and then React will see that there's a new item, the array has changed, and React will update the view for us, okay? So let's save and see if anything breaks. Everything's okay. So now when I click on this, also the cursor doesn't change. I need to change the look and feel of the cursor because right now it looks like a text cursor. But when I click on it, it adds a new item. Ooh. Now, yeah, there you go. I was like, I typed it, it didn't do anything. Hey there. And I can mark it as done, and there you go, right? Now the problem is if I click add again, this looks okay, but the ID now is not unique. I hard-coded the ID 4, so if I keep clicking plus, all these new text boxes have an ID of 4 right here. So now we need to solve that problem because that's ugly. One solution is to look at the number of items in the to-do items list and base it off of that. But that can break too as soon as you start deleting items. That will have ID collisions. So the best way to do it is to declare a constant here. To do, I don't know, IDs or ID. Set to do ID equals use state. Normally the IDs would be generated for us in the backend in the database. Sorry, I don't want to do brackets. We'll start the default here will just be 1. And then what we can do is we can say, how would we do this here? Let's say to do ID, but then I want to do plus plus. But then in order to do plus plus, we have to set it. This is going to be, let me just do this. Again, I don't want to get stuck on the minutia here because this is not that important. We'll set the default to be 4 because we're hard coding all this stuff and we'll have to come back to this. It's ugly, I know. We'll set it as 4. And then what we can do is with this to do ID that's defaulted to 4, when we insert a new item, which is right plus here, number 4 here can be the to do ID. okay, which will currently be 4. And then after we're done pushing, we can say set to do ID equal to itself, plus 1. Okay, now why is it upset with me? Is not defined. Oh, why did I say item? ID. There we go. You have to match the name. The setter has to match the getter, So save. Okay. So now it's going to delete all those because we're not actually persisting any of this stuff yet. And if I click, how can I look at can I look at the data? I just want to prove to you guys that, yeah, ID 6. And if I say plus, it adds another, now we have ID 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as you can see, it is actually updating the IDs to be the appropriate IDs, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So cool. We know the IDs are unique. All that we need to do here, last little bit is, what was I going to do? I've lost my train of thought with my code. No, I think that's good, right? So we have a way to, oh, right, I wanted to change the cursor. That's what it was. The cursor, I wanted to turn into a little pointer finger. So that's actually just style. That's, again, not a React thing. That's a CSS thing. So we can say cursor is a pointer for this particular div. Okay, so if I hover over it, now it's a little pointer finger, right? Which is more in line with what you would expect it to be for a sort of a clickable button. One other thing that I don't like about this is this doesn't, from a user experience perspective, this doesn't look good, right? To me, there should be something called a placeholder text to give you a hint as to what you should put into this text box. Okay, so this is an HTML thing, not a React thing. So where we define the input box is inside of the to-do item component. So let's hop into the to-do item component. Let's hop into there we go, to-do item component. The input box is right here, right? Which is where we have the value of the item name, which is where it says get the milk and all this stuff. There's a property or an attribute called placeholder. Placeholder is just a regular old string. It is what the default value is. And we can set this to the actual text that you want to have displayed when nothing is in the box. So I'm trying to think, what do we want to have displayed? What's a to-do item, a default, I guess we could say new to-do item here. There, you see what that does? It sort of adds some gray text. And then when you click on it, you can type over top of it. So you can say get a new car, there you go. So that's the placeholder. It looks, at least it gives a hint as to what they should type in. It looks a little bit better. And then you could cross it out. There you go. Now the final thing, because it seems like we'll have time to talk about it. Again, unless there are questions, speak up now, is the delete functionality. So we've done the C, we've done the R, we've done the U. Now let's do the D. So for my work, for my example here, whatever app here, I'm going to have maybe a little minus sign next to each item. So instead of having a plus, let's do a minus. We'll search, what is this called? Emojipedia. That's a good word, good name. Emojipedia for a minus sign. There you go. I'll copy the minus sign, and then we can paste the minus sign next to the right of the text box. Where's the text box? It's right here. So to the right of the text box might be here. Now I'm going to have a problem as soon as I do this. I'll put this in we'll try a span like this. Now it's complaining because we've seen this before. This is the whole JSX expressions must have one parent element. So the problem is this round bracket all the way down to this round bracket can only take one parent element. Right now we have two. We have an input and we have a span. So to fix this, we wrap the entire thing in essentially noise. You wrap it in this, it's called a fragment, and save it, and then it's happy, and then there's the minus signs showing up. Okay, now the minus signs won't do anything. we have a question here. We cannot edit the placeholder, right? You can edit the placeholders here. If you wanted to make this placeholder dynamic, you could, right? Or you can hard code it. You can just hard code it here. You could have it say like ABCD, right? And say save, and then it would change to ABCD, right? So whatever you put in the placeholder will show up there. It can even say like, get the milk, right? It could give you that kind of hint there, right? So yeah, you could make it dynamic or do whatever you like with it. New to-do item. I'll just do that. Dot. So, okay. So the minus signs are here. But as you can see, there's no mouse cursor thingy. And then if I click on them, they don't do anything. So because we haven't hooked up an event to the click of the minus sign. So the minus sign is here. First thing I want to do is a little bit of styling. I want to just move the minus signs over just a little bit, which you can do in a span. You can do style, and you can say margin left. And you can have like, I don't know, 1M. Yeah, sure. Why not? Good enough. And then what else did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to add the cursor. So this is the cursor. It should be a pointer for this span. So now when I hover over it, it turns into a little hand pointy thingy. But again, nothing happens when I click on it. So when we click on it, we want it to do something. So when we click on what? When we click on the span, because the span is what wraps the little minus sign. So the span can have another attribute called onClick. OnClick, just like we did last time with the, where did it go? I think it was up here. Where'd it go? Plus, the plus symbol. The onClick was right here. Yeah. So that's what we did already. Now, there's one curveball here. We could say onClick. We're back with the minus sign. If you say onClick equals, and you could pass in, like I said, the event. We've seen this a lot now. This whole event function thing. We could put in all of our code here, but we're going to run into a problem if we try to modify the data here. And it should be very obvious once you look at it. We don't have the whole array to work with here. Remember, we're back into the child element. So the child element, again, single source of truth. The child element, this is not where the source of the data is to edit. We need to do the whole emitting thing again. We need to emit the fact that we want to delete something up to the parent, because the parent component is where the actual data exists, right here. Well, right here, to do items. So for that, I think I'm going to create a whole new, we're not updating data. So we wouldn't just emit this function to call, because it's not like we're updating the data, we're deleting the data. So there's a whole new function that we define first in the parent to handle the deletion of the data. Because again, the parent is where this data exists. The parent, when I say the parent, the to-do app component is where the data exists. So that's where we want to do the deleting. So wherever it is that we do the work, it's called handle. Okay, whenever we're doing the emit whatever functionality, the naming convention that we typically see is the handle keyword is done where the actual work happens. Emit is the word that we use when we're in the child who wants to emit the event up to the parent. So we want to handle to do item data delete. If I'm to be in congruency with my, or the same as my other naming convention for this one, instead of update, we put delete. And then I guess we could pass in data. Really, all we need to delete something is to know the ID of which to delete. So technically we could just pass in the ID, but hey, we could also just pass in the whole, it's up to you. It can go either way, in my opinion. So that this can be the actual deleting, right? For now, we'll put a log message in here and we'll just say, hey, I'm supposed to delete, and then we can put a comma and put data, right? So for now, the handle to do item data delete method won't do anything. It'll just output a console message, but at least we can see it doing something, okay? So how do we do it such that we can emit the delete event from the child? we need to pass it in. Remember, the parent passes data in via an attribute, just like we did here. Emit data update, and we pass in the whole handle method. We do the same thing. Emit to do item data delete equals handle to do item data delete. Delete matches with delete. All right, another question coming in. When we pass the whole data to the parent, will it cause performance issue? I don't think so. Not when it's just one single data point. If it was like a gigantic array of data, yeah, then you could if you had like 1 million items or something, then that would be a performance thing to think about. But we'll only ever pass in one piece of data, so I think it'll be fine. Unless the other curveball is if that single data item was like packed with stuff, but even then, I don't think. Computers these days are so fast, even phones are getting so fast that it won't cause an issue. So emit is what we pass from the parent. We pass the handle method, but we call it, the key of it is called emit, because then in the child, we can use the emit. We'll grab emit from props. Remember, that's how everything is passed to the child as props. Okay, the keys exist inside of props. So we can destructure it out and put it into emit to do item data delete was the name of the thing that we were passing in. Remember, over here, emit to do item data delete, emit to do item data delete. Those two things must match. So now down here, when we do the actual delete, remember the minus sign, when we click on the minus sign, on click is with the code that we're looking at right now. So when we click on the minus sign, what do we want to have happen? We want to emit to do item data delete. What are we going to emit? We're going to emit the entire data object, right? To do item data is the name of the object that we're dealing with. I shouldn't say, is it an object? Yeah, it's an object. That's safe to say. So I'll save here and save here. Now, if I open up my console, and let me clear the console. If I click on the delete, hey, I'm supposed to delete ID2, pick up the kids. If I click delete on get the milk, hey, I'm supposed to delete get the milk. So we can see that it's working, right? If it's number one, number two. So cool. We have an indication of that, we're on the right path here. One obvious issue that I'm seeing here is, oh no, I can't delete this one, the go to work. Doesn't have a minus sign next to it. Why is that? Well, let's take a look at, these are each row here. Each row is a to-do item component, which is right here. To-do item component. Let's go in there. Control click. Control click. Control click, 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 click. Why is it sometimes I can do that? And now, anyway, that's a VS Code thing. Okay, why is it that the crossed out one doesn't have a minus sign? Well, look. This is based off of this logic right here. To-do item data is done. If it's done, it shows a label. And that's it. It's doing exactly what we're telling it to do. If the to-do item is not done, then what does it do? It shows an input box and the minus sign. Okay. So really what we want to do here is the first instinct many coders would have is to copy the span, paste it over to the label, get the error that we saw before, wrap the whole thing in the React component thing, hit save, and it's like, oh, look, it works now. It looks like it's cool. In my opinion, anytime I see duplicate code like that, I say to myself, is there any way that I can reduce the duplicate code, right? So can I refactor this to take out the duplicate code? Maybe. One test I would do is to take out the span. So let's undo what we just did. And let's delete this span and put it on the outside of this whole to-do item data is done thing. So in other words, on the outside of this curly bracket. So maybe paste the span in here and hit save. Okay, nothing changed over here. If I refresh, it stays there. That minus sign is still there. If I click on the minus sign, does it do anything? It does. Look, I'm supposed to delete go to work. I'm supposed to delete pick up the kids. I'm supposed to delete get the milk. So that's one little refactoring we did. We, instead of pasting it twice inside of that logic, we said, oh, let's extract that out and put it below that logic here, and it still functions perfectly fine. Okay. The only nitpicky thing is that the I would want to probably make the label the same size as the text area. But if I hit add, and then what if I said like, this is an example of a super long label. Let's see what happens. Right. And if I click done, yeah, that's what I expected to have happen. So there's some, design stuff there that if I were doing this in the real world, I would probably figure out how to solve this problem. But for our sake, let's focus on not the look and the feel, but let's focus on the functionality. So when I click on the delete button, we know that the emit event happens. It emits data, specifically the individual to-do item data that we just clicked on. It emits it up to the parent, which goes into the handle to-do item data delete method, which is right here, and it hits that that console log message. So what do we want to do with this data that we have? How do we delete the data? First question is, are we looking at the single source of truth? Yes, we are here. This is the single source of truth inside of the parent method. So cool. This is how we modify that single source of truth. We modify it via that setter method. Okay, so we know that we have to do something with respect to the setter method. But what? Well, I think it's the exact same thing we've always done. You copy the existing array. You modify existing, copy of existing array. And then you do the set to-do items, and you set that to-do items copy back in. Okay, so the question is, copy, do something, and then set it. Here's the do something for the update. Where's the do something for the plus? Here's the do something for the plus. And we should really refactor this out. I'll do that in a second. So what do we, where's the do something for the delete? All we do is we search the copied array for the ID that matches the data that we're passing in, right? We're passing in the data that represents what we want to delete. So we just look in the copied array and we look for the ID that matches that. This might seem a little complex, but stick with me. I'm going to do something called a filter. This is the advanced way to do what it is that I want to do, but I'll explain why this works. Filter, if you remember from Java and streams, filter is a way to filter out certain items inside of a collection. It's the same thing here. We are taking the collection, in this case, is an array. We want to filter out the data that relates to the exact item that we want to delete. So essentially, when we click on delete, we want to filter that one item out and then pass this new array without that one item into the set to do items. It's kind of a clever way to delete an item from an array. So how do we filter that item out? Well, we're looking at the individual, to do items, right? This is a variable name. This is just the way, this is like a Lambda function. This is the variable name. You can name this whatever you want. I'm going to call it to do item because that's a good name for what we're working with. We're iterating through each of the items in this list, in this array. So we'll call them the individual ones to do item. And we'll say, return this. We'll say to do item dot, is it called ID? I think so, right? Yeah, to do item dot ID. That's the name of the ID. Is not equal to data.id. Okay, data.id. Data represents when we click on that minus sign, it sends the entire object, the entire to-do item up to the parent. So this to-do item and this data are the same object, more or less. They're the same thing. So we just want to compare the ID properties with each other. And if the ID is not equal, then we want to leave it alone. We want to keep it. So this statement will return true for every single one of the items in the list, except for the matching item, the matching ID. The matching ID, this statement will return false, which means it will be filtered out. Okay. Now we're missing one thing. This returns a value. So the dot filter, I think, will return an array, and I think you can just copy it, or you just not copy it. I think you can set it back into itself. No, you can't. Why is this? Oh, items copy. Right? But it's upset with me. Why is it upset with me? Is constant. Oh, right. Of course, it's constant. So that's, again, you in the world of JavaScript, the convention is to always declare everything as a constant until you hit the problem that I just hit. Then you can make it a let statement, which means let is kind of like saying it's a variable. It's not constant is what this does. So you're declaring it as not a constant because clearly we're changing it, right? So we're going to change the variable because we're filtering something out. And then we're going to set that right back in here. Okay. Alternatively, we could have just taken this entire filter statement and put it right into set to do items. But anyway, I wanted to break things up line by line. Let me hit save. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Okay. Let's see if this works. If I click minus, it goes away. If I click minus to pick up the kids, minus to get the milk, there we go. Plus, 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 minus, minus, plus, plus, plus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's delete 3. Goes away. Let's mark 1 as done. Let's mark 4 as done. Delete 2, delete 1. You see, we have a fully functional to-do item application that looks really ugly, but it's fully functional. So
it looks good. I mean, it's functional.
It's functional. That's it.
Yeah, ugly. It's okay. We can add some nice
you can make it pretty. So
Yeah.
what's missing here? The only, well, other than making it look pretty, a few things are missing. We haven't done any navigating. I taught you guys about how to use router and routes, App.js, this whole router and route thing. Remember, I talked about a dashboard. You can go to /dashboard, but right now it just says, "Oh my god, a dashboard." So that's not very. So I would like to create a dashboard that shows the items that are not yet done, that are not yet marked as done, which now, given the knowledge that we have, it should be fairly trivial to do that because we've broken things down into components. The components have state. We can filter by state. We can, the React is good like that. So we should be able to, get the dashboard done pretty quick. And then the other thing, the other obvious thing is when I refresh, like if I change all this data and do a bunch of stuff, and then I refresh the page, all the work that we just did goes away. So there should be some mechanism that we have to persist these changes that we have done. Okay, there's 2 ways to do it. One way is to persist it directly inside of the browser itself. Okay, that's one way to do it. Typically, the more real world scenario is when you persist, you are sending these requests to a server. The server side, this is where Java comes in, or C# or Python, or whatever your server side language is. You have a way to tell the server, hey, there needs to be, the CRUD has happened. A create event has happened, a read has happened. Well, I guess, yeah, well, read comes the other way. Read comes from the server. But you're pushing the event saying a create happened, an update happened, or a delete happened. You push that from the client side to the server side. That's usually done via the fetch command. You can do it in a bunch of ways, but fetch is the default way that you can do it inside of JavaScript. The fetch does the get or the post or the put or the delete. And that way you can tell Java what to do. And Java can get that data and then update the database accordingly. So if you're creating an item, you can tell Java to update the database by adding a new row. And then we can send that back to the view. If you're telling it to update, it can update and then send that back to the view. If you want to delete, you can tell it to delete and then update that back to the view, et cetera, et cetera. So the only layer of complexity there is that you have to now have a Java application or a Python application or some sort of server side set up. You don't have to, like I said, you can do it all inside the browser, but that's not necessarily very real world. Typically in the real world, you have some sort of server on the back end that helps with all this stuff. Oh, there's one tiny little thing I wanted to refactor. So this is kind of ugly to put all your code right inside of an on-click event like this. There's a bunch of functionality here. It's kind of like service type stuff. It's usually best to extract this stuff out into a function. Okay, so I'm going to extract this out. I'm going to hit X or Control X to cut. And I'm going to paste this into a function called handle to do item data, what was this, add? Right? Yes. In this case, we're adding, we don't need to pass anything in because we already know what we're adding. We're adding, and this element right here. So, I mean, you could have it pass in an actual data, and we could have, extracted this out back into the on-click event, but it doesn't really matter. So this on-click event, I've just deleted the code, the special code. We need to now have it say handle the to-do item data add event or method, function, whatever. So now we've sort of extracted that code out of the inline on-click event and put it up wherever it was here. Okay. So just to prove it still works, I can click plus 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 and it still adds, and I can still remove. Everything still works as expected. Still good. Cool. Hey, fellow coder. Congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said no, or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the Bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front-end technologies in the Bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the Bootcamp is on the Java language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the Bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the Bootcamp because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the Bootcamp, and 2, that the Bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now. So in this one, we're going to essentially rope in or loop in a back end, right? So we've seen a lot of what React can do so far, but now we want to amp it up and add something that's actually a lot more real world, which is piecing it together with a back end, such that you don't have to hard code the actual data itself. So the first thing that I'll do is I will start by creating the actual back end. So again, if you don't have any knowledge, if you're watching this and you have any knowledge of Java, well, this is going to be a little bit overwhelming for you, but stick with me. I assume people watching this as the recording will have some Java knowledge. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Java project. So specifically a Spring starter project, or start.spring.io is where you would go. But for this, because I have the Spring Tool Suite plugin installed into Eclipse, I have this Spring Boot project type. So I can say new, and I can say other, and then I can say Spring Starter Project. But like this is, you can see where it goes. It gets all this data from start.spring.io. So that's where this data comes from. So this project that I will create, I'll call this in a very uncreative way. I'll call this the React back. I guess I can call this the to-do. I guess I call it to-do app backend. What would I actually call this in the real world? Let me be. I would probably just call this the to-do app. And I would just know that since this is a Java project, it is the back end. It is not the front end. It's not React. It's the back end. So I guess I would just, if I was really doing this in the real world, I would call this to-do app. And then, for the group name, you do, the name of the domain where it would be deployed to backwards. Artifact name, React backend. Version doesn't really matter for now. And then, everything else looks okay. The description, I'll just leave it empty because it's kind of meaningless. Packaging, as we've talked about in past videos, I don't want to dive into it too much. Typically, war is used to easily deploy an entire project. If I were doing it this way, I would create this as a war file and deploy this entire project. If I was creating this as a plugin to another project, if this was just being developed as like a library to be plugged in, then I would probably use a jar file. But since I would deploy this, this would be a war file is what I would use. Cool. So I will say next. And then what do I want to have included in my Spring Boot project? So I'm actually going to use something called an H2 database. H2 database is, if you've never used it before, it is an in-memory database. So it mimics something like a MySQL database or a PostgreSQL or whatever other database technology you could think of. But it's everything is stored in memory on the web server that's being run. This is great for testing purposes. You would only ever use this for testing or demonstration purposes, which is why I'm going to use this. If I wanted to have a full MySQL database, I would use MySQL driver instead. But the beauty about doing this is all of our code that you're hopefully been taught before in terms of how to integrate with a database, it's all the same. So it is database agnostic, all the code that we've learned. And this is a good way to show that this is indeed database agnostic. I will also include Spring Web because this will be a RESTful web app. We do not need to include Timeleaf because our React front end is essentially what is being swapped out with Timeleaf. So we're really just going to have an H2 database and Spring Web, and I'll say finish. There was maybe one more thing. I needed Spring Data JPA. Shoot. I forgot one thing. So that's okay. We can add that into the POM file. So when I open up the POM file, everything that I was just doing, it essentially just created this. It created Spring Boot Starter Web dependency, and it created the H2 database artifact. And I forget, oh man, dependency for, it's going to be similar to, it's probably org.springframework.boot, but then the artifact ID is probably Spring Boot Starter Data JPA. Yeah, Data JPA. Whew. Let's see if I save that. Does it give me any errors? It says building. I see a green check mark in my problem, so that's good. So yeah, Spring Data JPA here, what this will do is allow us to interact with our database, to query it, essentially, to do the CRUD, create, read, update, delete. Cool. So let's go ahead and create the first thing that we need, which is a controller. Anytime I'm doing anything in a like a Java web app, I tend to think about controllers first. So I'll create a new controller, and we'll just call it, again, not very creatively, the to-do controller. And I'll put it into my .web package. The difference here, once my computer kicks into gear, the difference here is that the to-do controller will be a REST controller, is what we will annotate it as, REST controller. Because with a React front end, if you did a plain old regular controller, if I got rid of this and made it a plain controller, it would need something like Timeleaf to integrate with. That's how that works. REST controllers are also agnostic to whatever front end is interacting with it, which is nice. That gives you options. You can plug in a mobile UI, you can plug in this React UI, you can plug in whatever UI you want, and it would be able to return. It just returns JSON data. That's all a REST controller does. It returns JSON. Cool. Now, and I need a request mapping as well. Typically, in the real world, you would see something like /API is prepended to all of the REST controllers. So for this one, we'll do that. And then usually we use the domain object name that this controller will be interacting with. So the domain object name in this case is, I think, to-do item is what we called it. To-do app, to-do, I think it was to-do item. Yeah, to-do item is the name of our sort of domain object to be consistent. So we'll call this to-do items. It's always pluralized in this case. Control-Shift-O to import my stuff. And then we can create our CRUD. So we'll start with the reading of our CRUD first, which is a get mapping. And then this will return something called response entity. I'm going to put a question mark in here, and I'll show you why in a second. And then the name of this function that I'm creating can be something like, I don't know, get all to-do items, for instance, is what this is essentially doing. So this will get all of the to-do items in our H2 database. How do we do this? Well, we need a repository in order to communicate with. Typically, I know I'm going fast, typically you would have a service in the middle. This is going to be a situation where it's a do as I say, not as I do. I don't want to put a service in the middle of all this because I'm too lazy. But if you were doing this in the real world, you would have a service that the controller would talk to. Controllers talk to services, not directly to repositories, except for if your name is Trevor and you're doing a demonstration. So we will do a controller or a repository here. I will create an interface. There we go. Create new interface. I will call this the to-do repository. And I will put it in the repository package to organize my files appropriately. And if you remember your Spring Data JPA stuff, the interfaces, repositories, extends JPA repository. And then it requires the domain object that this repository is tied to and the ID data type that you're using for the primary key. For this one, we haven't created this yet, but it'll be the to-do item will be the domain object. And again, we haven't done this yet, but it'll probably just be a long. Usually that's the default data type for the ID that we use. And then we're good, except we need to create this to-do item. So I'm gonna actually hover over and cheat and say create class to-do item on this domain object. So this domain object that I'm about to create, well, will not be in the to-do or would not be in the repository package, but in the domain package is typically where we put that. So there, this to-do item here will represent a one-to-one match with our to-do item here, right? Well, I guess more specifically here, because this is where the data is coming in. So an individual to-do item that we've created on our React front end is one with an ID, an item name, and then an isDone Boolean flag. So we're just going to sort of recreate these three properties inside of the world of Java over here. So private long ID, item name is next, private string item name, and isDone Boolean. So private Boolean isDone, Control Shift S, and then R to create getters and setters. Some boilerplate code. There you go, getters and setters. And typically I annotate on the getter this is a domain object. So I should make a domain object. I almost forgot. At entity in the world of Java is what we use to tie a domain object to the database table that it will represent. So this will, when you mark it as entity here, this will create a database table in your database called to-do_item. Will be the default name because that's what the name is here. So essentially it'll create a table, creates table, to-do_item is what it will create. And for this table, this get ID will be the primary key. So I will mark it as such. and I will use generated value to have an automated way to automatically create my data. I did another Control-Shift-O there to organize my imports, and it doesn't know which of these two annotations to use. I always use the JavaX persistence. JavaX persistence is it's a common gotcha to use a hibernate. What you call it? Hibernate annotation. Pretty much everything comes from the Java persistence API, which is all here. So this is, again, I'm going over very quickly here. If you don't have any knowledge of this, then you're going to be completely lost. And my recommendation is you have to take a Java course. So, but this is what, the back end of a React app built in Java will look like. So this is a Java code that represents our database table. And each one of these to do items will be a row in our database. And then because we've created this, and we've created a repository here, the extending JPA repository, and we've tied it to this domain object, to do item, what we just created. Now we have a means to do our CRUD operations with this repository. We can create data, read it, update data, and delete it. How do we do that? Well, we do it through the controller. So the controller is where we'll be using endpoints, querying endpoints from the front end in React to talk to our backend, right? So for this one, let's just write a quick query to get all the items, right? To do that, you would need the repository. Well, you would need the service, but remember, I'm being lazy. So I'm going to auto wire in the repository, to do repository. I'll call it to do repo because I'm lazy and like to use the name repo instead. Control-Shift-O to organize my imports and bring in that auto wired annotation import. Then I'm going to say to do repo dot find all. So this is going to give me a list of all, I'll call it all to do items, right? This is going to query my database, get all the to do items. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to return that list back to the front end. How do you return something? You go through this response entity. It's sort of like a wrapper object that's created by Spring. It's a very convenient way to return REST data, RESTful data or JSON data. So you can say response entity dot, and you can assume that if we got to this line of code, everything is okay. So we can return response entity okay. What that does is it will return a 200 code. HTTP status code 200 means everything's okay in the world of request data. What is it? HTTP requests. So 200 means good. So we're just assuming it's good because we got to this line of code and nothing's failed yet. And the body is going to be all of those to-do items. So we'll copy, paste all of those to-do items into the body and say save. So now I went very fast, but we have a somewhat working version of an endpoint at API/to-do items that will return all of the to-do items in our repository, which for this particular code right now will be absolutely nothing. There's no to-do items in this database because it's just an empty database that will be created as soon as we fire up the server because it's an in-memory database. So let's go ahead and fire it up. And we'll just hopefully just see that it fires up correctly. Usually takes a couple seconds. Good. So it started in 3.5-ish, 3.7 seconds, and there's no errors. So basically, if we wanted to, we could send a GET request to this endpoint, and we should get data back, or we should just get an empty array is what we'll get back. So now how do we hook it up to the front end? That's the $10,000 question at this point. So let's go back to our front end. You'll notice that I'm using two separate IDEs. You could put this all into one IDE, but in my opinion, each IDE has its strengths for each of the languages, and I kind of want to utilize all those strengths for each of those IDEs. For example, if you pull Java into VS Code, you lose a lot of the features that Eclipse has. Or vice versa, if you pull the React code into Eclipse, you lose a lot of the features that VS Code provides for JavaScript syntax or React syntax. So that's why I use two separate IDEs. You don't have to use two separate IDEs if you don't want to. Okay, so there's probably two things. I'm gonna go off script here and try the first thing, or try something different. I'm gonna skip number one and go right to number two and see if this works. So what I'm gonna do here is, instead of hard coding our data in React on the React side when we're fetching the data from the database, I'm going to not hard code it, and I'm going to try to fetch it from the database. In other words, I'm going to get rid of everything, and I'm going to listen to my comment here that says fetch the data from the DB. How do you fetch data from somewhere? You use the method called fetch. Fetch takes two things. It takes a string, which is the URL that you're fetching from, and it takes an object, which are all of your sort of properties for this request that you're making. This is where you can set headers. This is where you can set the body of the request. You can do a bunch of stuff inside of this sort of object here. When it's a GET request, you actually the second parameter is optional. So my GET request, I can just say http://localhost. Remember, Tomcat is what we're using, which is hosting our Java application. So it's localhost 8080, not localhost 3000. Localhost 3000 is our front end. Localhost 8080 is our back end. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. Those are essentially two different websites, so to speak. Yeah. So you do that. That's the root. And then what was the endpoint was /API/to-do item. So I'll copy that, paste it in here. Okay. So this will perform a GET request. Now, with the fetch API, the fetch code, you can fetch returns a promise. So if I hover over this, you can, oh, how come it don't go away? Right here, you see it returns a promise. Okay, so when a function in JavaScript returns a promise, this is like completable futures in the world of Java. It allows you to chain another method on it. When I say dot, you can use dot then. So first, you do the fetch, and then once it has returned the data, because it could take a while, it could take 1 millisecond, 10 milliseconds, 10,000 milliseconds. You don't know how long it's going to take for the server to respond. So this is how you do it in an asynchronous fashion. JavaScript is all about asynchronous. So you say dot then, meaning once you have returned once you have received a response from this endpoint, then I want you to do something with that response. Okay, the response that comes back, you want to do something with it. For now, what I'll do is I will slow things down and I'll just do a console log on the response. That's all I will do for now, is just show you what the response is. This might fail, but let me just see. Let me hit save and let me open up localhost 3000 for our front end. And let me see if there's any failure. So if I go to over here, I don't see any messages that are failing. If I hit F12, there we go. So this is what I assumed I would hit this problem, and I tried to skip a step, but that's okay. So if I zoom in here, it's trying to fetch data from localhost 8080 from localhost 3000. When you try to do that, these are essentially two completely different websites. I realize they both have the word localhost in them, but because they're different ports, it's considered completely different websites. It would be like if you are on google.com and google.com was trying to fetch data from, I don't know, Microsoft.com, right? It's an indication that maybe some tomfoolery is happening here. Maybe there's some issues, there's some hacking that might be happening. So the browser blocks it. The browser I use is a Brave browser, but it's essentially Chrome. It's a flavor of Chrome. Chrome blocks this. Brave blocks this. Firefox will probably block this too. So what you need is a way to say, hey, I'm a React app, and I should be considered the same as the back end. In other words, localhost 3000 should be considered the same as localhost 8080. And there is a magical way to do this inside of your React app. There's something called a package.json file. If you open up package.json, it is JSON, which means it's an object with keys and values. Okay, these are some settings that you can tweak for your own application. Basically, what we need to do is we need to add an additional key and value pair in here. You can put it anywhere you like. It's called a proxy is the key, and the value is essentially how you want to be proxied or whatever. So we want to pretend like we're localhost 8080. Save. That should reboot the app. Hopefully it should reboot. Let me refresh. It did not reboot. Proxy localhost 8080. Let me stop my server and reboot it. By the way, to stop my server there, I went to terminal, I hit Control-C, and that usually escapes out of whatever it is that's running. And then it gave me this terminate batch job message. And then I said, yes, terminate. Just in case you didn't know how to terminate your server. That's odd. Why is that still happening? Localhost 8080. Oh, sorry. So proxy goes in here, but we need to modify our fetch statement. My apologies. The fetch statement is over here. Yes, we get rid of this localhost 8080. So we just have the endpoint. So I say save, refresh. There you go. So now I have a response. Okay. So the response has come and we see some information about the response, specifically that status 200. That status 200 is coming from right here. We say response entity.ok. OK means 200. Wherever, somewhere in here, it'll say, oh, here it is. If I click on OK, there, 200 is the code that we see back. Okay. HTTP response or HTTP request. No, HTTP status codes are important for communication on the web. It's a way to give some context to a response that comes from a server, right? The word 200, the code 200 means something. The code 300 means something. The code 404 means something. Some of you may have seen error page not found 404, right? That's 404 means page not found. You might have seen that a lot, and you say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. 200 means okay. So all these codes are HTTP status codes, and they mean something, which is why I said, hey, if I'm able to return this, but if I'm able to query this and I can return it, then everything's okay. One thing that I could do is I could put this in a try block. Okay. For instance, I'm going off script again. Right. And then if I had a catch, I can catch an exception. Here I might say return response entity dot, and then I can say status, and I can say 500 or something. 500 means internal server error, and then I can say dot, and I can add a body if I wanted to have an actual body being returned, meaning giving it more data back, or I can just build it and give it nothing. Building it just gives it nothing. That's an example of properly using status codes, right? So 500 is, a status code that means something on the web. It means something went wrong in my server side of my code. So anyway, that's not going to do anything right now, but I figured I would mention it. So, okay. This response, back to the world of refreshing the page and seeing the response, what can we do with it? We've got this status 200 code, and there's this thing called body, and if I click on it, it says readable stream, and if I go into it, it looks locked, and it doesn't look very helpful, and like, what do I do with all this information? Like, where's the data? I want the data. How do I get the data? Well, this is an intermediary step that you need to do with the fetch API. It's just a common thing that you need to do. You need to handle the response. Okay, the response that comes back, you need to parse it in some way, shape, or form. The response has a bunch of information about the request, as well as a body. The body is where the data is, and that's where the stuff that you really want and are interested in exists. It's in the body of the response. The response holds additional data like what was the status code? What was the, I don't know, all the other stuff that it talks about. What are the headers? Was there a redirect? What is the status? Like all this additional metadata, if you will, is available, which could be useful. But for now, we'll keep things very simple. Let me roll my code back to just having this dot then and then this arrow function. What I'm going to return here, I'm going to return response dot JSON, and JSON is a function. Because I know my data that is coming from the web server, from Tomcat, is going to be JSON data. And I know it's going to be JSON data because I'm using a REST controller. Okay, that's what REST controllers do, is they return JSON data. I know it's JSON data, so I can parse it like it is JSON data. I can expect it to be JSON, and I can parse it like this. That's what response.json does. It turns it into, it parses it as JSON, as if it's JSON data. And if you look, this .json returns another promise. So what do we do when we have another promise? Well, we can chain .then. Okay, so it's a bit of an intermediary step that we have to do. First we fetch, then we get a response, and then we have to parse the response, the body of the response out like it's JSON, and then we can actually do something with that data, right? So if I say log here and output data and hit save and go back, you can't really see it, it's right here. Let me clear the log and refresh. You see an empty array, which is exactly what we expected. There's nothing in our database in terms of to-do items. So right now we're dealing with an empty array, and as you can see in our program, it's behaving as expected. There's no items in here. Okay, although I'm missing my plus. Did I blow away too much code? I blew away some code, and I thought it was all my code that I did today. Did I blow away all the work that we did last week? Oh dear. Let me just. I totally did. We only have the update data. Okay, that's all right. That's annoying. Okay. So, what questions about that before I continue?
No, my only question would be, but you kind of solved that already. So you would not hard code the URL in there, right? You just put it in the package JSON, and then there's like a variable in one spot for everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because localhost is it's obviously not the final URL, right?
Right. This would not be the production URL, right? So in the dev,
then you can change it there, and then it's good for everything.
Right. Then in your dev environment, your package JSON would have a different URL. In your
Right.
QA environment, your package JSON would have a different URL, and in your production, your live version, you have a different URL.
Yeah, but that's handy then. I mean, yeah.
When you're live, you don't really. If you're live, I don't think you need a proxy, because they're gonna both be deployed on the same. There's a way to deploy it all together, and so.
Without different ports then.
Without different ports, it's all on port 80. So this is really only a local host issue. So because we have two different ports, but
if it's live, you still don't need to put in the whole domain thing in the fetch, right? It's just /API/
If you had if you have a proxy, then yes.
Right.
So it's still helpful to declare a proxy, because then you don't have to type in the stuff before it.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So really, you should have a proxy, because it saves you typing here.
Yeah.
Good question though. That's a very valid question. So basically what I was missing here is I wanted the add button. I wanted to click on a plus and have it add something. And basically all the stuff that we did before, all the code that we had last time for that add button, when we clicked on it and it executed that method and did all that fancy stuff, I had to blow that away anyway, because now we have a new mechanism in place for adding data. We're just fetching, we're using a fetch call to the backend and telling the backend to add the data. So I would have had to blow it away anyway, so no big deal. So when we click on the plus button was inside of the to-do item. And we had it next to, or sorry, no, it wasn't here. It was at the root level. It was next to to-do list. So the to-do list is here. And then I think we had a plus button in here. I will make this, nowhere near as interesting. I'm just gonna have a plus here. And then we'll have the on click and have it call our function, which will be handle to do item data add, is I believe what we called it before, which was a separate function. And then we had hard coded the actual thing. So now when I click here, it should execute this code here. So if I do a log and say adding data, and then I'll also add style to this plus button to have it say the cursor is a pointer. So now it's a pointer. If I click on it, it says adding data. Yeah, so fair enough. Not as, a step down in terms of the look and the feel, but it still functions. And again, that's the main thing we're going for here. So when we add data, what do? Instead of doing all the work we did before, we need to tell our Java server that we would like to add data, and we can pass it the data that we want to add. Okay, and then Java will receive that request and say, oh, I need to interact with my repository and tell it to add the data that the front end just sent to me. And then I'm going to respond back to the front end and let the front end know that it was successful, essentially. And there's a neat trick. Well, I don't want to say neat trick. There's a hack that I'm going to do to make our lives simpler with the response, but I'll do that in just a moment. So how do we tell the backend that we want to do something? We want to fetch. Okay, fetch isn't the greatest. Fetch to me says pull data, get me the data, but this actually works to push the data as well, which is not the greatest name, but anyway. How do we push data to the Java side? We use a fetch as a post method. So we fetch to /API/to-do items. Is that what it was? Yeah, items. But then if I just leave it alone like this would be a get request. We don't want to do a get, we want to do a post. A post is what we do when we want to create data. It's the C of our CRUD. How do we tell it that we want to do a post? We add another parameter here, and it is going to be an entire object. Okay. This entire new object is just, again, any old object in JavaScript has key value pairs. Nothing magical is happening here. Key value pairs is what we are working with. How do we tell it that we want to do a method of post? The key is, thankfully, method. The value is, post. That's our first key value pair inside of our object that we're passing in. The second object, or the second key value pair that I want to pass in here, is to tell it the body of the post. So when we are posting data to our server, posting data typically has a body along with it. And the body is the data that we want to send, that we want to add. So how do we add a body? Thankfully, body is the key. Here's the curveball. It would be great if we could just say, add some sort of data like this. And we can have, like we had before, we had a constant value or variable called data. And this had, an ID. And although we actually don't need to pass in an ID, Java will take care of that for us with our database. So we don't need to pass in an ID. But I think it was item name we had before, which represented like get the milk was our default item name. And we had the is done Boolean, and we by default marked it as false. Now, it would be nice if we could do this, but alas, that does not work. Let me show you if there's a, let me do my response just like I did above. I'm going to do get the response and output the response to my log. And let's see if, oh, look at that. I was adding. Okay, that's good. So it's just empty array. If I click plus, well, right. Sorry. Before I do that, I need to add on the Java side a post mapping. I almost hit go. And so that would have given us a, 415 or 405 or something. 405 is the error that we would have gotten back, which means method not allowed because we don't have a post yet. So we need to go back to our Java side and add a post. So post mapping, public. Oh, I never explained the response entity question mark hack that I do here. This is me being lazy. I'm not telling it what the response is supposed to be. You can be lazy by putting a question mark in here. For this guy, the response that we're sending back is a list of to-do items. So you could just paste in list of to-do items and then it's fine. For this one, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to pass back a list of to-do items. But if you're lazy and don't want to say it, you can just put a question mark in. But it's probably better practice to actually tell it, to be more explicit and tell it what it should expect here with the response entity generic types. So anyway, this method will add, new to-do item, I guess. And we will have a to-do item. Remember, this here represents the domain object that we have created in Java, which represents the actual database table. And go back to my controller. Come on, computer. There we go. To-do item. So this is a parameter that we're passing in. There's a special annotation that we use to tell Spring, in this case, that this parameter is special and that it's coming from the post. It's coming from the body of the post. It is the request body. So this to-do item is the request body of the request that's coming in. And then I'm going to Control-Shift-O to organize those two imports, post mapping and request body. Now it's saying, hey, it's complaining there should be a return type. So we need to return something. We'll do that in a moment. So what should happen when we add a new to-do item to a database, right? That's the whole point. We do our to-do repo. Again, we should have a service here. We should not be talking directly to a repository from a controller, just to reiterate. So we have a repository dot save. That's as simple as it is to do an insert statement. And what are we saving? We're saving a to-do item, which is being passed in as a parameter. Okay, fairly straightforward. Now, what do we return back to the front end? This is where my hack comes in. I'm going to return back to the front end all of the to-do items. So get all to-do items. What does that do? Oh, it's back up here, which grabs all, it does a query back to the database, gets all the items, and then returns all the items as here, response entity.ok. This is a hack. This is not the greatest way to do things in the real world, because this would eventually become, doing a select every single time would be a bit annoying, and it would take a lot of database resources. But for our purposes, again, it's a do as I say, not as I do situation. So that's my hack. I will save into the database and then return all the items from the database. So that's my method. Now, what am I doing? I'm going back to the front end and hitting refresh. And now I'm going to try to add. And I think this is still going to fail. Yeah, this is still going to fail. Let me click plus. Yes, method not allowed. So what is that? This one got me stuck for a long time. Thankfully, you have the benefit of my pain and struggle and my experience to tell you how to solve this problem. Whenever I see 405 method not allowed, you can take a peek at the back end, and it gives you a hint on the back end as well. So in the log, or sorry, not 405, 415. The reason why I had the 405 there is because I need to reboot my server. I didn't reboot, so I didn't pick up the post mapping. My bad. Reboot the server first. Now we're going to get a different error. Unless it works, and then I'm going to eat my words. So let me hit plus. There you go, 415. Unsupported media type. My apologies. Whenever I see unsupported media type, you can go and see what it's talking about in the back end. And it says, this is your hint. Content type, text plain, character set, UTF-8, not supported. So it's on the front end, we have something to do with content or unsupported media type. And it's complaining on the server side about content type, text plain, not supported. What's happening here, by default, the fetch and post situation here that's happening, by default, it's trying to send my data as plain text. If you remember, when you communicate in the world of the internet back and forth between two languages, React to Java, Angular to Node, or one language to another language, the universal language between any two languages is JSON, not plain text. JSON is the way we structure data, also XML, but that's a bit older. What's happening here is we're not telling it to send the body of our request as JSON data to the server side. So the server side is saying, I don't accept plain type because this is a REST controller. The REST controller is expecting JSON data as its input, and it's also going to default to using JSON as its output. But by default, we are sending it plain text. So there's actually two problems, but I'll solve this first one for you first. How do we tell React not to go to the default and send plain text? How do we tell React that the data that we want to send here is not plain text, but rather it is a JSON structured data? To do that, we need to modify the headers for this request. So headers is the key, just like method was the key before and body was the key. Headers is the key. Headers, the body of a header is an entire object. And within, again, we're nesting again, within the object of the headers object, we can have another key and value pair, because that's what objects are. Objects in JavaScript are just key value pairs. So we're into another section of key value pairs. What is the header for changing the content type? It's content type. And instead of saying text/plain, to change it to JSON, it's actually called application/JSON. Okay. Oh, and I forgot a comma here. Let's say boom. So that's the first step of this. Unfortunately, still going to fail, but let me show you what happens. Refresh, hit plus. Now it's just plain old bad request. So we're not getting this unsupported type anymore. We're getting bad request. I don't know if, does it tell? Yes. So it says message not readable exception, JSON parse error. Oops. Cannot deserialize value of, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. The long story short of what's happening here is we're not passing this data, we're not truly passing this data as JSON, a JSON string. We're passing it as like an actual object, an actual array or whatever. We're passing it as the native object type that React has here, right? Which it would be an object. We're trying to pass it as an object. You can't do that with HTTP. Remember, the universal language of HTTP is JSON, right? We're telling it that we want, or we're going to be sending JSON data, but we're not actually sending JSON data. We're sending an actual JavaScript object. So how do you turn a JavaScript object into actual JSON? You use a helper method called JSON.stringify. So what this does is it takes the actual JavaScript object itself and turns it into a big string. That's all it is, just a big string. And that's how the web works. It's all just strings, more or less. And you know, so that's how we can solve this next problem. So now it should work. So if I go over here, refresh, and if I click the plus button, we get a response. And the response is 200 status OK. So what happened there is the response, it managed to come down to, where is it? Fetch data, add data. Here. So I hit this point. It was able to post the data with content type application JSON, and we were properly turning our object into a string and passing it to the backend. And then it responded with a 200 response. Okay. So on the backend, I don't know if you'll see anything fancy in the backend. I didn't turn on like any sort of logging, SQL logging or whatever. No, these are all old errors. So if I had my SQL logging or whatever turned on, we would have seen like an insert statement into our database. And I think I can prove that by refreshing. Yes, when I refreshed, remember it does a get. And if I open this up, look at what we have. We have ID number 1, item name get the milk is done false, which makes sense. Those are all the values that we set inside of our React app here. It's literally just this entry. Note, we did not include an ID for this one, but the database automatically generated an ID for us, which is cool. And remember, we're using an H2 database, which has nothing to do with MySQL, and yet all the code that we've written is probably code that you're familiar with. This is database agnostic code, which is quite nice. You don't have to know what database you're working with. It just magically works in the background for most cases. So if I keep clicking plus, I can keep adding to-do items, and I can hit refresh, and then we can see, hey, now we have 5 to-do items, ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But nothing is happening on the front end. So before I dive into that, any questions, again, from our large audience?
Now, only one thing. So reiterating the question mark in the, what is it?
Yes.
Response entity. So is it safe to use the question mark if you know what it is getting, or is it kind of a risk? So I mean, if you use the question mark, it tries to figure out what it is, right? Or is it more like a wildcard thing?
It's a wildcard thing. I was being lazy. I would say don't be lazy.
Okay.
If you can avoid using question mark, try to avoid using question mark.
Yeah.
Because question mark is wildcard and you're not really giving it much to work with. The whole point of Java generics is to be a bit more specific about the generic types that you're working with.
Right.
You'll get more functionality out of telling it explicitly what you are sending.
Especially if you know what it is, right?
Yeah, versus a question mark. At least
okay.
I'm pretty sure that statement is true. I'm actually not 100% confident that it truly does make a difference one way or the other.
Yeah.
I've just had situations where sometimes I want to return a list of this in one case, but in other situations like this, look, we're not returning anything inside of here, right?
Right.
So this, when I say build, it's essentially going to try to, I think it's going to try to return an empty list. So that's kind of not, so, or maybe as part of the 500 error, I want to return like a new error or something. Like if I wanted to have an
right.
error, a special error or something, right? Now this is probably going to complain. Oh, right. Yeah, look at this. So the method build, oh no, not the method build. If I had a new, let me just do a to-do item. Right? Is that gonna do the same? It's looking for the argument to-do item. No, not dot. Is it dot build that takes? I'm trying to show you the situation. Oh, body. Sorry, body. Boom. So when I say return 500 status and have a body of a new to-do item, I don't know why you would do this, but I'm illustrating the point. Yeah. What it's complaining about now is, hey, type mismatch. It can't convert from response. Yeah. You see what I'm seeing? So yeah. It's trying to convert that to a list of to-do items. And let's say we are in a situation where we have to do it this way.
Right.
This is not going to compile. How do you fix the compilation error? You say, hey, you loosen your restriction here. And you just say question mark.
Exactly. Okay.
And then it will compile. Well, it complains down here, but yeah. So that's when you would use question mark, is when you have two different types that are trying to be returned from your, good question. So let me roll back all that stuff so we can go back to this there. The rest of the CRUD will be more or less a repeat of what I'm about to do here, sort of. But the point is we have 5 items, ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they're not displaying inside of our front end. How do we get it to display in our front end? Well, that's why I return all of the items. When I add one item, I return all of them. Why do I do that? Well, it makes my job easier here on the front end. What I can do is when I add an item, and we do this fetch, we do a post, we send in the individual item that was hard-coded here with defaults. Here, when we are doing a .then on the response, we need to do the same thing that we did up here is, again, the response from the server is going to be JSON. So it should be safe to parse it as JSON unless there's some exceptional circumstance or something. And I don't want to get to that right now, but we can assume it is JSON and we can parse it as such. So instead of just doing a console log here, we can return response.json. Okay. And again, response.json is a function. And what does it do? It returns, it was right there. It returns a promise, another promise. So we can chain in another .then. And what the JSON or .json returns is an actual object now. It converts it from a JSON string into an actual JavaScript object that we can use. You can call this object whatever we like. It's essentially the to-do items is what we're getting back from here. Because remember, on the back end, we're returning all the items. It's a list of to-do items is what we're getting back. So that's why to-do items here is a good name for this parameter variable, whatever. So we have a list of to-do items. Whatever could we do with a list of to-do items in our front end? We could just set them right here. Set to-do items, to-do items. So we're getting them from the back end and just plugging them right back into our front end. Okay. Why didn't it? I was there was going to be this big like ta-da. Oh, it's because I had to click plus to make that happen. Right. If I click plus, ta-da, there we go. Now they're all here. Although they look like they're in the wrong. I think that's because we don't have the code. I implemented a bunch of code last time for. Yeah, that's annoying. So they're not editable. Remember we did all that code last time to make these editable, and what I'll have to do is for the next session, what I'll do is get the I'll type in the code again, painfully repeat the code so that in the next session we have it available to us. But yeah, there you go, right? Unfortunately, I can't edit these and show you what happens when we edit, but you know, the spoiler alert for how we edit them is as we edit the item, we can essentially send put requests to the back end. A put request means that we're taking the item that we're editing and we make the changes on the front end to the data and send that data as a put request, and the body of the data, it's kind of like a post, but a put is where we update. The body of the put request will be the new variation of the object, and then our backend can save that variation, right? So as you're typing it in, it can update. Okay, not the most, again, efficient way to do things, but this actually does work. As you update it on the front end, it will in real time update the database on the back end. Okay, same with delete. You click delete, it sends a delete request to the back end, and you can send in the ID with it, and then we can delete and return all the items back. And that's essentially a high level of the, you know, the CRUD operations. And again, to show you that this is actually persisting, I can refresh this. Oh, right. No, I can't because the right here. So the reason why they're not showing is right here for this .then, we're just doing console log the data. But remember, whatever could we do with a bunch of items from the response, we can set the to-do items. And in this case, I called it data. That's actually not a great name. It should be to-do items. But hey, we'll call it two different things just to show you that I'm not going crazy. So there you go. There's all the 6 items, right? If I refresh before, and you can actually see them disappear and then reappear, right? I don't know, that might be too quick, but they're not there because when we first start the app, the default value is an empty array, and then it actually fetches from the database. So for briefly, there's nothing there, and then you see it loading or loaded, right? And to show you that this actually, yeah, is a database, if I reboot my server, I'll reboot it, it's shutting down, and then it'll start back up. It's an in-memory database, which means when I reboot my Tomcat server, it completely throws away the database and creates a new database. So now if I come back here and refresh, there's no items in the database anymore. I need to click plus to add those items. Plus to add those items. Plus, plus, plus. And these are actually stored in the database now. If I refresh, they're still there. They won't disappear until I reboot the server on the back end.
Just one thing, maybe it's for next time, but since I've done it before, so you can use get and post request, sure. But you can, everything you do with a put or with a delete, you can do with a post, right?
Correct. Yes, you just need to send additional data. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but
yep.
put and delete is just a little bit more streamlined then, or why do you use?
So the reason why, so inside of my other Java course, we don't usually use put and delete very much. It's because we weren't using a JavaScript front end that's sort of separate from the back end. When you're just using HTML, CSS, and like Timeleaf, all you sort of have available to you is get and post. So that's why we only really use get and post. The side effect of using only get and post is that get is read, post is create. But what about update and delete, right? There's no, you don't have an HTTP request type to reflect that. So what you have to do is you need to send additional data to say, hey, by the way, this is not an insert, this is an update. So you would, you know, this is different way to do it. And then if it's a delete, then you would need to have some sort of, you would have to have different endpoints essentially is probably what would happen to reflect that. Yeah, you're deleting or adding or editing.
Okay. Oh, I get it. So with put and with delete, you can use the same endpoint, but
correct. Yes, you could do.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Yes.
Okay.
You could, instead of saying post mapping, you can just say put mapping. Right. And then you can assume that this is the update. right?
Okay,
So
gotcha.
you can assume that this is copy paste. Instead of add, you can say put or update,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And it's
Okay.
more or less the same thing. How do you update? I guess first you would need to query for it, and then you would update it in the database. Although it might
Because
work
of
to do it
the
this.
single source of truth, right?
Right, the database
think?
becomes a single source of truth. Yes.
Yeah, because I had that before for sure.
Yes. Good. There's only one domain object, right? So there's
Yeah.
only one to-do item, one table, and there's no relationships between here.
Right.
Once you start adding relationships, the whatever too many relationships, like if a one-to-many or a many-to-many relationship, other stuff starts to break, and that's another whole can of worms that I don't want to get into.
But for that,
Right
we would use Hibernate then, right?
Well, we are using Hibernate right now. We're using it through this to-do repository.
The CRUD, yeah.
Yeah, it is using Hibernate in the back end. But
Right.
what happens with a let me just delete this code. What happens with relationships and having an one-to-many, I should say, having a one-to-many or a many-to-many with a bidirectional relationship. If you remember the difference between
Right.
bidirectional and unidirectional with Hibernate, bidirectional means the to-do item, or let's say a user has many to-do items, because that would be common. A user has many to-do items, and each individual to-do item points back to that same user.
Right.
Now take that and turn it into JSON data and send it to the front end. What is that going to look like as a string of data? There's going to be a user object with let's just say one to-do item inside of the user object. Let me hit stop share here, and so I can. You're gonna. Oh, I guess I could have. No, actually, I disagree. Let me go back to sharing. You're going to have a. We'll call this user. You're going to have a user object, which maybe has a username of, I don't know, Trevor P or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to have to-do items, which is going to be an array of items.
Yes.
The first item is an object. It's going to be called, ID. Its ID is, I don't know, 1. And its item name will be, again, get the milk. You see where this is going? Is done is false, and then it's going to have a reference back to the user. Right?
Exactly, and then you're in an infinite loop kind of thing.
My man. User. What does a user have? Well, user has a username of Trevor P, right? And then it has to-do items of infinite loop. So it's gonna and then crash, right? It doesn't crash, but it gives you an error and it says can't parse the string because it's literally a gigantic string all the way to the limits of what the internet is capable of with transferring data.
Right.
And so that's going to be the problem, and you need to solve that problem.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of different ways to solve this problem. The only way that I found that's helpful is to manually modify the data from the Java end before you send it. In other words, you strip out the duplicates. You strip out the bidirectional part of it. So you'd go through all your to-do items. You have a user. You go through all your to-do items, and for each to-do item, you strip out the user, essentially.
Right.
You remove the bidirectionalness of it, which is not great. I haven't seen, personally, a good solution to that problem yet. But that's the world that we live in and have to deal with.
I had that kind of the same problem, if you remember, with the two-string stuff.
Right.
I put a bunch of two strings, but I did not delete or get rid of these bidirectional fields. And then
and it was trying to fetch and it was trying to do all sorts of stuff, right? So bidirectional relationships are handy. They're helpful, but they do have a downside of this problem. So the solution is don't use bidirectional, use unidirectional. But then you can't say, as a user, get me all of the to-do items. All you can say is, as a to-do item, I can get the user, but that's it. So you can go from
Right.
the to-do item to the user, but you can't go from the user to the to-do item, which oftentimes in the real world, what that means is you now have to create a special query for that user to get the user and the to-do items together. It's just annoying
Right.
to have to do that all the time. So yeah,
Right. Yeah.
every problem has its pros and cons. I should say every solution has its pros and cons. Hey, fellow coder, congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said no, or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front end technologies in the bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the bootcamp is on the Java language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the bootcamp because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the bootcamp, and 2, that the bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now. To recap what we did last week, we started to hook up the Java backend to handle some of the storage of the data, such that we don't lose the data when we refresh the page, but only now when we refresh the server. And I've brought back some of the code from before. So now when we can, cross out an item, it will actually mark itself as crossed out, so that works now. And we get the minus sign to remove elements from our list. So it's a little recap of where we left off. We can add new items and we can remove, but when we add a new item there, you see everything looks different. The reason why that was different was because the add, if you remember from last time, the add will talk to the server, and the server is storing some of this data, and then the server responds with the data that is stored in the server. So right now what you see is this weird functionality where I update the names, or the, update the to-do list items. But if I add a new one, they all reset themselves because we have not yet implemented the update code to talk to the server side, and we have not yet updated the delete code to talk to the server side. So if I delete everything and then refresh the page, again, we're going to get what's on the server side, because the server stores the data. That's sort of the single source of truth right now. And that's what's sort of out of sync. That's why we get this weird, we kind of have 2 sources of truth right now. So that's where we're getting this weird situation. So today, what we're going to be talking about is how to continue our integration with the server side. Okay, this is our server side app, which is fairly simple. There's one repository. The repository talks to what's called an H2 database, which is an in-memory database. So it's an actual database, It's a real database, but it's only in memory. So we can write code and interact with this database as if it was an actual, MySQL database. So all of our code is the same, but the implication is when we reboot our server, all of our data goes bye-bye. So that is what's going on over here. So we have a to-do item entity, which creates the table to-do item. We're storing an ID, an item name, and an is-done Boolean. And we have the ID and generated value annotations to, set it to be the proper, what's called primary key for the table. And then we have the controller, which we talked to, which right now we have the get mapping, which does the read that pulls all the data from the database and returns it. And then we have a post, which saves data. So we have the R and we have the, C. We have the C, which is the create. So the create and the read, but we don't have update and delete. So today we will be adding the update and delete. And with hopes of, if we have time, adding a bit of that dashboard page that we were talking about a little while back. So that's the hope for today. So yeah, the first place I would start is if we have to add the next two items in our CRUD. Hold on one second while I check my messages. I just want to make sure nothing is ever going wrong. Okay. We need to add the other two, which is delete and update. We'll start with update because right now that's the most weird thing where you like change stuff and then you hit go or refresh and then it's all gone. So we'll do the update next. So first we'll look at what we have with the update, which does this. Okay, this is what we had done previously. This just takes the existing list of to-do items that we have on the front end, makes a copy, and then it finds the one that we want to update, and it just updates it with that data that's coming in from the child. So the child element, if you remember, is the to-do item element right here, or I should say component, the child component. When we update, which is when we type in in this text box right here, on change of the text box, we invoke the emit to-do item update. We pass in the data that's been changed. So this update method gets fired, which is over here. The update method, which is here, ties into the handle method in the parent. So now the parent we're just back to where I was pointing to before, just so you guys are up to date on what we're doing. We pass this data from the child and we do the setter method, which updates everything. Now, this works locally. This works on our local React app. This does not talk to our database, our endpoint, our Java side in our database. So how do we hook them up? Well, it's very similar to how we did it before in the last session with the add item. Or did we do anything else? We did delete. No, we didn't do delete. Oh, the get. So it's similar to the get here or the add, which is we have to do a fetch call. So we fetch and then do something with that fetch. So right now, the fetch for the add does a post to this endpoint /API/to-do items. It does a post to API to do items, which when you go in the back end, we look at the controller, we have a post mapping, and the root here is API to do items. So that's where that add method on the front end is going to resolve to. It's going to hit this Java code. So we need to have a put mapping. The put mapping is what we use for updating. So the C is done, the R is done. Now we need to do the U. And for the U, for updating, we use put. So same as before, we do return a response entity. We could start with a question mark maybe here in terms of being lazy, in terms of not knowing what we're returning just yet. That's generally how I like to do it because I'm lazy. And we'll say update, we'll call this method update, to do item. Okay. And what are we taking in here? We essentially, I think, would still need to take in the entire to-do item object. Okay, that's probably the best practice. So the front end should send the entire object, the entire item for storage in our database. Okay, because you don't know which, did we update, which part of it did we update, right? Did we update I guess we only have two. We have the is done and we have the item name itself for the to-do item. but we don't know which of those two we updated, and we don't want to have separate methods to handle, okay, if we update this, then we call this endpoint. If we update that part, then we call that endpoint for the same object. That would be too messy. So we'll just send the entire thing along in the request body. So the entire to-do item will come along with the put request. Okay, I'll Control-Shift-O to do organize imports to import the put mapping annotation. So that error should go away. And now it's going to complain that we're not returning anything is the current error. So we need to eventually return something. But before we return something, we need to do something. So what are we doing? We take this to-do item into our Java method. And what we essentially need to do is find that corresponding to-do item in our database and replace it with this new one that's being passed in from the front end. Okay, that's the proper way to do things. You might be able to get away with doing this, but this is for creating a new item. I'm cautious that this might work. I guess we could start here. We'll start with the gamble and hope that it pays off. I have a feeling that it might not work, but let's just see what happens. In which case we have literal duplicate code, and then we can just combine the two calls together to make it both a post or a put, because the code is literally identical. So let's do that, and let's save. If it works, like I said, then we'll refactor this code. And I think I need to forcefully reboot my application. And then on the front end, we can do the update. So the update is going to be very similar to the add, except for that we're not initializing it with sort of some dummy data here at the beginning, right? This initial data is no longer needed. What we need to do is we need to take the data that's being passed in and pass that along to the fetch. So I'm going to copy the fetch statement from the data add, blow away everything here, and paste in what we had from the add. But what we need to remember is the body. Oh, look, it's already there. We've happened to use the same variable name. So there you go. I don't actually have to do anything here. So this data being passed in is going to be stringified. It's going to be turned into a JSON string and passed to our backend. And then, yeah, literally everything's the same. So perfect. We're then going to get a response from the server. The server responds with all of the updated items. And then we set that back into our view, into our React environment, so that everything should work. So yeah, okay, let's see if this works. So I just rebooted the app, if you recall. And like I said, when you reboot the Tomcat web server, we lose everything in our database. That's by design. That's how the H2 in-memory database works. So if I refresh this page, there's nothing in our to-do list anymore. That is expected. If I click plus, I'm going to be invoking this code, which is going to put the new, get the milk is done false item into our database. Boom, there it is. Now the hope here is if I type in an exclamation mark or something, it will actually properly persist to the database. I'm just going to YOLO it and add an exclamation mark. I felt a bit of a delay between me typing the exclamation mark and it actually appearing, so maybe this worked. I don't know. Let's refresh and see if it's still there. Hey, it's still there. Sweet. So if I hit add, let's say, pick up some. Ooh, that's a bad experience though. So there's a lot of requests going back and forth as I'm typing, and I can see that, it's missing keystrokes, and like if I type really quick, it's this weird, it's very jittery. Okay, so I was hoping that would just work, but it makes sense as to what's happening because it's doing a lot of round trips and trying to interact with the database and then return all the responses, and it's reacting to that. And so we have a semi-working code here. If I were to be very slow and say pick up the, you know what I mean? Kids, if I was a very slow typer and I refresh, then that should work, right? Yeah, that saves everything. But obviously that's a terrible user experience. So I was not planning on having to solve this problem, but here we are. So one concept that comes to my mind for solving this problem is to delay the call to the backend. In other words, delay this actual fetch from happening until essentially the person is done typing. Okay, that's one potential solution to this problem. Another solution to the problem is don't save as they're typing at all. Only save once this whole text box has lost focus. So if they have tabbed out of it or clicked outside of it or in some way, shape, or form, they've done that. That's probably the easiest solution at this point to do is when that text box loses focus, then it does the save. That's probably the simplest solution for this call. But like I said, if you want to be a little bit more, a little bit safer, you could have a delay there. You could use something called a set timeout. There's a function called set timeout that's built into JavaScript that allows you to set a specific delay. And at the end of that delay, once it's completed waiting, it will fire a method of your choosing, right? It can execute a function. So we could set it such that as soon as they type in a key, it starts a countdown, like a 500 millisecond countdown. And if no other key is ever pressed, then that 500 millisecond countdown would stop, and then it would execute this save, this update method. Now, hold on a second. I also realized, did I do a post here instead of a put? Interesting. Did I mess this up? I did a post instead of a put. So technically, it would be hitting the other endpoint. But no, but they both do the exact same thing, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I should have put here. That should have been what I put in. But doing that, it doesn't matter, I don't think. Yeah, it's still a weird, funky. Yeah, okay, because it's the same code on the end. So yeah, long story short, I think I want to just do on when you lose focus, it will execute this code. So how are we going to do this? The text box is here, I believe. Yes, to do item. The text box is here. We have an onChange method that does this emit item data update. But essentially what I would want to do is add in one called on, and it's called onBlur is the name of the event that will fire when it loses focus. I don't believe there's an onLose. Yeah, well, there's a few that are potentially close, but that's not what I want. So I want onBlur. And then onBlur, you can execute a function, right? So you can have it call or do something onBlur. Ideally, onBlur, you'd want it to do this code. Okay, you'd want it to say, hey, take the data in the text box and then fire it off to this, to do item data update stuff. And then, you would think that you can then just blow away this code, right? Comment out the onChange, save your code, and then everything should just work. But I feel like there's a bug in here, and I'm about to find out. So when I try to type something in, nothing happens. So I expected this. Nothing's happening because we don't have an onChange method. You, as part of React, whenever you have any sort of text box or element that you want to interact with, you need to have an onChange method in there, and it needs to handle the change stuff. So this is actually a little bit, again, unexpected, but hey, this is where we are. We kind of need that code that I blew away over here because that code that we had before would rapidly do everything we needed to do on the front end to update the keystrokes and to populate the text box. But then as an addition to that, we want to be able to save the data and get the data from the front end. So let me just copy this code. I will undo everything I did here. Oh, here you go. It was not that far back for us to get it. So this is the code that I want to keep. And then this is the code that I sort of copied that was there previously. So the trick here is going to be, we essentially need to do both. I would like to just handle them all inside of one method if possible. I guess we could pass in a Boolean here, which, can say, should save. That could be a parameter that we pass in. And basically, if we're not saving, we could do the stuff we had before. And if we are saving, then we can do this code. Okay, not the sexiest code in the world, but it might work. The only thing we need to do now is tell it whether or not we should be saving. So we could come back over here, re-add in our onSave or onChange method, but now just add in to our function. It has another input that it's expecting. Here, if we're just changing it, we don't want to save. So should save will be false. I don't want to actually interact with my database. I only want to interact with my database on blur, okay, which will be true here. All right, with me so far, hopefully. Now let's just test this and see if this works. Pick up the kids. It's still a little jittery though, which is not expected. Huh. So that leads me to believe that it's actually doing a bunch of database stuff. But there's no indication over here. Let me add in a system out here. Saving, and I'll add it here too, just in case. And let's reboot our server. So unless there is a bug there that I missed, let me just double check my code. Oh, maybe I didn't save this. I didn't save this. That was the problem. Whoops. You need to save all your files. Save all. So I hadn't saved this, so it still had the old code. So it was still, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So now if I say plus, it adds 1, get the milk, let me add 2. Okay, that was a little jittery. Okay, I see. So it's good now. It's actually, you know, pick up the kids. And then if I click out, a save should happen. And if I refresh, pick up the kids is still there. But I did notice one little thing when I was saying, don't forget to get the milk. As soon as I tabbed over to the next one to start typing, it was a little jittery. Oh, it didn't seem like it was jittery. If I hit plus here, I can't recreate it. It just seemed a little bit weird, but anyway, it looks like that's working. Get the milk. So not the sexiest solution, might still have a bug or two in there, but hopefully here we get the gist of what's going on and some of the side effects of trying to interact with our database in a very fast fashion causes, even with an in-memory database with practically nothing in it, there's still a lag there and it still causes some problems. So that's always performance should always be, considered here. So that's more or less the update method. It pretty much works. The next one will be the delete method, but obviously here's our chance to pause and I can stop talking and open it up for questions and see if anyone has any questions about that.
Yeah, I mean, so put and save are basically the same in our case, right? So if you do not incorporate some fancy services within the server side, you should just use the same method with the post, right?
I would believe so, yes. So,
okay. I mean, as I understand it, it's just you can use one endpoint with different methods. So put, post, get, delete, and then you have several options. But for this, it's basically saving, because saving is saving and updating at the same time.
Right. So ideally here we would have like you said, you'd have a service in the middle that would handle. But basically, what I could do now is I could just change this. We can no longer use the fancy like post mapping or put mapping. We have to be we have to fall back to the request mapping, just like we used at the top here, request mapping here. We have to use a request mapping. And oh man, I haven't done this in so long now. So method equals, and I think you'd have a curly brackets to denote multiple request methods in here, and you would have, I think it's request method dot, yes, okay, not get, post, and request method dot put, right? And then this put mapping we just delete it, right? So what we're saying is this one method will be executed on post and put for this endpoint API to do items. So,
but I mean, this is kind of a special thing, right? Because the to-do repo.save has two functions. So it checks whether there is an item or not.
It checks whether there's an ID on the item or not.
ID, okay. Yeah.
If the ID doesn't exist, it will create, it will insert.
Right.
If the ID does exist, it will update.
So there's no .update at all.
There's no .update, right? It's just .save. So, and because we're passing the entire, the entire object here, data represents the entire to-do item object or element component. It has all the data we need. It has the ID is mapped and it has that. So it's actually quite convenient. that this is working this way. So let's just make sure I didn't break it. I'll refresh. Everything is going to go away because I rebooted my server. I will add a couple. Get milk 1, 2, 3. Refresh. Yeah, so it's still working. So the next item, which this one should be straightforward, is the delete. So the delete is, as we had it before, which all the delete does is delete in the front end. It does not interact with our server side. Again, so we have two semi sources of truth here. So you could do things the same way, right? You would do the fetch, and instead of, where'd it go? Delete here. Let's just comment out this code this time. So just in case I need it, we can go back to it. But we'll do a copy paste on our put code. And instead of put, we will delete. Okay. And again, I guess we could send the entire object. There's no real performance thing here that I can think of. So it's okay to just send the entire object. And that will come over here to our server side. And here we would have a delete mapping. Public, let me just copy everything here because it's going to be very similar. Copy, list of to-do item. So instead of add new, we would say delete to-do item. Okay, so here's our item that we want to delete. How do we delete an item? When we have it, we can say to-do repo dot delete, and we can put in, but here's the issue. This is, I think, where the issue is going to happen. Again, I was wrong last time. Maybe I'll be wrong again. Typically speaking, when you're doing a delete like this with the object, it should represent the actual entity that's in the database. This one is not coming from the database, so it might have troubles. Again, I could be wrong. We'll see how smart React or how smart Hibernate is. But we'll do the delete, and then we'll return all the items.
That's the single source of truth thing again, right?
This is a Hibernate thing. So this is a it's called,
it just wants to work with stuff directly from the database, basically.
Yeah, there's a word for it though. There's the Hibernate has basically the error that I might get is that there's a detached entity. That's what it is.
Yeah, I had that before.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're trying to delete something that Hibernate is not managing this object. So Hibernate might say, right, I don't know what this object is. I'm not managing it. How am I supposed to delete this if I don't know what this is? So I'm kind of going into this expecting an exception. The other way around it is not to say delete, but to do a delete by ID. That's probably the smarter way to do this because we have the ID for sure from the to-do item. Right. So really at this point, I'm just, I have a better solution in my mind that I probably should be using. But now I'm just curious to see if we would get that exception because I'm curious. So let's just see if we get that exception. We can learn two things. How to solve that problem and then how to go at it from a different angle. So just open up the chat here. Okay, so let me refresh. Oh, my computer is being slow. There we go. Adding some items. Add another item, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me refresh, make sure they're still there. Cool. So if I click on delete for number 2, oh, okay, so maybe not. No, okay, so there was an error. We just couldn't see it. Unless it just didn't go in here. I guess I can put a system out here saying deleting. But it looked like that didn't work. And I'm not sure why it would have failed silently. It should have actually, we don't have this wrapped at a try catch, so I should have seen an error message. So, but we'll see. I might have got the error message back here if I looked at my console. Or not my console, but my network tab. Oh, and I didn't have it open early enough for it to catch that exception. So anyway, let's refresh. Add item, add item, add item, update, update, update. Refresh, make sure everything's okay. And then if we say delete, yeah, no, something is messed up because I don't see deleting here. Did I not save it? I probably didn't save it. Oh. Oh, save. There we go. Apologies for the, My computer is slow again. Okay, so if I hit delete, okay, I don't think I see an error. And if I go here, it says deleting. There's no error. If I refresh, oh, cool. There you go. So it did work. So somehow it is able to figure out that this item in question, it figures out how it's stored in Hibernate in the database. Could be a property of H2 databases versus MySQL. I'm not sure at this point because normally I would have, like I said, I would have expected this not to work. But the alternate way to do it is to say instead of .delete, where you have to pass in an entity, you could say .delete by ID, and then you could pass in the ID, which is to-do item .get ID, right? That should also do the same job. And in my opinion, it should be less prone to errors. Okay, we'll test that out. And then we can move on to the sort of dashboard view, if you will. So we'll add 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Cool. And let's try to delete number 2. Deleting, number 2 is gone. If I refresh, it's gone. Cool. So that also works too. And like I said, probably will give you less errors in the future. Perhaps one thing that could be going right for us is the simplicity of our entity model, if you will. Our database itself is quite simple. It's one entity. So that could be working in our favor with the .delete. I suspect if she started adding more complexity to our database design and started adding relationships and stuff, that probably would have caused the problem. So in any case, let's close this out. Questions about that before we move on to the dashboard stuff?
Yeah, not a real question, but just to recap. So with the delete by ID, it really gets the actual entity from the database and then deletes that one, right? So it gets a managed entity.
I don't know if it would need a managed entity at this point. I don't know if I can open up the code and look at it. No, it doesn't really. It just, since we're passing in an ID, it's kind of like it's executing a query similar to, delete from table where ID equals, question mark. This is the ID that we passed in. The other one where it deletes a given entity, it has to do more work there to figure out which entity it wants to delete. And there's just a bit more work because deleting by ID is simple. That's, you're deleting by the ID. That should just work. There's another layer of complexity, I believe, with this in terms of Hibernate. And so I think that's where things can get a little bit more muddy if you're not working with the actual entity from the database. So in other words, if they're out of sync or if they're detached, then it could cause a problem.
Yeah, so if you just use delete, it could go wrong if it gets more complex.
I believe so. Yeah. Again, I haven't had much success just saying pass something from the front end and say, hey, delete it, and then having it just work magically. You've experienced that, Olaf. It's It's a little quirky, and that's probably because when you add relationships and lazy fetch types, all that stuff could make this more muddy. So yeah, delete by ID is just simpler in terms of its complexity. So the next part of this is I want to add in a dashboard, right? So the dashboard, the purpose of the dashboard is just to show the to-do items that are currently not done. In other words, if you were to mark an item as done, right now it appears in our view and we can unmark it as done if we wanted to, right? So maybe the dashboard, it's just show me the items that are, left to do, and basically that's it. That can be our dashboard, right? It's just a different way to view the same data set, which that's a real world thing, right? Having a way to view the data in a different way. That's what a dashboard is all about. So if you remember, we have a dashboard.js, right? That is, it has an endpoint that it listens to of /dashboard. So how can we go to the /dashboard endpoint, right? Well, we can go in here and type in /dashboard and hit enter, and oh my God, there it is, right? But obviously that's not very real world. We don't go around manually typing in endpoints in our browser. So the thought that would come to your head is, oh, I need to put a link in, a little anchor tag with a link to something. which would be mostly correct. So in our header, I'll put it sort of right here in the header. Maybe I'll align it at the right-hand side to have like, dashboard, a little link to click on. So where's our header? Right here. So our header says to do app in a div. And then, how do you do this with, can I get away with saying, so a paragraph is going to do, let's turn this to a span as opposed to a paragraph. Okay, it shouldn't change much except for the margins there changed, which we could add back in with some style. We can add margin top. Actually, probably had padding. But anyway, margin top of, I don't know, 1em. Spans, you can't add margins. Is that the problem? Probably. And can you not add padding? No, spans are annoying. Right. So ideally you put a div there, but then it would have a, okay. Divs, you're allowed to use margin and padding. So that one worked. Because here's what I wanted to do. I want to add another div here and have a, let's say dashboard as a link, hypothetically speaking, but you see it appears below it. I don't want it to be below. I want it to be same line on the right. And we don't have Bootstrap in here, right? So I could bring in Bootstrap and use a CSS framework, but that will digress us. So I believe we'll do, I had fixed this problem before, but I think I blew away the code because, yeah, we'd used display flex. So essentially Flexbox is what this is called. So we have a display flex, and then we should be able to say, okay, cool, they just jumped up there. So that's, at least now they're on the same line. But then there's an alignment thing that we need to do. So we need to align one left and align the other to the right. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head how to do this. You know what? Why struggle with remembering when I can just Google it? So Flexbox tutorial. There's a great Mozilla article on this. Is it this one? I believe. So I want to, it's like an align items. Boop, 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 boop. Where is the aligning justify? Okay, there's justify content. No, this is not the article. Sorry. Go back. CSS tricks? Yeah, this is the one I want. I like highly visual stuff. So here we go. So justify content. If I say center, it does that. Space between, space around. So let's try space between, because it looks like it's trying to put as much space between items as possible, which is kind of what I want to do. I want to have a dash, or I want to have the logo, if assuming the to-do app has a logo, on the left, and then I want to have the dashboard link on the right, which is kind of space between. So I can say, I believe here, can I do it here? Justify content, space between. Is that going to do what I want? Boom. So now you see dashboard's on the right, to-do app is on the left, but you still see something is wrong, right? Something doesn't look quite right. Well, it's because I have padding added here to the to-do app. If I get rid of this padding top, then they will appear to be in sync, but then the whole thing looks like it's too high. So really this is where you would add style padding to the whole div, right? So the whole div, we'd have padding, we'll just add padding in general on all four sides, maybe a 1em of padding on all four sides. And I will save that. There we go. So that sort of pushes it down and left, and then it pushes this one down and right because it's putting padding all around it. So that looks kind of slightly better. So there we go. That's as far as I'll go for Flexbox stuff. Now I want to turn this dashboard into a link. So you might think, oh, make it an anchor tag. href equals /dashboard. Oh, come on now. Like this and save. Cool, look, it's a link and you can click on it and it goes to the dashboard. So you might think that that's good. The subtlety here, what you're not seeing behind the scenes, is when you do an anchor tag like this, like you would do anywhere, when you create an anchor tag, it's going to talk to the server first. it's going to ask the server to deliver /dashboard. The server is going to say, I don't know what you're talking about, because the server doesn't store views. The server, if you come from a background in my boot camps that I do, the boot camps to learn about time leaf. In the time leaf, we would have a dashboard.html file. So when you go to /dashboard, the server says, oh, I know what you're talking about. You want the dashboard.html file, and it would serve that view to the front end, and the front end would render the view of dashboard.html. We are not doing that. This is a single page application, an SPA. That's what React is all about. One page. We looked at it way back when at the beginning. This one page is right here. It's index.html in our public folder in our React code. This is it. This is our entire front end. Our entire front end, it essentially exists inside this one div tag. Everything that we've been doing has been using JavaScript to update the contents of this one div tag. So asking for, or using an anchor tag like this to fetch the dashboard view, it's having to do a roundabout way to get there. It's asking the server for the dashboard.html file. The server says, I don't know what you're talking about, and it's going to return a 404 message. React is going to say, oh, it's got a 404 message. Maybe they didn't mean to try to fetch that as an HTML file. Let me see if there's something in our React router code over here in App.js. Remember, we use the router code? And it's say, oh, there is a /dashboard path. Let me render this component on the screen. And it renders the component. In other words, there is a needless trip to the server side. And you can barely notice. I don't know if it's noticeable on the recording, but if I click on here, there's a bit of a delay, right? There was, I don't know, what was that? Could you guys feel that? Maybe like a quarter of a second. If I click, well, now it's faster, but there was a bit of a quarter of a second delay because it had to do all that back and forth with the server. So long story short, when possible, avoid the use of anchor tags and instead favor the use of link tags. Now, did I auto import link HTML? Is it this one? Is this this might be a plugin. Darn, link is not defined. Okay, I'm so used to using this that is it nav link? So one second. React router link. This could be a link, React router declarative routing for React. Custom link, declarative. I'm wondering if I had created this. Yeah, link to, exactly, this guy. Where does this guy come from? This is part of React router, right? So maybe it's just not my what you call it is not, it's not doing the auto import properly. So if I say link to, and then I give it a link to /dashboard. So replace the anchor tag with this link tag. And then I just need to figure out how to properly import it, right? So it's, unless it's navlink, I don't think it's navlink. So because it's built into React router, which is what we are, although we're using React router DOM. React router DOM. That's the same article. I was just there. Sorry, guys. React router.com. Unless this is where React router DOM comes from. Okay, that does look like demo app. Oh, React router DOM. Okay, sorry. No, we're in the right spot. So how come I can't get the link? Let me try to say, yeah, right here, link, right? That's what I want to do. They have it, link to exactly this. But they're, of course, they don't talk about how to import it. Because why would they do that? That's too helpful. There is navlink as well. So let me do this. I'll copy the import statement here, and I'll paste it here. But I don't want any of this. I want link. Yeah, now it works. Oh, that's so annoying. Why do I have to manually do that? So, okay, refresh the page. So now dashboard is here. It's using this link concept. And if I click on it, again, you don't notice, but now we skipped having to go to the server. So what happened is, because this link comes from React router DOM, And because the App.js, we are using this router concept with these endpoints, it knows, React Router DOM knows what to do. So it's all client side. So in other words, it's very fast. There's no server communication. There's no 404 error. There's no trying to render an HTML page. It's all built right into the client side inside of React, and going back and forth is very quick. Okay. And again, oh my God, a dashboard, you can have another link here to go back to the root page if you wanted to. Okay. Now, sorry, there's a chat questions. Okay. So it sounds like the question is for after. Yeah. Okay. So questions about the link concept that I just did there?
I mean, is there any use case for using an anchor tag then within React? Not really, right? Since it is a single page concept.
I'm trying to think.
Except for external pages, maybe.
Yes, exactly. I was like, I have used it before. When did I? And then you just completed my thought for me. Yes, if you're leaving your own app and linking to an external page, you would use an anchor tag because that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There could be others, but that's exactly when I used an anchor tag myself. So
when you say server side, it's a Node server, right?
It could be any server. So it could be a Java server. We're using a Java server. It could be a Node server. It could be a PHP server. It could be a Python server.
Yeah. Got it.
Any server-side language React will plug into any of those languages. Dashboard. So let's do this. So instead of calling it saying, oh my God, a dashboard, let's have this say, existing to-do items, or we call this active to-do items. Okay, so we'll call it active to-do items. And the point here is now we want to get access to only those to-do items that are currently, active, right? So there's a couple ways that we could do this. The first way is to leverage the existing code to fetch all of the items from the database, bring all the items from the back end to the front end, just like we did over here in our root page. This fetches all the items. And then once they're on the front end, we can filter them inside of JavaScript, inside of React, to filter out the ones that have already been marked as done, like this one. So if we say this one's done, right? Oh, that's interesting. The add messed things up. What was that bug? Does this not get persisted? Interesting. Darn, we found a bug. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. It's probably simple. It's probably because we didn't have that tied into the handled to-do item data update. That should be simple over here in the to-do item. When we check the box on change, because we weren't passing in the variable of true or false. True. When we check or uncheck the checkbox, we wanted to save. Since we were not passing in that second value, it was assuming it was false, right? The default value when you don't pass it in is essentially undefined, which will become false. So it was just saying, oh, I shouldn't save anything. So it was only updating the UI, but it was not actually saving the item. So let me save that now, refresh our screen, check the box, refresh the screen. Now it's still checked. Okay, there we go. Cool, we found a bug and fixed it in 2 seconds. So the point is with this one being checked off, but not deleted, the point of the dashboard would be to only show those 2 items that are currently active, right? That get the milk 1 and 2. So that's essentially what I want to do. So yes, I could fetch all the items and then filter them on the front end. That's the quickest, fastest, laziest way to do it. Or we could create a new endpoint that only returns active to-do items. That's probably the more efficient way to do things. So it's more code and it's more back-end stuff, but hey, it's more efficient, and let's try to be, let's try not to be too lazy if we can. So this would essentially be another get mapping endpoint, only it would be a special one on top of getting to-do items. We would say get mapping, and this additional endpoint could have / active or something like that, right? There's no great solution here for fetching only active ones. Unless we wanted to pass a parameter, we could maybe also modify it so that this one passes in a parameter in the request, in the URL, that has a flag of like only active, true or false. We could do that in that way as well. Or we could just create a whole new endpoint. I'm kind of torn on which I would choose. I'm leaning towards this one because why not? It would be the choice of, in the real world, you would sit down with your senior developer or your lead developer or your architect, and you would hash this out and figure out what exactly do we want to do here, because it's kind of the same either way. So I'll just create a new one, and I'll call it get active to do items. Okay, so it's going to sort of do the same thing as up here. So I'll copy paste that code. Essentially, we initialize this list as null. We fetch all of the items. This is what we will change. We do have a catch just in case something goes wrong. We don't have to have this catch, but hey, might as well have it here for illustration purposes. And then we can return the to-do items. But I'm going to change the name of this variable to be, instead of all to-do, I'll say all active to-do items. Okay, I'll refactor that code to rename that variable. That was Alt-Shift-R to rename. And if ever someone was wondering what that was, Alt-Shift-R. So, but here is the what you call it that we want to change. We don't want to find all of them. We want to find a subset, right? We want to find those that have is done set to false. Okay, so we want to go to our repository. I'm going to go to my to-do repository, and I'm going to add a new method in here. The method is going to return a list of to-do items. Okay, because we're working with a to-do repository, and the to-do item is what the repository is working off of. So it makes sense that we would be returning a list of to-do items. Okay, or it could be a single item. If we were creating a new query that only got a single item, then fine, that's cool. But in this case, we want a list of them because it's going to be potentially several items are marked as still active. Now, Spring Data JPA provides a nice way to only write a method name that will create a specific query for us. I forget the name of this concept, but it's a special name that we can give to it. It starts with find, and you can say find by, and then you can pass in a property name of your entity. So the find by that we're doing is we're going to say find by is done. Okay, so we can say find by is done. And then we can pass in the value for is done. In this case, it's a Boolean. And I guess we can call it is done. This one doesn't matter what you call it, but what matters is that the data type matches what the data type is for where is it? This guy right here. For is done, it's a Boolean. So that has to match. Okay, so we're going to find by is done, pass in the type, the value that we want here, and return a list. Okay, Control-Shift-O to import that Java util list. And there we go. So we don't have to, let me reboot and make sure it actually doesn't complain about that. But that's one way. Oh yeah, I should save everything. Now it might have a compilation error. I forget if I had okay, looks like it's okay. Cool, it started up. So this is one way to not have to actually write a custom query yourself, because we're leveraging this concept of, naming convention. It will create a query for us. Essentially, the query that this is going to create is going to be something like select star from, to do item where is done equals something. And this something, I guess, sorry, it's is underscore done is probably how it's stored in the database. The question mark is going to be what we pass in here, either true or false. Okay, that's essentially what it's creating. So in our controller, when we're getting active to do items, instead of saying find all, we want to use that new method. We want to say find by is done, where the is done is marked as false. We only want the ones that are not yet done. In other words, they're active. Okay, so now, cool, we've just created a new endpoint. It interacts with the database with a new query and returns those items back. So we will get a subset of all the items. Now I'll reboot my server and go back to the front end. And now we can call this /API/todoitems/active get method. And we'll do that inside of our dashboard. So dashboard, on load of the dashboard, we want to call this fetch. Again, a callback to the useEffect method. UseEffect is used when something changes on the screen. We could also, and the useEffect method that fires when something changes takes two parameters. The first parameter is an entire function. It calls it a callback. And the second is a list of dependencies, an array of dependencies. So let's pass in a function as the first parameter, and then an array of dependencies as a second parameter. When we pass in an empty array of parameters for the useEffect hook, the useEffect method, what this is saying is essentially only run this once on load is what's happening here. So this is great for when you want to fetch the initial set of data from the database to populate into our view. Okay. So what's going to happen here? We're going to do a fetch inside of this function. We're going to fetch our endpoint, which was /API/todoitems/active, I think. All right. And what else do we need to do? To do app, let me look at, all right, we need our method and headers, and we won't need a body because it's just a get method. Get methods do not have bodies. So I will paste that in here. Yes. It's not a post, it'll be a get. And then then there's a response. So we'll turn that. We talked about this in the last one, but just to reiterate, this will return a response. We will get back a list of items, which is going to be a list of to-do items right here is what we're being returned. So we're going to take that list of to-do items in JSON format and parse it as if it's JSON from a string back into an object. And then we will have that object, and this is essentially, you know, all active items is what we're dealing with. And for now, we'll just log that out to the console, all active items, and then we can make sure that that works. Okay, so I've got a bug here, what you call it, error. Do I need to close another bracket somewhere? I think I need to close another bracket here. Yes, there we go. Okay. So this will allow us to fetch that data. So active to-do items, if I open up my console, whoops, server responded with, oh, that might be an old error. Let me just refresh and see if it's still there. No. So, oh, interesting. It fetched, it got nothing. Why did it get nothing? API, oh, right, because we rebooted the app. Right. So there is actually nothing. Let's go back and add a few things. 1, 2. Look at, see, you see that? I put a 2 in and it disappeared. So you still can't be, there's still some fine tuning here that needs to happen. And then so if I go back to dashboard, there are 3 items. So see, nothing appears because we haven't put anything there, but we have the 3 items, get the milk 1, 2, 3. And if you come back here and delete number 2, and then clear the console and go back to our dashboard, we should only get 2 items, and we do 2, 1, and 3, which makes sense. These are only the active items. But here's where the power of what we've done already comes into play, because we can have a variable to remember whenever we have state, we're about to work with state inside of our view. Our view needs to be handling state, specifically managing these active items. So just like we use useEffect to do something on load or do something when something changes, we can use state to manage state. Okay, specifically use state in here. You can pass in the initial value of your state, which for this is going to be an empty array, because when we first load up, when we're first on this line 5 here, we haven't fetched any items from any active items from our database. So we're just sitting with an empty array at this point. And we can assign this to a constant variable. The variable will be an array of two things, a getter and a setter. The getter is going to represent the, the name of the thing. We'll call them all active items. And the setter method is going to be the word set and then all active items. So the setter method always refers back to this getter method name. That's the convention. So all active items, these two have to have the same, base getter name of all active items, and then you just put set in front of it. That's how we use state. Okay, so now with all active items that we're fetching and we outputted them to the console, and we've reviewed the console, the console looks great, we can then say, hey, instead of logging it to the console, set all active items with the items that we just got from the database. Okay, I'll save that. It'll refresh. You can't see it, but it did refresh. Now there's no console log anymore, but there's still nothing happening. And this is where the power of React comes in. We now have in this variable everything we need to populate, hopefully everything we need to populate some components. If you remember, back in the to-do app, we had such a getter and a setter. It was called, where is it? It was called to-do items, right? And with to-do items, way down here, we did this code, which took the to-do items and created a bunch of components. So we can literally just copy paste this code, copy, and go into the dashboard and, I don't know, paste it right here. Okay. Now it's not to-do items. It's called all active items. Okay. Now, the to-do item here, we need to import, and I don't know if it's going to work, but I'll control space. It's working on it. No, there's no import there. That's so frustrating why it doesn't import. So we have to say import to-do item from, where am I? // to-do item. And I think it has the index on it. Yeah, so that should work like that. Did that work? Yes. So to-do item has been imported. It's not complaining anymore. I had to say .. because in dashboard, you'd have to go backwards one folder level to get the components. And then components has the to-do item folder with the index, which is what we're pointing to here. That's how we get there. Now these guys, since this is a dashboard, we probably won't have the updating and deleting. I don't know. Let's get rid of those and let's see what happens. Yeah. So we're able to see, items 1 and 3. However, we don't have we haven't hooked up these arrow minus signs and everything. So here's where, if I click on them, nothing's going to happen, right? It's going to give an error, I guess. What we need to consider doing here is some refactoring of our code, because we'd have to copy the handle stuff, the handle add and the handle update, all this stuff. We'd have to copy that code and paste it into the dashboard in order to hook all that up. Obviously, that's bad. We don't want to have duplicated code everywhere. So we refactor those methods that were, or those functions that are written directly in the to-do App.js file. We would extract these into a service. So you can even have services inside of your React code. So you can have a to-do item service, maybe even inside of the to-do item folder. I'm not sure exactly. Again, it's your choice as to how you want to organize all this code. You could have a services folder if you wanted to. Just like we have components folder, you can create a services like we've had here. So we could refactor this into a new file, and we can call it, to-do item service. Okay. .js, and we could copy paste all that stuff into here, right? So we could go and grab this. I don't know if I want to do this immediately right now. We might not have enough time, but that could be a little cleanup item that we could do, is grab all this, all the methods and paste them, paste them into the service. As you see here, there's going to be problems with, it doesn't know what you're talking about with a lot of these things. So you need to refactor the code to handle these errors. Okay. But oftentimes it's just about passing in enough data to the method. And then, so you essentially, you pass in your to-do items into this handle code. And then for the setter, what you would do is you would return the copy back. For example, I'll just show you. So you would pass in all the to-do items here so that this would resolve. And then instead of calling the setter here, you would return the copied list. Okay. And same with this, instead of doing the set, you would eventually return that, which does get a bit funky here with the fetch. With promises, it's a bit more, anyway, I don't want to get into that right now. Basically, you would make it work such that it would return that data back to the app, and then the app, which one was it just messing with? Update, right? So the update here would, you would have this calling, this handle to do item data update would be calling the service code right here, right? It would call this code, and that code would return something, and then that returned data is what we would work with on inside of here if we wanted to, right? So anyway, again, I won't go in there just yet, but that would be one way to reduce our copy pasting of our code. But it's good. It would be a good exercise. This has forced me to talk about that, and that's something that's common in React. So that's something we should talk about in the next session. So I will back that code out because I don't think it makes sense to have a sort of intermediate situation here. And would you like to undo? Sure. Would I like to undo this service? Sure. There. So I'm back to where I was before. Cool. So there we go. We have our dashboard, so to speak, that only shows the active items. We can modify it such that we can, interact with these items properly in the next session. But yeah, that's more or less a lot of the moving parts of how React works. And I might even do one more refactoring to make heavier use of the useEffect method. I want to test something out. This is something I've done before, and I think it's a little bit more slick than I'm doing here with all these methods. But anyway, I'll do some preparation work before the next call and see if I can show that to you guys. Because yeah, the magic of React is all in its useEffect hooks and the use state. So I want to use those more. All right, done. Questions?
No, not really. In terms of the services you just mentioned, would you consider these as the business logic kind of thing? So the normal components are more like the visual part of things, and the services do the the gearing behind it, just like in Java.
I mean, that's actually a really good question. So in this case, what the services or the service file that I'm about to create is going to do is just the CRUD. It's going to facilitate the ability for the front end to do the CRUD with the back end.
Without duplicating the code all the time.
Without duplicating the code. Does that mean that it can't do anything else except for that? No. So you could absolutely have, if there is business logic that should behave in the front end in one way, shape, or form, then absolutely, yeah, you could put your code in there. The point is extracting the code out to a separate file like this, the JavaScript code out to a separate file. It just allows it to be more flexible, allows it to be reused in other places, right? As we've seen here, you're reusing it between the dashboard and the root page, right? So it just allows for reusability. Does that mean it has to be business logic? No, not really. It could be, but it's more about reusability than anything else.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Cool.
Still takes a bit of practice, I guess, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So things that are left that that one bug, which is where as you're adding things, it gets a little weird. So one other fine tuning that could be done here is whether you are getting or posting or putting or deleting, it is returning all of the to-do items. So it is querying the database and giving all the items back. That's not very efficient. And that could be one of the reasons why the updates are all weird. A better, more fine-tuned way to do it is instead of returning all of the items, you just return back that one item that you modified. So that's another little tweak that we could consider working on, because this is the lazy way out, just saying, hey, return the entire database. That
Right.
that can get a little bit wonky as the database grows. So
Yeah.
a fine
But then
tune,
you would need to get in some services, I guess.
then you would need to I mean, yes, we should really have a service on the back end here as well. Yes,
Yeah.
so we could add that in too. So yeah, it's more about refining the existing code is sort of what we have left, which is not too sexy, but it's but yeah, at this point, you guys have seen a lot of what React has to offer. So hopefully that has helped. Hey, fellow coder, congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said no, or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the Bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front-end technologies in the Bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the Bootcamp is on the Java language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the Bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know that this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the Bootcamp because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the Bootcamp, and 2, that the Bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now. So yeah, where we left off last time, we had added that fancy dashboard, which when we go to that dashboard, it will show a filtered list of items, whereby we will only see the items that are active, in other words, not marked as completed. So when you go to dashboard, there they are. So great, the items are showing up. However, the problem with this is our code for handling the updating and deleting and blah, 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 all that stuff is only on the prior screen. It's on this screen right here. It's not on the dashboard. So if I try to remove an item, we get an error. So the solution to this is to, 2 things. You can copy paste all your code into the child object, which is this, not child object, I should say, copy paste it into the dashboard. Sorry. But obviously copy pasting code is not good. It keeps going. There we go. Copy pasting code is not good. So the better solution is to extract that code out into a service, and then both objects or both components can access all those really methods from within that service. So that obviously is the better method. That way we don't copy paste code. We have the code in one place only. But the downside of doing that is the code will be a little bit more verbose. So you'll have to, you'll see there's some hoops that we'll have to jump through to get there. But the hoops are worth it because we don't like to copy paste our code. Let me get rid of this commented out code. So yes, the two components in question here. One is the to-do app, which is where we have the handling of all of our stuff, handling the deletion, the updates, the adding of our code. But in the dashboard now has the to-do items in here. The dashboard does not have that code. So we need to extract these functions out. So the deleting, the updating, and the adding, like so. Cut that code. So I'm going to Control X to cut the code. We will get errors, but that's okay. And we'll paste it into a new service. So on the left here, I have my services folder that I had created all those years ago, eons ago, weeks ago. I will create a new file and we'll call it the, I guess, to-do item service.js. Okay. Now, one thing that's different about a service is we do not create, before I would have done this, right? The React stateless component, and we would have done a component. This is actually not what a service does. A service is not a component. Like I had said, sort of roughly speaking, a component, you would create a component when you intend to use it as like a UI element, when you could actually look at it and interact with it with your eyes on the screen. A service, there's no UI element to a service. It's just sort of code that runs in the back end to provide some functionality. As we spoke about last week, it's kind of like business logic-ish. In this case, it's like CRUD logic, but it's still the CRUD logic that allows us to interact and change our underlying data that we're dealing with. So this is not going to be a component. Okay, all we're going to do is paste in those functions that I had previously cut from the other code. So we're just going to paste in functions, and that is it. Now, we've got a bunch of errors to address. I'm trying to think, what should I address first? Let me do, I guess, the easiest one first. The easiest one is here. It's saying, hey, I don't know what these to-do items are that we're trying to make a copy of and then set back into somewhere else. The way I was doing this code when I was preparing for this session was I passed it in as a parameter. That's the easiest sort of solution for solving that one compilation issue here, is you're going to assume that you're passing that data in. We might get away with, actually, no, we can't. We have to pass that in. So I was going to say we might be able to get away with not copying it, but then if we don't copy it, we still need it to be passed in. So we still need to be passed in. So that solves solves that problem for now. That passes the problem back to the future method that will be calling this, or I should say the component that will be calling this will now have to deal with passing that in, but that's a problem for maybe 30 minutes from now. So the next problem is the only one that we see that's left is it doesn't know what set to-do items is. Right? It's underlining it and saying, I don't know what this is. So this is a function that sets the to-do items. So we could also solve it with the way that we did it before, which is we pass it in, right? That is potentially a way to solve this problem. I just thought of that now. But I didn't, when I prepared for this, I didn't do it that way. I'm trying to think if that's going to be catastrophic if we do that. Actually, we might be able to do that. We might be able to just pass that in. I'm going to go off topic, and I'm going to pass it in and see how that goes, because I actually like that solution better than the one I had previously. So we'll pretend that we're passing it in. So this is what I mean by the code becomes a bit more verbose, right? We're having to pass in all these additional parameters, but we'll see if it works. So yeah, that'll be cool. So let's save that. And then when I save it, it's going to restructure the code or reformat it. So when the code changes, don't freak out. It's just reformatting the code. But as you can see, it's still underlining these guys in yellow. It's saying, hey, it's defined, but it's never used, right? So the problem here now that we need to solve for this warning is these functions that we've created are essentially private. They're private functions that are only accessible and visible within the service itself, which, as you can see, the service is not calling these functions. So therefore it's saying this is kind of useless code. It's not being called from anywhere. So we don't want these to be private. Typical services, when you're working with services in the world of Java, are public. They're public services that can be accessed from anywhere. So how do we make them public? It's the same way we did stuff before in like the to-do app. There's this concept called exporting. Okay, I forget where we did it. If we did it somewhere else that was a little bit different, where did we do? No, we never exported like functions. So guess what? We're going to learn how to export functions now. Previously in our other code, we're exporting entire components, right? We're exporting the entire dashboard here, and we're exporting, I don't know, the entire page not found or the entire app, right? Whereas with this service, we don't have, with the service, we don't have a component. Remember, we did not create this as a component. We have functions. How do you export the functions? Well, we still say export. However, we don't use the word default. Default is the word that we would use for like exporting the component. The way we export functions to make them public is we wrap them in curly brackets. So we say export, and then we have our curly brackets. So now we just need to pass in the 3 methods: handle add, handle delete, and handle update. Boom, boom, boom. So now when I save it, it reformatted the code. Now these guys are being exported, and we're saying these should be treated as public. They're visible to everyone else. And as you can see, those warnings went away. Okay, so we have hopefully successfully created our service. If all goes well, I don't have to touch this code again. However, the code that calls these methods are now freaking out, right? They're breaking everywhere. So they're breaking because here, this is where they were previously defined. They used to exist right here in this area, but we cut the code out. So since they no longer belong to this component, how do we bring them in? How do we access them? The same way we do it with everything else. We import. Okay, so we can import. And since we exported them with the curly brackets, this is how my brain remembers, we have to import them with curly brackets. Okay, so we're going to import the handle to-do item data add. Oh, and it might, ooh, look at that. It completed that was fancy. I've never done it that way. So it figures out where it realizes that it's in this service, and VS Code completed that for me. So that was nice. So we need to add, what else do we need? We need update and delete. So we'll bring in handle update and handle delete. Cool. So now you might think, okay, we're done. But no, we're not done, because remember, these handle methods that are in the service, we've added parameters to the list of in the method signature, where now they take new inputs. So we're not passing any inputs in here. So we need to address that. So how do we pass in inputs with this, syntax, right? You might think you should pass them in right here, right? You say, okay, what is the handle item add, whatever one? Where's the add? The add just needs the set to do items method. So we'll pass in, it's right here, set to do items. So we can just pass it in right there. However, this is a common mistake, a common whoopsie that I made back when I started. This code written as it is right here in front of us, we're not passing the function in, we're executing the function right now. This is how you call a function. This is the syntax to call and execute a function. So what's going to happen is it's going to try to call this function right away, and it's going to break. So we don't want to call the function. We want to pass the function in as a parameter. How do you pass this function in as a parameter? You can use the arrow syntax. So when you use this arrow syntax, you have to sort of remember we're passing this as an entire function. Okay, so that's how you solve that common whoopsie. And then so copy paste for the same 2 things here. So the update method, what does that take? Update method takes 4 things. I'm just going to copy this and, oh, sorry, hold on. No, this one's a little different because we're passing this function into the emit here. Okay. So will that work? Let me think. It might still work, actually. Again, I'm going off topic here. Although it might not work because I don't know this value here. I don't, as you can see, I pasted it in and it magically almost worked except for this should save thing. So we don't, at this point, we don't know what the value of this property should be because it depends on when you're in here on whether or not you are actually saving or not. So I'm trying to use my brain and think, is there a way to solve that from the parent? I don't think so. So let me just fall back to the solution that I had previously planned on, which is we don't pass these in anymore because we don't need to pass them in anymore because these are not being defined inside of this parent object, this parent component. Sorry, I need to be, again, they used to be declared right here in this sort of empty, well, in this empty space. They don't exist there anymore. They've been extracted out. And how do we, when something is extracted out into a service and is exported, we import. So in other words, we don't need to pass this data anymore. We can delete that. And then inside of the child, we can import what is missing. So let me get rid of these as well. The emits, it looks like we're passing them in, but we're not passing these in anymore. So I'm going to delete those, which is going to force the errors here. And what we want to do is we want to import the update and the delete methods, I think. Yeah. So we can say import, import curly brackets, handle update. Nice. And handle delete. Okay. Still one problem though. This says emit, not handle. So we'll have to just change this to say from emit to handle. Ditto here. It's not emit, it's handle because that's what's being imported. Handle and handle. Okay. But we're not entirely done yet because remember we added parameters to the method signature. So for the update one, the update requires 4 things: the data and, well, I'll just again copy these so that I can just see them over here. And I'll paste them in here as a, so the item data is the data to do items. So we need to pass in to do items. We need to pass in set to do items. And then we need to pass in whether or not we should save. Note, we don't have these guys right here. So how do we get these guys? We pass them in. So how do you pass data from a parent to a child? You pass them via the properties, the props. And then you can destruct them or whatever here. So let's just assume that we have them: to do items and set to do items. How do we pass those in for sure? We go back up to the parent. And this is, remember, we had the emit methods here that we were passing in with the handle, blah, blah, blah. Now, instead of passing in functions, we're passing in actual data, one of which is to do items is what we want to pass in. It's just called to do items because that's up here, defined right here. And we want to pass in set to do items, set to do items. And that is just, the function set to do items. Okay. Now here's where I made a mistake last time when I was recording or when I was preparing for this. I forgot that this component is also constructed in the dashboard. So I forgot in the dashboard to add in the to-do items and the set to-do items, because that's also, we need to pass in that data. Otherwise, it's not going to be there. It's going to be undefined on the dashboard, and the dashboard's not going to work, which is the whole point of what we're trying to do right now, is to get the dashboard to work properly. So good thing I did my prep work. We need to pass in to-do items here and set to-do items. Now, you might think that you just put in to-do items and set to-do items. But remember, what is this? This is the backing data. Where's the backing data for the dashboard? It's right here. So it's not called to-do items and set to-do items. We called it all active items. Okay, we could have called it to-do items, but we chose all active items and set all active items. That's just a little thing to note. At the time, this made sense for a variable name, and I'm still sticking to it. But now there's a bit of a disconnect between these two. But hey, nothing's perfect, right? So that was a whoopsie I forgot about. Now I can resolve that issue. So now we are passing them in properly. So now we can actually reference them hopefully properly here. And now we just do the same thing for all the other update methods, right? We need to pass in to-do items and set to-do items. here and here. And then I think the same for the delete, but let me just double check. What does the delete need? Delete, that's add, update, delete at the top. It needs data and set to do items. So data and set to do items, we're passing in the data, so we just need to pass in the set to do items. Okay, save everything. If I haven't, yeah, I've saved everything. All right. I would ask for questions, but let me just make sure this works first. So have I broken let's make sure that we haven't broken the existing stuff. So let me just see if I can update this. Okay, get the milk 11. If I refresh, does it stay there? Looks like it's staying there. Cool. If I uncheck this and then refresh just to make sure. Okay, if I delete this. All right, so it looks like everything is still working. So we successfully refactored that code out and it's still working on our page, which leads me to believe that it should work on the dashboard, but we'll see. So when I click on the dashboard, I should see milk 11 and milk 4 here. Good, 11 and 4. Now the question is, can I change this without it breaking? Oh, good. Oh, it broke. Okay, so there's one more thing I need to do there. It didn't actually break. This is just a view issue. So the get the milk 44 is there, so that's good. If I refresh, things go back to normal. And if I delete it, milk 44, oh, was there an error there? Or did I miss hitting the... Maybe I just didn't click on it? Oh, okay, I just didn't click on it. I faked myself out. So there's that one remaining thing, which is when I delete it, what happens? Why do these pop back up? And I believe it's because, let me see my dashboard. When we pass in the to-do items here, oh no, that's not it. Why would those be popping back up? That didn't happen to me before, but I did have to solve something in the dashboard before. When I marked it as complete on the dashboard, it would stay on the dashboard. And the whole point of the dashboard is to not show the ones that were marked as completed. So that was just a view issue because, again, we're not refetching the entire thing from the database properly, or I'm not actually sure. Well, I guess, sorry, I do know why, because it's using the service, which we refactored out, and the service for fetching the data and getting the data back is not calling the endpoint that we call when we first refresh the page, right? So in the dashboard, we call this active endpoint. But when we delete something from the dashboard, it calls the delete method, and the delete method will pass back everything, not just the ones that are marked as active. So we'd have to, there's two solutions. One is to add a whole bunch of new endpoints in the back end and try to, figure out how to make that work on the back end, which is annoying. The other solution is just filter it on the front end, right? So we can do that here. This is the all active items that we're getting back. You can just say .filter, and you can say for the items that we're iterating through, make sure that the item is not done, right? We want to see the items that are not marked as done. Okay, is done or is complete? I forget. Let me hit save and see there, right? So now if I check it off, it disappears, which is what we expected to see. It should have just disappeared but then when we go back to here, we can see the ones that are, marked as completed. So we can add, let me add, I don't know, 1, 2, and 4. Go back to the dashboard, 1, 2, and 4 are there. I can check 1 as completed. Cool, it disappears. So 1 should be marked as completed. 2 will be marked as completed, and 4 will be deleted. Now let's go back to so 4 should be gone. Good, and everything else is marked as completed. So there we go. We have successfully extracted that code out into a service. And actually it was simpler than my first time around. I had to do some fancy stuff. It ended up being super simple because we just also passed in the set to do items function and it just worked. So that's great. My previous solution was I wasn't passing in this set to do items. And instead I was returning the JSON response here. I was just returning this whole the data from the fetch. I was returning it, and then I was calling the setter method back in the method that called this one. So that was a bit more convoluted, but clearly this one is superior because there's no additional code that was needed there. So, all right, now I will pause after all that and open things up for questions.
Yeah, I've got one question. So if a service is not a component, so aka something to look at, you could consider it as a backend thing, right? A little bit. That I'm a bit confused about. So if that's kind of a backend thing, what's the Java server then? So it's a twofold thing, or what is it?
I wouldn't call it a backend thing because backend implies server-side code.
Right.
This is not server-side. This is client-side code. So no, it's not backend, but
still, it's not a view, right? I mean, it's
not
in
a
the
view.
background a little bit.
You know, forgive me for saying this, but I think the best way to categorize it is as a service.
Yeah.
So it, yeah. What if I were not to use the word service? Is there a better word or a better explanation I can have for the code that we're looking at right here?
I mean, it's at least it's nice to. I mean, in comparison to something like time leaf or something, there's no such thing, right? Where you can extract out stuff which is not a view, and here you can do that. So that's nice.
Correct. Yeah. So because here we're well, I shouldn't say correct. In time leaf, you can inject JavaScript. You can have JavaScript in time leaf. Yeah. And this is essentially what this is. This is just sort of native JavaScript. This is not React. This is just native JavaScript. So I guess that's what's going on here. This is just not React code. But it does sort of function like a service. Another word that you might use is utility. This is sort of like a utility.
Okay.
Which,
like a little helper thing.
It's like a helper, exactly. Because this code technically could be generalized even more such that it could be used across your entire application, right? If you refactored out, or if you turned the fetch URL here and turned it into a parameter that comes in, right? If this, we call this endpoint, and then we passed in the endpoint, because this is called delete, we know the method's gonna be delete, right? And now look at this code. Instead of calling it to-do items here, or set to-do items, we could just call this the setter method, right? And then we could call this the setter method.
So make it more generic.
To make it more generic. And then data is already generic, right?
Yeah.
And then to-do items, believe it or not, now that I'm looking at this, we can make this even simpler. Because we have this method declared like this, we don't even need to include to-do items here at all. We can just take it out and just do just the method itself like that. That will actually still work. But based on the way lambdas work and whatnot, this is still valid code. So if you look at this code, there's nothing specific about it whatsoever. So that's where this becomes like a utility. It can be used anywhere across the entire application. Anytime you want to handle, and then you can get rid of the word to-do item. You can just say handle, data delete. There you go.
Right.
We just made this whole thing very, very generic. And now we can use it everywhere. So
okay, good. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Cool. However, I will not do that. I'm going to back it out because I don't trust myself enough that will work perfectly. So
how can we identify a React JavaScript code or a native JavaScript code?
That's also a good question. I would say that the React code, that's a really good question. It really depends on these, we don't actually use these here. Let me delete that. Any function, you'd have to know the functions that are built into React. Like useState comes from React. useEffect comes from React. And then anything in terms of, as soon as you see, what looks like HTML inside of your code, that's definitely React, because that's what React has. It has something called JavaScript expression language, or whatever it is. JSX is the shorthand. So yeah, but that's not to say that you can't use React code in here. Now that I'm saying that, I wonder or maybe you have to. Yeah, because if I tried to do a use state here, Does that work? It's a really good question. I've never tried to do this before. If we had like a, some value and then set some value equals useState, does that work? No, it does not. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can't put that here. Could I put it inside of this function? No, it's still not happy. Yeah, I know. Unexpected token. Oh, hold on. I was like, that doesn't seem like the right error message. Here we go. React hook useState is called in a function blah that is neither a React, there you go, function component nor a custom React hook function, blah, blah, blah. So you are, when you do this, when you don't have a component, you cannot use React inside of it. That's the answer. If it is not a component, you can't use React. So that's one way to know for sure that if there's no component, this is just pure JavaScript. There's no React inside of it. But as soon as you see this here, this is the start of a component, a functional component, more specifically, which is defining the whole thing. And this is what React is based off of. So yeah, basically you could say anything inside of the scope of this curly bracket, which is pretty much almost everything. It could be considered React code, sort of. So now I did not prepare for this, so forgive me. I'm definitely gonna have to Google because I don't do this often. Let me see. Can I make this? No. Trying to make it larger without messing with stuff. So there's a way in the world of React for our, let's say for our, where is it? Our to-do item, which is here. These properties coming in are very important. All of our code below is very much dependent on these properties. And if we don't have those properties, if they're not there, which was the scenario I ran into where I updated the to-do app here with this to-do item, with these are the properties that we're passing in, the 4 properties. I did do this, but I did not do it with a dashboard. I forgot these 2, right? If I delete those 2 items, if you will, and I come back here and refresh, there's no error. I can't see that error is there. If I go to the dashboard, yeah, there's still no error. So this error is being hidden from me, right? If I uncheck one and go back to the dashboard, I still don't see the error until I interact with the minus sign or something, right? If I hit minus, boom, it crashes. Do you see how that's annoying? Like you don't know there's an error there until you actually interact with it. So this is how bugs can leak into production. This is how bugs can get out into the real world because it didn't get tested, right? And what's nice about Java is those errors are caught usually at compile time because those are essentially inputs to a method, sort of. It's not inputs to a method, it's properties of a component, but same kind of concept. You have inputs that are missing. So thankfully, there's a solution to this problem of being notified if something is missing that is expected to be there. This is where you have to forgive me because I need to do a Google search. I'd only done this once, but it involves adding code down here in this area where we can do some requires type code. So there's a way for React, require props, something like that. Type checking with props. Here. Well, that's type checking. Let me just make sure so there's prop types. I want to look for required. Here is required. So you can chain above is required to make sure the warning that, yeah, exactly. So required function is probably the name of the function. And this is captured in the component prop types. Okay. So I'm going to have to rely on this heavily at the moment because I don't do this enough, which is bad practice. You want to be doing this. This is good, a good practice to make your code more reliable, right? This helps adding this code. But you don't have to add this code, so you see how you would omit it and not do it in the real world. So the syntax here is you do the name of your component dot prop types. So here, the name of my component is dashboard. So I can say, I believe I can say dashboard dot prop. Oh, that says prop types. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Types equals. Okay, it's accepting it. And then down here, you can have the name. So this is like key. It's kind of like key and value pairs, sort of. It's the name of the thing that you want to have required, which in this case is all active items, right? Oh, shoot, I shouldn't be in the dashboard. Well, I guess I can do this here. I should have been in to-do item, but we can do this here as well because it will be required. We want all well, hold on, I'm lying. This is not a prop. Abort, this is the wrong place. I was looking, there's no props here. Props, right? There's no props here to validate against. My apologies, we're in the wrong object or component. We want to be here in the to-do item. To-do item has props. We want to check these 3 props and make sure that they are there. So we can go down here, add the prop types, but it's not dashboard now. It is, the name of the component is to-do item. So to-do item prop types. These are the props that we want to validate against. Oops. 1, 2, 3. The notation is to put a colon, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, a colon. And then we say prop type func for function is required. Although this is not a function. Hold on. This one is a function. The set is a function, is required. To-do items is just data. So I guess you can say a require value of any data type, right? You probably could be more specific here and say that, well, let's see if we can be more specific. So we can say prop types dot, what is this? This is an array. I'm not sure if you can do that. Dot string, dot number. Is there array of one type of, oops, array. Okay, that I'm going off script and I want to say is required. Oops, not is done, required. Okay, and then I think comma you need, yeah. And then this one, to do item data, is a single, element, I guess. And I'll just say any. I'll try this. And then why is it angry with me? Prop types is not defined. You probably have to import it. So if I control click, it probably has to be imported right here. Cool. So now, am I going to be proven wrong? I'm going to be proven wrong. Did it reboot the app? No. Unless there's an error down here. Here we go. So I guess it doesn't fail the way I was hoping for it to fail, but it does give you warnings in your console here. So it says failed prop type. The prop type to do items is marked as required in whatever, but its value is undefined. So there's your big stinking, there's a problem. This is undefined. In other words, this is null. We have a problem here. So what's nice about this is you can see it's the to-do item is where the problem is, but you can see where it's coming from. So before we would be like, wait, why is this broken? Where is this coming from? Where is it expected? We can see exactly that it's coming from the dashboard at line 101 or whatever. It's not being populated properly. If I click on this, do I see the nice code or the code nicely? Let me just see if it, this does not look helpful. No, unfortunately, that's not helpful. There might be a better way to make that, more helpful to actually see specifically where it's going, but this is a good hint. So there's to-do items. It's undefined, and it's coming from dashboard. Dashboard is the parent of the item, of the to-do item child. So, dashboard is not passing in to-do items, right? That's how I would read that. So I'd go to dashboard here, and I would say, it's not passing in to-do items for this. And it's like, oh, right, I need to say to do items equals something, right? And that's where it's all active items. So if I save this, one of the warnings will go away, but the other one's going to stay. Oh, not save, sorry. Refresh. Oh, did I say I messed up and didn't save out here? Sorry, save here. Refresh here. There we go. We have one warning, which is the same thing. Set to do items is required, but it's undefined, right? So then same thing. It's like, oh yeah, dashboard, right? Dashboard needs that too. So you can go to dashboard and say set to do items equals a function. Now here's where let's say you mess up again. Let's say you pass in all active items. So now set to do items has a value, but remember, again, I'm going off script. I'm hoping this is going to work. We have said that it is expecting a function. Set to do items should be a function, but what I just accidentally did was passed in an array, right? So let me save this. It's not saving. There we go. Now it says failed prop type, invalid prop, whatever, type array supplied, but expected function. So again, now we have type checking. It's checking to make sure that, although it's not undefined, there's even another layer of safety there to make sure that the type matches. So then you can say, oh, right, this needs to be set all active items, save, right? And then if I get rid of those and refresh, all the warnings are gone. So that's a nice little bonus thing to keep in mind. Doing checks on your properties coming in, if they really are required, you can enforce that somewhat down here. You can enforce that with a warning message that'll pop up, which is going to be helpful at catching bugs when you are testing. So cool. Questions about that?
Yeah, I mean, why isn't that by default? So this is kind of a custom compiler, right?
I'm not sure. Why doesn't it
so
already
why
check this by default?
Yeah, exactly. Why isn't React checking this by default already, just like Java?
Because these might not be required. These could technically be optional.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
There could be a situation where, sometimes you would pass it in and sometimes it just wouldn't be there. It could be undefined, and that's fine. Yeah. And there's a whole bunch more. I say that. I believe there's a whole bunch more you can do with this prop type stuff, right? You can declare that a prop is a specific JavaScript type. By default, these are all optional, right? So
right.
Optionals here. You can do required, right? That's what I was looking at before. There's a whole bunch on this topic. You can even set default prop values. So I guess if they are null or undefined, you can set a default right here. So the name is a prop, right? So name here, this is a different syntax. They're using something called React.component. We're using functional components. This is the old way of doing things. The newer way is what I'm teaching you guys. But ignore the this.props, and we would just use the name would be name and set name. It would be a use state, or it would be a prop. And anyway, name is here default props, right? So you can set default props for that. So if that name is undefined, then it will populate that with a default, right? Could be useful. You never know. See, this is function. I call it functional components. I guess the proper term is function components. Just doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely. So this is a good little article, and this comes from the React people themselves, right? React.org, js.org. Type checking with prop types is pretty powerful stuff. And I'm sure there are obviously other mechanisms and other useful things that you can do with React, but we're kind of getting into more of the weeds. Another thing that's, worth noting, but right now I haven't taught it because I haven't had to use it. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's worth researching if you want to. It is when you want to store, it's about storing state. Oh man. In a more sticky way. There's a whole, I'm showing my React, my junior React skills by not being able to say this out loud right away. it's not just storing state. It is called, there's Redux is one of the solutions versus context. There we go. Okay. So React, when it updated and got better in version, whatever it was, 16, which leverages more use of what are called function components, which is what I've been using this whole time. They also introduced a solution to a popular framework called Redux. It was an external library that you had to pull in, which became popular because it solved the common problem. React ended up building that into their own code because it was so popular that they realized, we should probably just solve this problem natively within React itself. So React added something called context. So, you know, I don't know this guy in terms of if he has a good blog or not, but the concept is called React Context API. So this new API came in with React 16.3. And what it does is it allows you to store state across views, if you will, across components without having to constantly fetch it from the backend, from the database. Okay, so you can sort of fetch it once and sort of store it and keep it in React without fetching it again and without having to pass it around. You know how we pass it from parent to child and back from child up to parent again. You can circumvent that concept of passing, you know, down as a prop and up as an emit. You can use this thing called context. However, I found this to be a little bit cumbersome using their code, and I didn't really love it. But I assume if I forced myself to use it more, I would get comfortable with it and enjoy it. But for me, you know, passing stuff around, it was fine. It has always worked for me. So this is just another way to solve the same problem.
That's kind of like a central storage pool on the front end.
Yes, that would be one way to think about it. Yeah, it's like it's a way to store all the state from a bunch of components all in one spot and retrieve them.
Yeah, and everybody can grab it, and then you persist it back to the database at some point.
Which you can do with passing the data around, right? You can pass it from parent to child and child to parent and back and forth and up and down and all that stuff. But it can get, if you're going many, many, many levels deep, if you have a child of a child of a child of a child of a child, and the data you need only exists in the parent of the parent of the parent of the parent of the parent, then you need to pass it down, 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 and then up, and it gets a little bit ridiculous. I just hadn't hit that level of ridiculousness in the code that I've written for production. So I never really need to lean on using this context because for me, it added more noise than I was comfortable with due to the fact that my app just wasn't that complex. But I'm sure once your app grows and grows and grows, you're going to end up probably needing to use something like use context. Okay. Right. And the alternative to use context, which is built into React, is called Redux. Redux is a separate library not made by React people. And it was the popular solution before, like we saw here, 16.3. So if you hear React and Redux a lot, it's because Redux was very popular and it was it was used a lot. So cool. But I didn't want to go into that because again, you've already learned a lot of what React can do. And it's good to practice passing data back and forth with parent and child anyway. So,
right.
Any other questions?
No, not really. I mean, as I told you before, I think it's worth it to dive into building my own kind of thing, or everybody should do that. And then I'm sure questions will pop up, but you know, getting some practice, I think it's the best way to tackle this thing called React.
And then again, another little addendum I would add is you can also bring Bootstrap in here. So Bootstrap is a CSS framework. Bootstrap for React. I think it's called React Bootstrap. So React Bootstrap exists, and you can, if you say get started, you do an npm install, and you can install React Bootstrap. And then what this allows you to do is, instead of having your app look very meh, it doesn't look very great, right? You can that's one thing that Bootstrap solves, is it makes you, gives you the components to, make the buttons look nicer, and make the, the forms behave nicer, and it, has the ability to make it mobile friendly and everything. So, and mobile responsive, I should say. So that's one thing that Bootstrap does, is solves that problem. And then the React Bootstrap is a nice way to integrate the two, to make using Bootstrap and React pretty simple and pretty nice.
I've seen that before, but is that the official Bootstrap framework, or is it just a third-party implementation from somebody?
Nope, this is the official Bootstrap framework. Yeah, the Bootstrap guys created a React library that wraps their code base. And,
I wasn't sure, because it's one version behind, I think.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it could be. Also, there's other solutions other than Bootstrap out there. There's also Google has one called starts with an M, I think. What's the? I have two kids. I got up at 4:30 or 4:50 this morning, so my brain is not working. Google CSS framework. What are you called? Materialize. I said it began with an M. I remember that. Materialize is another one, and I'm sure that's another popular one, right? It's the same. It solves the same problem as Bootstrap does. It's just provided by Google, and I'm sure there's probably a React Material. Come on. Material UI, a popular React UI framework. Okay, I don't know if this is provided by Google or not, but there are. You can do it again. npm install for this. And I'm sure it just provides a wrapper, for for allowing you to create use components like you're used to using components in React, but really they function like the underlying CSS framework would if you were to write this out natively. So yeah, there are wrappers. That's another thing to think about, is like, wait, this exists for regular old HTML and CSS or regular old JavaScript. Is there a React framework for this that I can leverage, a React library that I can leverage? And this is how you would do it. You would Google, React, and then the name of the thing that you think should probably exist with React. And then you'll probably find some sort of an article that shows you how to do, like you saw, an installation. Like as soon as you see npm install, blah, 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 it's like, okay, cool. So I can use this within React. So
right.
Cool. Good.
Yeah, very nice.
Any other questions?
I'm good for now, I guess.
All right, we're actually going to wrap up early. So yeah, that's more or less a wrap on React. Again, I didn't touch on the CSS frameworks because there's not really a whole lot more that, like, there's other courses out there that teach you these CSS frameworks, and this is a React course. If I started talking about Bootstrap, it's kind of, I'd be wasting a bit of time here. So that's why I didn't dive into them, and I'm just noting it for you guys that you can check this stuff out. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Who knows? I might add more to this course later. But as of this moment, yeah, you guys can say, if you've gone through the whole series and practiced it yourself, you can say that you know React. That's
not before the first app is finished, I guess.
Say again?
Not before the first own app is finished.
Yeah, you have
maybe.
You would have to create your own app first with it. But yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. So, hey, fellow coder, congratulations on making it this far into this video. Most people don't make it this far. Good on you. Keep it up. And moreover, I'm looking for people just like you. These messages are hidden, so to speak, because I said no, or at least not many people are going to get through to this point. So I would really highly recommend that you check out the Bootcamp if you are looking to, like I said before, get a job as a coder. I teach full stack coding. I use a little bit of front-end technologies in the Bootcamp, a little bit of databases and whatnot. The main focus in the Bootcamp is on the Java language language, the server side. My thesis is once you understand the Java language at a very deep level, which you will as a part of the bootcamp curriculum, you are ready to rock for learning any other language that will ever be needed of you for the rest of your career. So this is really an in-depth, deep dive into the Java language. In university, you'll learn 10% of everything, right? You'll learn 10% of economics and 10% of biology and 10% of chemistry and 10% of math and 10% of programming, and you learn a little bit about everything. In here, we take the opposite approach. We go deep and specific on the Java language and some surrounding technology. So, in other words, you'll be armed with exactly what employers want you to know when you get out in the real world. How do I know this is exactly what you need? I've been working in the real world for 15 years. I know what businesses want you to know. Java and Python are two languages that have the most widely available open coding positions. Okay, and Python, in my opinion, is, although easier to learn, going from Python to any other language is a little bit more difficult. Going from Java to any other language is far easier. So learn Java with me if you enjoy this content that you've been consuming, and if you resonate with me as a teacher, you are going to absolutely love the bootcamp, because you get that, and then you get like 7 other things and way more help and support and everything you need to get out across that finish line. So that's all I will say. Check it out, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply today. Book a call with one of our admissions advisors. Show up for that call so we can speak to you in person via Zoom, and see your smiling face, and then make sure that 1, you're a good fit for the bootcamp, and 2, that the bootcamp is a good fit for you. So again, coderscampus.com/bootcamp. Apply, book a call, show up for the call. Does that sound good? Cool. See you then. Bye for now.